Oh, yes, it is on. How are you? I've had a few drinks. So, how are you all doing? Happy New Year. Welcome to the Tardis Zone. I hope you are all doing very well. I've got me craft beer here. As you can see, the color of it, it's a good beer. 7%, 7% there. Good beer. I won't tell you what it is because product placement, and I can't do that, unfortunately. But there you go. Might as well have a drink, ring in the new year. What? Hope you are all doing good. We got 15 people watching right now, so I've left the link in the chat. If you want to come on, say hello, wish everybody a happy new year. Maybe give us the highlight of your year, and maybe something that wasn't such a highlight. Maybe if you just want to do that, of course, or you can just come on and talk out crap. That's what we're here for. Excuse me. That's it's lovely beer, but it's very carbonated. But yeah, the glass is dripping because I had the glass in the freezer. You know, ice cold glass. Best way to have beer. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, this is just a random stream, really. We've nothing. I mean, we could talk about the same old nonsense that we do talk about, but we're not going to do that tonight. We're just going to have a bit of a laugh. So, yeah, if I suppose if anybody's seen anything interesting, funny on Twitter, let me know and we'll rib it. But right now we have someone joining us right now. So what we're going to do is we'll bring us on for a couple of minutes, everybody on, because it'll probably get to the point where we'll get loads of people on, and you know we can only have 10 people on at a time. So if you want to come on, I left the link in the chat. Come on in, say hello, tell me what you are drinking if you are drinking. Tell me what your plans are for the new year, and all of that stuff. I don't drink alcohol, only milk or water and milk. Fair play to you. Well, technically, this is water mixed with barley and whatever else they made this beer out of. Anyway, there you go. I think Tim is having a glass of wine. Glass of wine emoji there. Glass of wine emoji. Right. Well, we got Cinnamon Toast Crunch, so let's bring them on anyway. And as I said, if you want to come on, I've left the link in the chat. Don't be shy. Even if you've never been on before, just come on, wish everybody a happy new year or whatever you want to do. And he's on the red wine. Used to be, come here, tell you a little secret. Obviously, I love me beer, but for a while there, for about, I say 5 or 6 years, I got into red wine. I was drinking a lot of red. Well, not drinking a lot of red wine, but I mean, I was going out looking. You know, I became not a wine connoisseur because I'm not, but I did get to know a little bit of knowledge about red wine, which ones were the best to get and all. I do love a good glass of red. You know, if you get a decent bottle of red wine, there's nothing better, man. 2 bottles of that and you're on your back. And I've often done that, so we won't go there. No bad Hoovians in this chat. Well, it's New Year's Eve. I'm not going to tolerate any nonsense anyway, right? So, you know, if anybody is just in here to cause any trouble, sure, the moderators will take care of it. We're just here to have a bit of fun, and that's the end of it. So let's bring on our first guest. It is Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, mate. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. That beer is it's the first one, so it always is the hardest one to go down, as they say. But after that,
I've got my first one there.
Yeah, be plain sailing. What are you drinking?
Ale.
I like a pale ale myself now, I have to say. I drink it. Well, wouldn't say I drink anything, but you know, I'll drink it if it's decent. Let's just say I'm not into the piss water. I like me craft beers. I'm glad they're kind of doing more craft beers now and the little breweries, because you're getting some cracking beers now. because all those Budweisers and the Heinekens and all, they used to drink all of them, but they're shit beers, man. They're shit.
Yeah.
No taste in them at all. So who we got in the chat? We got Nicholas Horton in the chat. We got Tim, as I said. He's on the wine. Real super doctor Nicholas Horton. I already said Nicholas, didn't I? Twice there. Say alcohol. Maybe I'm the advertisement of why you don't drink alcohol. Money message. Disaster area is in the chat as well. Nice to see. We have 15 people watching. Obviously, a lot more people, when they realize I am streaming, will start coming in and saying hello. Other people have their own streams going at the same time. I don't start drinking until after the bells. Nah. What the hell? What was that?
Is it all kicking off outside?
There's a party going on.
A party.
A party. We just had a few fireworks, so expect a few fireworks during the night. So you might hear some bangs in the background. So don't start panicking. It isn't Russia invading. It isn't Russia invading Ireland. They wouldn't dare. Our fishermen scared their navy off. So I mean, if our fishermen can do that, can you imagine what we could do? So Russians. It's not the Russians. There they all are now, getting ready for New Year's Eve, as they do. You should have a drink or two, man. It's nice to be a bit, I wouldn't say drunk, but it's nice to be a little bit tipsy when it comes
to
I
do. I'm not a big drinker, and I'm still getting involved.
Just get a little bit of a buzz going. That's it. Just a little bit of a buzz going. That's what it's all about, and enjoy it. Because as I said, it's a bit of a con, this whole Happy New Year business, because it's not going to be a Happy New Year. It's going to be the same as last year. This year, I should say. The thing about it is we just all have to make the best of it.
I think it depends on what you're looking forward to as well. I mean, I guess in terms of, let's say Doctor Who, for example, last year, I think we knew there was 3 specials, but they were Geordie specials. But this year, we've got the 60th to look forward to. There's all the next, all the new news that's going to come in the coming months. So I guess you can take out of it what you look for, I guess. So
yeah,
I see reasons to be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I used to believe that myself, but I mean, the things in society and it's affecting their personal lives now. We used to be able to just get on with it. We can't just get on with that anymore. Even when we watch TV, it's in our faces. We're not allowed to just get on with it. If we were, I think people would be a lot happier. But you are right though. You make it you're 2023. Only you can make it good or bad, I suppose. But as I said, society is not helping the situation. Our world governments are not.
Yep, we all have to conform now.
The issue. I mean, years ago in the 80s, see, when we were growing up in the 80s, man, we had the terror, we had the threat of nuclear war over our heads, but everybody just got on with it. Everybody was nice to each other. It was a kinder society. Right?
You could leave your front door open.
You could leave your front, yeah, exactly. You could leave your front door open. You could go out for the day. You could come back late at night and nothing's being touched out your gaff. Nobody would even dare. I just found out that my neighbour downstairs, he was out with a couple of his friends minding his own business and he got set upon. And there was a couple of knives drawn from the other side. He was nearly stabbed last night, minding his own business, walking down the street, and they just picked on them because they thought they looked at them the wrong way. Right? In Dublin especially, the crime rate has shot up. They've lost all control. See, because they want to. The society has become. We're a bunch of pussies. We've been pussified as a society. We won't do anything about our youth that are out of control. So they're out of control. We gave kids too much power. Anyway, let's not talk about that anyway. We don't want to get fucking depressed. But my highlight, I
Oh yeah,
suppose,
come
of
on, no, it's like awakening here.
yeah, I mean, I suppose my highlight of 2022 has to be obviously Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall leaving Doctor Who. But even in saying that, was it really a highlight? Because look at the state they left the show in. But that's the only thing I could think of because like it's been
No, yeah,
going well
it's
on the
everything that
channel. I
comes to them.
suppose the channel doing well is another highlight. But other than that, there hasn't been really many highlights for me in 2022 has been a really bad year, in my opinion. I don't know if everybody agrees with me in the chat, but I think 2022 has been the worst out of the 2000s so far, in my opinion. Part obviously
I think
9/11.
I think I'd probably agree. To be fair, it's been pretty flat. There's not been much to be excited about.
No,
2021, I think, was better. But then again, I know we say that every year, don't we? We say, "Oh, this year has been the worst," and then they'll say it again next year. But I don't know. I think it's true this time.
no,
I think this year is different.
2021 was actually decent. If you go back and look, it was that even with all the crap that was going on, 2021 was actually decent enough. Because there was a renewed sense of optimism, and that quickly evaporated within a couple of weeks. Fuck's sake! I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, don't get Polax Trail Super Doctor. That's the key. Just sip a beer. I know the English and the Americans like to sip a beer and stuff. We Irish just can't do that. We have to knock a few back. And then maybe then later on when we can't drink anymore, then we sip a bit because we can't drink anymore. But yeah, it's natural disasters, says Real Super Doctor. There's been a lot of them actually in 2022. It's been a weird year for volcanoes, tsunamis, especially earthquakes.
People dying.
And of course, then we have this phenomenon lately, and we have to be very careful what we say on the channel. But let's just say that more people seem to be dropping like flies. Maybe it's because of the whole COVID thing has made us sensitized to it all because every day they were reporting people dying. And maybe we're just more aware of it now because it's not something. Death is not something that we talk about as humans. We don't. It's the one thing that's coming for us all, but we don't really like to discuss it.
It's like taboo.
But during the pandemic, it was front and center. It was right there in front of our eyes. So I think we all had to face our mortality. Weird one. But yeah, people are just dropping like flies, but nobody's saying anything about it. But I won't get into it because you can't have those opinions anymore because you see what happens when you do. So that's why I don't talk about politics or any of that shit on this channel because I learned in the early days it's just not worth the hassle of having the YouTube channel being bombarded by YouTube for putting a foot bloody wrong. You can't even say anything. Like you can't have a voice, even if you're wrong. See, that's the thing I don't get, right? Fair enough. Not everybody is right all the time. But unless it's actually hate speech and racist stuff. But if people want to question, say, for example, do masks work or question the vax, they should be allowed to do that. They could be
Yeah, it's almost
wrong.
like
Yeah,
you're
but they
not
could
allowed to
be
get
wrong.
anything wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, they could be wrong, right? I'm not saying they are either way. They could be wrong, but at the same time, they could be right. But it's just an opinion.
Even if it's accidental, it's like, oh wow, you said the wrong thing. Doesn't matter whether you meant it or not. That's you getting the boot on your neck.
Yeah, I would not talk about that on live. Exactly, you can't talk about that stuff. We have to be careful. But yeah, it's been a crazy year. I'm just trying to think of the highlights. I don't. I mean, maybe when we get more people coming on later on during the night, we will see if anybody out there has any highlights. But I can't really think of any.
I suppose I have a few in terms of me personally, going abroad and then going to London and stuff like that, just traveling with family and stuff. I really enjoyed getting about and stuff. In terms of the
And
world or in
and
like pop
and a
culture,
new girl and a new girlfriend. You forgot to mention that one too.
well, yeah, pretty important. Good thing
Well,
she's
it
not
is.
listening.
What?
I hope she's not listening. Then
Oh,
again, she's deaf.
well, you're in the bad books now. Yeah, you know.
Well,
Only messing. Who have we got? It's a pretty good year for me, but it all came crashing down around Christmas, says Jack. Yeah, we've had some people out there that have had bad news. Um, you know, John the White obviously
yeah.
announced to everybody on Twitter that he won't be with us for much longer, which is a bit kind
Wasn't
of
expecting
tough.
that at all.
No, that came out of the blue, but I have to say it's very brave the way he's handled it. I don't know if I could handle it that way, but
Yeah, there isn't a handbook guide to tell you how to do it, is
there
there?
isn't. But yeah, let's remember that some people did and have had a bad 2022. But let's try keep it. Let's try keep it happy anyway, because you know, I've spent many of New Year's Eve alone, right? And I can tell you, it can be very lonely, and it is a time where you do reflect quite a lot on not just the last 12 months, but on your whole life and decisions and choices that you've made and stuff like that. So, I always had good friends around me when they knew that I shouldn't be alone New Year's Eve. Um, Invited me over and we'd have a few drinks and I'd end up having a laugh. And that's the way it should be. So we'll try keep it. We're not forgetting Alpha Omega. I have Alpha Omega's video already ready, done to go on his anniversary. I haven't forgotten Alpha Omega. I actually mentioned Alpha Omega last week as well, and the week before. Jordan's streams, I was letting everybody know that I actually have a little video prepared for his anniversary. So no, I haven't forgotten. We don't forget anybody that made an impact on this channel, trust me. And Alpha was one of those, and his anniversary comes up next year in January, which is actually a couple of days from now.
It's a both, isn't it?
Yeah, so I have the video ready to go, and you will see then what I've done. So yeah, let me see. Melina is in the chat, and as you just seen there, drawing Jack Rabbit is also in the chat. Right. As I said, the link is in the chat. What'll happen is as we get more guests, we'll rotate around because we will. I do know that at some stage Chris is going to be popping on. I'm pretty sure Lee will pop on at some stage as well. As I said, if you just want to come on, wish everybody quick happy new year. Maybe tell me his highlights of 2022 and maybe some of the bad things in 2022, I suppose. But yeah, we want to kind of keep more positive than so affect the negative stuff. Actually, just give me our positives if there is any. If you can come up with any, I can't. I mean, personally, I have loads. Just in case anybody is wondering, right? I'm not saying I don't have any highlights. Of course I do, personally. But I'm talking about in a wider sense. There just hasn't been anything A standout in 2022. Maybe England not winning the World Cup was a highlight for me, actually.
Whatever.
I have to put that out there as an Irish man because we'd never hear the end of it. They keep talking about 66, for God's sake.
Well, it's nice, isn't it? We actually get to go to these competitions, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't all sit around in Dublin in a car.
And in 1990 and in 1994, we got further than England. So, shh. Right.
That on your big day out, was it?
Listen for a minute, right? We're a smaller country than yours, right? We've been punching above our weight for years, right? We got to a World Cup quarter final, right? And we were close when we went to USA 94. We could have got to another quarter final easy, but we screwed it up, right? We do a lot better than England in competitions. Trust me. We fail. We fail because we don't have the quality, right? But we give it all. Yous fail because you bottle it. Simple. You have the quality. England should have won that World Cup. Argentina, in no way, should have won that World Cup this year. It was England's all the way, and you just have a shit manager.
The thing is with England. The thing is with England that we beat the teams that we're expected to beat, but the teams that people think, are they able to get a result like that?
No, but you would be able to beat those teams if you had a different manager. Gareth Southgate is not the manager for England. And he's staying, so he's not going to win anything under him. So those young players, that generation of players that he's have now, are going to be wasted. So he's ain't winning anything. He's not coming anywhere close to winning a World Cup or a major European Championship under Gareth Southgate. I'd do a better job than him. I know who to play and what position to play them in. He's a top goal scorer on the bench, man. And Marcus Rashford, who was being firing on all cylinders for Manchester United, scored again today, right? He leaves him on the bench and puts him on with 3 minutes to go when he is needed to get a goal.
Yeah, that was the big issue about that France game. Was that when we performances? I didn't think we were that bad, but it's the subs. I think the subs he made, taking Saka off.
Yeah,
and putting on, like you say, putting Rashford on too late.
The referee on the match was also the problem. I do agree with you. Ref was shocking. But at the end, with the quality that England have, the manager in this case is the biggest Achilles heel that England actually have. It's the only stumbling block that's in England's way. Because even I have to admit that English team is impressive. It is. It probably is the best team in the world. But they've got basically... You've got someone, right? Think of it this way, right? So it's like you've got a chauffeur flying an aeroplane. That's basically what you have for England. You just don't have the proper man in the job. Gareth Southgate is not even championship level manager, and he's managing the national team. I don't know. Sometimes I find it a bit of a joke.
I find it funny whenever I see people tipping in for Premier League jobs.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure I saw when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer left. I swear I saw people going in for Southgate takeover.
Yeah,
you'd be paralytic, wouldn't you?
I saw that one, and I was like, "Listen, we'd be relegated now under Southgate." Anyway, Real Super Doctor said the positives for him are Doctor Who. Scottish Stavros and friends wrestle with pop culture, maybe destroying Reading on FIFA 23 for me.
Yeah, he was playing. I was on his stream earlier. Yeah, drew 1-1. Went to a replay. I kind of got busy, but I did see that he battered them. And it's funny that because Watford actually play Reading in the FA Cup this season, so hopefully we can do the same.
Well, he's starting to win games now because I've been watching him, and it's been frustrating watching him because I'm there shouting at the screen, "Yeah, man, press the ball, kick the ball, kick it now!" And he'll take the extra touch. But he's getting better at the game. The game is hard, man. I lost me first, because he was saying he was losing a lot of games, and I didn't want him to get disheartened. So I said, "Look," I says, when I got the game, I lost actually my first 10 games on that game. I was ready to throw that PlayStation 4 out the window after the 4. It was just rock hard. rock hard. I thought I played on legendary mode on FIFA 22. I'll be grand on FIFA 23. I set up a career mode on FIFA 23 on legendary mode. And I played the first 11 games and I got sacked. First time that I've been sacked in any FIFA period. Never been sacked.
I
But
find
that's
myself
the
playing a lot of Football Manager these days.
sacked, man. Damn. That hurt. That hurt. But ever since then, when I got sacked, I said, you know what? I'll set up another season. We'll start again. And this time, I will really think about who I'm going to bring in and what tactics I'm going to use. And yeah, I've done pretty well. I've done pretty well. And the community we have says Scottish Dad versus Friends versus World Pop Culture. And of course, me guest right now, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, says amen to that. I better let the other guys know as well that I'm actually live streaming, see where they are before I get another beer into me, before I can't even read my phone.
Sorry, if things get too bad, I'll read out the chat for you.
No, it's not going to get bad. Not like it did last year. No, because I plan on when the 12 bells come, then we're going to finish shortly after because everybody will want to go and talk to their parents. And
last round,
yeah, last hour. So that's what I do. So we go shortly after 12 bells, we leave it. But I've promised me the bloke that was talking about earlier that got jumped on, my neighbour. So he has a Black Ops stream. We play zombies together. So I'll play a couple of games and it was going to be fun because I won't know what I'm fucking doing this time. Well, hopefully I don't. Well, I should be fine. I'll be fine.
I think I was playing. I think I'm sure. It was last year, the year before New Year's. I got drunk. I just started playing zombies. I think I got to like round 60 on one of the Black Ops 1 maps or something like that. It was one of them.
Yeah, I've been watching videos so I can get all the Easter eggs because I've never done all the Easter eggs. So that's what I've been doing. It makes the game a bit more interesting as well instead of just trying to go and kill zombies. But yeah, the other night, me and I think it was an American and I think a bloke from Russia were playing online and we got to round I think it was round 39. Yeah, it was 39 and we were going for round 40. And then one of the players just decided that he'd be a bit of a tick and mess, basically. And then he went down. And then, of course, I said to the other lads, I says, look, don't revive him. He's messing. Don't revive him. One of yous will get taken down. And then there's only two of us left. And what will happen is we'll get overwhelmed and we'll die. And that's exactly what happened. And I was pissed off because when I could see, nobody listens to me. Nobody listens to me, man. Except you fuckers. Well, what's going on with that?
What did you say? Oh, sorry, I was doing.
I wasn't talking. See, he's not even listening to me. Nobody listens to me. See what I mean? He wasn't even listening. Nobody listens to me, man.
So about getting swarmed and zombies.
Yeah, well, go on. Get away there. You said you're Happy New Year. Fuck off. Go on. Nobody listens to me. Anyway. Wait, was Noel talking? Yous are all taking the fucking piss there now, yous are, aren't yous?
I forgot we were live.
Hey, I haven't been very active on YouTube lately due to personal issues, but I still think of you. Wish everyone a happy New Year, says Enigmatic Joker. Nice to see you in the chat. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. And then Disaster Area is adding on to it because they all think they're fucking comedians in the chat. I'll end the stream now and you can all feck off. Right? Happy New Year's, owners, says Kip Ellis. Kip, don't be calling them zoners. They're traitors, man. They're traitors. They ain't no zoners. They're not even listening to me. Right? They've been pretending this whole time. They've finally revealed that they haven't been listening to me this whole year. Maybe for the last 5 years. I'm getting all upset about it. I'm sorry. Be personal space. Anyway,
Like,
I'm not Snowflake. You be quiet, you. I'll Snowflake you back to bleeding Antarctica, right? Leave it out. Right, anyway, these are all having a right words hurt. They do fucking hurt. They
oh, how
do.
do you confuse?
They do hurt. They do hurt. Do you know what? You're driving me to the fucking drink because I'm also man. The drink.
We are only here for Ted.
We are only here for Ted. Well, if you're only here for Ted Disaster Area, go and check out my YouTube shorts because I threw up 3 new Ted videos.
I've been watching them actually. They are quite cute, aren't they?
By the way, one of them got 1,030 views, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's more than the fucking last stream that I did. How the fuck is Ted getting more views than me? I'm really
I think
upset.
it just goes to show that Ted was more popular than the entire Chibnall era.
Do you know what? It's fucking. It makes me laugh though because you know, I was kind of saying to myself, you know, should I start throwing Teddy videos up? Because I do know everybody loves animals anyway, so that's why they're popular. Like, do you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, but I was looking right because when I put them up, I was like, my sister Cheryl says, the first one got 24 views. That's great, right? And I says, Jesus, the second one got 50 views, right? And then the third one was 70 odd views, right? And I says, oh, that's great. So I left it for a couple of hours, right? And I was scrolling through the channel, and next of all, me Teddy video popped up on the YouTube Shorts menu, and I was like, why is one of my videos showing up on the YouTube Shorts menu? And I clicked into it, and I was like, 1,030 views, you little muppet dog. The dog got more.
Upstaged by man's best friend.
I get upstaged by a bloody dog. I'm really messing. Lee talks more than all, though. Well, that's actually true. He didn't know last night. Now, in fairness to him, he wasn't talking as much as he normally does because, in fairness, I was doing a lot of talking last night. But yeah, he does sometimes. But you know, Lee has got a lot to get off his chest, like myself. You know, don't choke
Very
his chicken.
speaker.
LOL. Yeah, I put that up that way, but I was wondering how that would be received because we're living in a society today that would probably take offense to that little joke.
Yeah,
so I'm glad.
I thought you were like some sort of like racist anagram against chickens or something.
So I'm glad John got what I was actually doing with that video and the title of that video. So well done, John, for getting that. But I thought, I said, fuck it. I says, even if someone does get offended, it's a fucking joke. If you cannot get a joke, you need to get a life. And if you don't want to get a life, I suggest you move to bleeding somewhere where we don't see or hear from you ever again.
I think if you're getting offended over a dog toy, I think that says more about you than anything else.
I have a couple of more Ted videos for you, by the way. This time, Ted is eating a tree. And the second video for me, though, is the better video because he looks directly at the camera. And you have seen Ted when he looks directly at the camera. He's a cute little fucker. Now, that's why he's actually popular, because he's a cute little fucker. Like, I'll even admit that. But seriously, man, this video will melt his heart. So I'll throw them up on New Year's Day. They're already up on the channel, ready to go. I just haven't put them up yet. Or have I? Did I put them up already? I probably already have put them up. Do you know, I'm going to check. That's what I'll call.
Eating the dog biscuit.
Oh, did he do? Oh, I did. Didn't I put them up already? Ignore what I just said about 2 minutes ago. The whole sentence, the whole thing that I brought up, just ignore that. Just pretend that was in an alternate reality and that was a different Noel that said that, but not this Noel. Am I making any sense? Am I making any sense? No? Okay. Anyway, we do have another Noel coming on in January. On the 3rd of January. Noel Clark will be joining me again. So, yeah, someone actually wrote in the messages in the in the comment section and asked me how the hell did I get Noel Clark on. Well, I told this story, but as it is a little bit of a funny story and a bit of a up yours to the stands, I'll tell you the story. So
there
this
you
is
go.
how.
Just very quickly, that could be something that you can be happy for, getting him on the channel.
Yeah, that was great. That was great, and I'm loving the streams. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, but that's a personal highlight, you know.
Big
I was
achievement.
just, yeah, it is. But I was kind of thinking overall in 2022, were there any highlights in 2022? I can't think of any. But yeah, getting Noel on, obviously, personally, as I said, personally, I've had a lot. So I have to be proud of that. But this is how it came about. Anyway, someone that trolled me to make a long, sorry, to make a no long story short. It's basically this: a troll went into a thread where Noel was talking to me. I was asking him onto the channel, and I told him we had done his first movie and we were thinking of doing his second movie, and then he was asking details on how we were gonna do the stream and stuff like that. And then someone that actually hates me and has tried to cancel me then come in. Oh, you should go on to Noel's own channel. Blah 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 blah. And then Noel replied back, well, maybe I will. So then, obviously, then when I seen that, I got in contact with him. Didn't think he'd reply. Thought it was just, a public thing. He wouldn't reply back to me. He did. He said he'd be interested. I says, that's brilliant. And before you know it, he came on and then he said he'd do Brotherhood. And then before you know it, then he's on again. And then he was even saying, how did this end up being a third stream? Like even he was kind of joking about it. But he is back. He's coming back. He'll be back on the 3rd of January. So that's the day before Alpha Omega's anniversary, 1 year anniversary. So come and join me for that. That'll be good. I think it's Fast Girls is the movie I think we're doing. Animals like their toys.
Not fat girls.
No,
like you said the other week.
Animals like their toys. Don't mess with them. With their toys. Yeah, I know. This era ending too is another highlight. Yeah, I know people are gonna obviously bring up Whitaker and Chibnall because obviously it is the end of the year and stuff like that. But I'm not going to try talk about it because I said me piece last night. I was the other day when I said I wasn't going to talk about it anymore. I was drawing the line under it, and I have kept to that. So, but if you want to talk about it and if you want me to read something out, that's fine, fair enough. But
I think once we have to go in the new year, I think it will help because we are still in her year, the year that she was the Doctor. So the more we distance from that, the more we sort of go into the new year. It's almost like right once we go into tomorrow, this is the year of RTD sort of thing. So it helps to break it up. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it anyway.
I saw a comment on Twitter today that pissed me off though, and I'm going to address this again. Listen, if you only see Shooty Gatwa's skin color, right, and if you're criticizing Yasmin Finney because they're trans, well, you're a despicable human being. Sorry, but that's the bottom line. You are a despicable human being. Yasmin is a grown ass adult, right? They made the decision that suited their life. Okay? Yasmin's not going out there in the Doctor Who fandom and telling us fans what to do, right? Yasmin Finney has won a lot of awards for their talent. Shooty has won an awful lot of awards because of his talent. Now, I'm only going to say this one last time. If you're not willing to judge those people on their talent, well, then it's time for you to leave the fandom, right? We're not going to judge anybody on skin color, and we're certainly not going to judge anybody because they transitioned. We will judge them by their screen performance on what they give us on TV. Simple as that. Simple as that. I'm sick and tired of seeing the same old shit on Twitter from people saying, well, RTD is woke because he cast a black man and there's a trans companion. Well, if you have an issue with that, see you later. Get away. Get out of the fandom, right? At the bottom line is this, right? The bottom line is this. The Doctor is male. Is what we all wanted. The Doctor to be a bloke again. Right? The Doctor's a bloke again. His skin colour is irrelevant. His skin colour is irrelevant. If you only see his skin colour, you're a racist. I'm sorry, but that's just it. There's no other way around it. There's no but this and that. No. If you're not willing to judge him on his acting, I'm willing to judge Yasmin on their acting, then go away. Go away. Leave. No room for you fans either. And the same with the other fans that are giving out that David Tennant's the Doctor again. You know, there's no room for you fans either. So if you have a problem with the Doctor being a white male again, well, you get out of the fandom too. You can join the racist twats as well. Because you're racist twats. These are all the fucking same. So I'll go.
Yeah, it's getting really old
it
now.
It's getting out of hand, man. I don't mind genuine criticism. Listen, I don't mind genuine criticism, Cinnamon. If it's genuine fucking criticism and they have facts to back up what they're saying, like we did Jordan the Jody and Chris Chibnall era. That's the difference. We had the facts and the shit to back us up, right? We haven't seen anything of Yasmin, and she was in the trailer, and she looked fucking great. She delivered her line, whatever line she had in this. She was grand. Was her being trans? Did that fucking change? Did that somehow make the scene worse or better? No, I just saw that person in the role, just like I will see Shooty in the role, just like I did with Jodie Whittaker, except she was fucking shy. That's just the difference there. But seriously, it just needs to stop. Just wait and see what happens. If you're vindicated, fine, fair enough. Tap yourselves on the back, circle jerk, and all have a fucking merry good time, right? But why you would want to be right in the first place when you claim to be Doctor Who fans is fucking beyond me anyway. I've never understood that. People out there just wanting it to fail for the sake of the fact of what happened the last 5 years. Don't blame RTD what happened 5 years ago for the last 5 years. Don't be blaming him. It's not his fault.
That's how I look at it. Some people, when they say, "Oh, it's a red flag." What? That he's black. I said, "Well, okay."
I thought this was a chill stream. It's supposed to be a chill stream, but we are kind of looking back on 2022, so I will get a bit. I did actually say that on Twitter. In fairness, if you actually look, I did say there'll be a rant or two. So there's your first one.
Yeah, in review.
Yeah.
But yeah,
no, it just needs to stop. Look, if that all that stuff is a problem for you, right? Why even say anything and expose yourself anyway? Just keep it to yourself. Just keep it to yourself, man. I just don't know. I just don't know, man. I get it. The last 5 years were shit, right? It broke me. It did. You've all seen it. It broke me, right? But I just don't. I'm not willing to stay stuck in the past. I'm moving on with the show. And that's what we're supposed to do as Doctor Who fans anyway. It's just the last 5 years. And look, I don't blame any fan that doesn't want to come back because of what happened the last 5. That's not what I'm saying. But there are people deliberately out there that aren't going to watch, that are on Twitter, and they're saying the vilest stuff, even though they're not even going to watch, but they seem to think that they can have an opinion on Shooty's skin colour and the fact that Yasmin Finney is trans. If you're not going to watch the show and you've already wrote it off Well, then why the fuck are you even opening your mouth in the first place?
What annoys me is
Do
that
you
I'm
get
seeing
that? Do
some
you get that,
people.
Cinnamon? But do you get that? Like, if you're not going to watch, right? If you're not, I'll give you an example, right? I'll just throw a show out there, right? Say fucking EastEnders, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to watch EastEnders, but you're not going to bitch and moan about EastEnders on YouTube or Twitter and say, I'm not watching it because the character. You're just not going to say that, are you, though? That's the thing. That's what I
wouldn't
can't
know.
get. Is
It gets
that
to the point where it's
mentality
like,
where everybody has to announce, I'm not watching anymore. Now, don't get me wrong, I did it in the early days. Right? I made a lot of mistakes over the early days. No, I've never denied that. Right? I've learned along the way. But all of this nonsense, giving out about something, even when you decide you're not going to watch anymore. Well, if you're not going to watch, then there's no point to fucking moan about it. Move on to something else. It's why a lot of people are getting called out nowadays. And a lot of people are getting wise to a lot of YouTube channels out there now. It's because they see it. They see it now. They see what I see. It's just moaning for the sake of fucking moaning. I could do that. I could come on and say, oh, yeah, sure, it's a woke casting. Oh, yeah. Millie Gibson, yeah, she's going to be a Karen. Yeah, she's going to be a Karen. Yeah. Oh, Yasmin Finney is her. Oh, she's a terrible person because she's trans. Oh, jeez, they're going to melt their head. I could be that. Right? I could do that. Right? And I can guarantee I'll probably get fucking hundreds of thousands of people watching me. But I'm not, because that's not the way I judge things. I watch these people work in their craft and see how good they are. And if the both of them blow me socks away, I'm going to say it. And if the both of them are bad, I'll say they're bad. But I'm not looking for them to be bad or hoping for them to be bad.
Why would we? Yeah, why would we?
Exactly. Anyway, what were you going to say before I interrupted you twice? Because I did interrupt you twice there. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. But we do have Holden in the chat as well. I just want to give him a quick shout out. But yeah, go ahead.
I think what I was sort of going to say was I think that it's getting a bit like attention now. It's like that sort of person who's like, right, I'm leaving now, and it's like, okay, bye. No, but I'm leaving now. Yeah, okay. No, but I'm leaving now. Like, yeah, all right, fine. It's kind of like that. It's like, all right, fine, okay.
Oh, those people annoy me as well. Look, if you're right. Another thing as well, right? Yeah, nobody needs the big announcement from all you asshole celebrities out there, right? Gonna just tell you out straight. If you are leaving Twitter, just fucking leave. Nobody gives a shit. Like I know you have that big of an ego that you actually think us people, right, that are fucking worrying about our bills and our fucking kids and our putting food on the table are fucking are devastated that you fuckers are leaving Twitter. Right? We don't care. Leave Twitter. Nobody cares. Bye. Yay. You know what I mean? Who cares? You know what I mean? Most of the people that are saying are leaving Twitter are washed up anyway. They're washed up anyway. Cher now is blaming people for she's blaming anti-vaxxers because she read the stuff about that the anti-vaxxers were putting out and she caught the flu or something, or some mad shite. And now she's blaming the anti-vaxxers for misinformation. I'm sorry, but you can't blame them for you being a fucking idiot. That's your fault. You're a fucking idiot. You don't blame other people for your stupidity. Right? Look, the way I've always been with the vaccine is this. Right? If you want to get it, get it. If you don't want to get it, nobody should force you to get it. That's the way I am. I have no dog in this fucking fight whatsoever. Right? That's just the way I live my life. Right? I don't dictate to anybody. But Cher have crying because she listened to people and then something happened to her, and yeah, she's deflecting because she's a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Simple as that. Right? Anybody that listens to anybody out there, I wouldn't even listen to the medical experts either. These are all fucking idiots if he's listening to them. If he's listening to politicians anyway. We all know this. I don't need to repeat all of this. You all know that the government, the media, and all this been lying to you for decades. So why do you think all of a sudden we're going to tell you the fucking truth? And then share, oh, this is anti-vaxxers' fault. No, it's not your fault for being a tick and not educating yourself. All right, simple as that. Don't be blaming other people for you being stupid. To say, is this society over anyway? We have this victimhood mentality anyway, don't we? Nobody likes to take responsibility for their own stupidity, their own mistakes, right? They like to blame everybody else.
And they own the science. Dr. Fauci owns the science.
Seriously, man. Man, your woman that said we own the science on fucking climate change. That was another one that meant nobody owns science. What are you talking about, you stupid fucking educated, stupid Bambi head prick? You don't own the science on climate change. Nobody owns science. Albert Einstein doesn't even own these fucking own theories, you fuck.
I look at them saying that as them saying that what they're really saying is we own the narrative.
Of course
we're
they
in
do.
control.
Of course they do. Of course they do. They own the narrative just like they've always done. People need to watch. Do you know, I can't actually believe how gullible, though, society has become. Because us and people that I bring on, have on here, and people that we interact with, they know the way the world's been, the way it's being run these last few decades. Right? It's dirty. It's slimy. The stuff that governments and world governments, the shady shit that they've been doing for decades. Like, and now all of a sudden they want us to believe the media. They want us to believe the government when they tell us that this thing is a savior and all of this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to believe them. Yeah. There's not, I'm sorry to say this. There are few honest politicians out there, but even they become corrupt when they get the power. But you can't trust any politician in this world. There's not. Even as I said, even if there are decent ones, if they don't get into power and aren't corrupted, they'll never get into power, and they can't really make a difference anyway. So it's
going clean, come out dirty.
It's a waste. We had one in Dublin. He was a TD. He fought for the working class, and he got a lot of houses built. He would have been a great leader of this country, but he was a backbencher. And because he was a backbencher and they considered he didn't have the personality, he never became leader. And that was a missed opportunity. He would have been one of the greatest leaders we ever had. But they don't. That's not how it's done. It's not how it's done. Prime Drink Society. Oh, yeah, I read about that today, actually, that logo. Yeah. I just got to say it, right? I don't care, because I hear he goes after everybody anyway, even small YouTubers. So I'll just say Logan Paul and his brother are pricks. They have done. Look, I can't really say much on this YouTube channel, but go and read about those two guys, right? They made their fortune by basically how can I put this without getting into trouble? By not so honest means. Let's just say they've gotten involved in some dodgy shit recently, and there's millions of dollars gone missing. Those two brothers are idiots. All of those social media influencers, right? People say I'm not a social media influencer. I don't consider myself a social media influencer. All I am is a fucking Irishman idiot that lives in Dublin that comes on and talks to you guys. I'm not trying to influence anybody, right? I'm not a social media influencer, but all of those social media influencers, they're all a bunch of assholes, right? They've ruined society along with social media. They're a bunch of ticks, uneducated twats. Just look at the Kardashians. They've literally made billions by doing absolutely fuck all. And you know what? You have to give it to them. Fair play. You know, and some will say it's because, you know, our famous dad, who now is a woman, worked on the O.J. Simpson case. No, it probably happened when, by the way. It probably happened when Kim Kardashian's mom walked into the bedroom, seeing what she was up to, and decided to get the video camera out and then tell them how to do their business on the bed. That's how the Kardashians became famous. And that's all they'll ever be known as, you know, rich, famous trailer trash. Simple as that. No time for them. They're a waste of space. They've been investigated as well. They sell all these diet pills to their fans and all of that. And if you read all the stuff about it's not. I don't know how they get away with it because they have money. Anyway, let's bring on our other guest. We have another guest now that's in the chat. We haven't seen this guest in a long, long time, so it's good to see him back. It's good to see him back. It'll be interesting to see how his year has gone because we have, as I said, it's been a while since we've seen him. So you are just a woman hater. Yeah, I am. I hate you all. There you go. Anyway, here he is, aka Josh. I don't hate you all. Of course, I love women. I'm married to one. If I hated women, I wouldn't have got married to her. Listen, if I hated women, right, what would have happened was I would have become gay. Simple as that. I would have been gay. Simple as that. Because I wouldn't deal with the fucking hassle of women. Simple as that. But I love women, so, and I'm married to one, so, yeah. I have to make sure she is a woman now.
Well, you can't be too careful about these things, can you?
I was only joking, by the way. Just in case people think I wasn't. Anyway, we know you guys think I was, but some fucking idiot that's probably watching that's offended right now. Hey, Josh.
Hello, Noel. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you? You sound a bit down, pal.
Yeah, I just lost a friend this week. It's been rough. I just helped him celebrate a 50th birthday a few months ago, and all of a sudden I got a text this week. He had a massive heart attack and he passed, and it's like, whoa! It's just hitting me like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
But wow, like it's one thing, when someone is sick and they get sicker and then you get used to it, but when it just like boom, when it happens like literally in an instant, it's crazy.
No, you're right. Because when someone is terminally ill, you're obviously like you're there, you're witnesses it, and you are adapting to it. But when it just happens like that, yeah, right. Yeah, our condolences, and there are a few people in the chat there sharing their condolences as well. But yeah, Jesus, man, that's a tough one, Ari.
It's been.
But how are you? Besides that, how are you anyway? How have you been doing?
Lots of changes. My work is moving, and trying to keep abreast of all the changes that's going on in life and the world, and with Doctor Who, and the ups, the downs, and all around. Yeah, I don't think we've had. I've been on since possibly since Shooty was announced.
I think we were on stream together. Yeah.
One of the other hello, Cinnamon. I'm sorry for ignoring you. I want to.
It's all right, mate.
And it's and it turns out it's one of your other attendees. It's Ezra. I've discovered him through here. Turns out he lives in my city, so I think we're going to be getting together at some point. Sure.
Nice.
So thanks to and I've had a couple of chats with Lee. I don't know if he's on today, but he's brilliant, and hopefully I'll get another a chat in with him. And it's funny, I've been hearing some of the stuff that you had mentioned just before I came on, and how you. I gotta ask do you remember? I'm gonna about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years now. They had a production in England of Anne Boleyn with Jodie Turner-Smith, and of course it was really strange because she's a black actress playing a white woman. What were your thoughts on that? Because I'm going to tie that back to Doctor Who in a moment.
I haven't actually. I didn't watch the Anne Boleyn thing, so I can't actually give an opinion. But I will say this. Yeah. Obviously, for what I know from history, Anne Boleyn, as you rightly pointed out, isn't a black woman. So, while they seem to be doing it with entertainment and all of that, fair enough, we mightn't agree with it, but they can do it there. But you don't start changing history or revising history because you want to score some woke points with the audience. I haven't watched it. I won't watch it. I did watch a show that had Anne Boleyn in it. I had Jonathan Rhys-Meyers in it as well. It was called The Tudors. If you actually want to watch a decent show about the Tudor dynasty, that's the Henry VIII's reign anyway of the Tudor dynasty. That is a great show to watch with Jonathan Rhys-Meyers, but I wouldn't be watching that abomination that was on Channel 5. To be quite honest with you, I hate all of this revisionist revising history. It's absolutely ridiculous. If you don't like the history, well, then don't fucking read it. But it's there, and that's the end of it. We learn from our history, and we learn from our past, and we move on. Isn't that what it's all about, Josh?
So agreed. So why I brought that up is that there are some of us who we're perfectly fine with Black people, and we have Black friends, etc., who, in that same vein, who have grown into this character of the Doctor, who's been a British white male for 50 years, find it in the same vein as a Jodie Turner-Smith. And I know some people would like to interpret it, everyone who feels that way is racist, but I disagree. And some people think that, you know what, that something just doesn't sit right with it. And to prove the example, for example, just that it makes sense. I'm a huge fan of Sherlock Holmes, and I've always been a huge fan of and the interpretations from Basil Rathbone to Jeremy Brett, and it's brilliant. And I've also liked what's his name, Robert Downey Jr. and Robert Downey Jr.'s portrayal of, say, things Iron Man, and he plays Iron Man so well. You can't possibly think of anyone else in that role as Iron Man, because he just owns the character.
Absolutely.
But Iron Man is different. Iron Man's different. The Doctor can regenerate. The Doctor can change face.
Hold on.
So that's the difference.
Let me finish the thought. Let me put the puzzle pieces together. As much as I am a fan of Sherlock Holmes in this, and Robert Downey Jr., I don't think Sherlock Holmes should ever be a comedy, and I think he should be distinctly British. That was something about it. So I never watched Guy Ritchie's interpretation. I thought it was silly. So, for someone who's going to call someone out as like, oh, you hate Shooty guy, then I might as well be called an Robert Downey Jr.-ist, because sometimes things just don't work. I might like tuna fish. I might like peanut ice cream, but I'm not going to like tuna fish flavored ice cream. It's the same thing.
I kind of find it hard to see that, to be quite honest with you, because again, you're saying you don't like Sherlock, the Robert Downey Jr. interpretation, because it was funny. I've watched it. Yes, it does have a few funny moments in it, but it's actually quite serious. But that's not the same. Again, as I said, I mean, you brought up Iron Man as well. Again, that's not the same thing as the character that can regenerate and change his face. You know what I mean? So I'll ask you, because I want to be fair. So so give me your reason why Shooty being Black and being the Doctor now.
Right.
What is the issue with that? Like, why do you think it won't work, in your opinion? Obviously, you think the Doctor should be a white male, yes? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, because it's the same thing as having it's the same thing of having a portrayal of, I'm trying to think of so many examples. A documentary of the Queen of England featuring Jackie Chan as the Queen. It doesn't make sense. Yes, the Doctor can regenerate, but what happens is when you establish a canon within the rules. So there are two streams here. There are some people who think that, oh, he can change to anything, and there are some people. I mean, but you get into the same arguments that you had when Jodie came along. And if you say, oh, if you call them on skin color, then I can come back and say, well, you only see gender. And it's the same thing. It's some things, they establish a certain canon there for over 50 years that it's been.
Yeah, but under Stephen Moffat's era of Doctor Who, it'll be argued that it was added to canon that Time Lords could change race. So it's already been established in the Moffat era. So they added to canon in that. So you saying you don't therefore consider what Stephen Moffat did as canon?
Are you talking about the last season of Peter Capaldi?
It was the Hellbent, yeah. It was Hellbent where he did wasn't it the gender, the race swap?
The general.
The general.
It was a black woman, and she said, "Oh, the other time was a man."
Shoots her, and then he comes out, and she makes a comment.
But it was, but Josh, it was made canon then, though. In fairness,
even before that,
I'm just trying, and it was before that, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here and just try to find out why it's such an issue. When it's already been established in canon a few times, Jordan New Who's run. Are you just going exclusively with classic era, which are canon in your mind? Or do you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? Because New Who has always been, yes, we like to say that the two shows, are kind of side by side. But let's be honest, Classic Who is Classic Who, and New Who is New Who. Right? Okay. When New Who came back, RTD obviously did things that were different to Classic Who. Those things were accepted in canon. So if Stephen Moffat done it, and if it was done before that, that's why I'm asking you, why is it an issue when it's been established in canon? You've talked about canon, so it is important to bring it up that it has been established in canon. So why is there still an argument? I'm just trying to get... Because I'm hoping that someone can actually answer this for me.
I'm trying.
Because I'm finding it confusing because it is part of canon. You mightn't necessarily agree that it should happen, but it's being established. And I think,
saying is, in the same vein that there are people out there who, so that didn't care for Jodie as the Doctor, and that saying, oh, just because I don't think the Doctor should be a woman, that doesn't mean that I hate women. So in that same argument.
No, but again, right? The whole thing with Jodie Whittaker changing, right? Changing. That wasn't. The whole thing for the female Doctor wasn't a natural change. Exactly. That's the word I was trying to get across. It wasn't a natural change. Whereas, as I said, we'd already seen it progress in Doctor Who, Jordan, both the Moffat and the RTD era, that this was possible. Time Lords. We actually seen them in Gallifrey as well. So it's established. So it's already been established in the RTD era that there were black Time Lords from Gallifrey. That's why I'm trying to.
And even before that in Classic Who, yes, we never saw a woman regenerate into a female, or never saw a female Time Lord regenerate into a male Time Lord. But it was never stated in Classic Who that it couldn't happen. It also never stated that it could happen, but it also didn't say that it couldn't.
That's what I mean. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to understand why it's an issue. That's all. If you can explain it to me and make me understand, then that's great. But I just see that whole argument with the Doctor being black. I think that argument has gone out the window now, to be quite honest with you. I don't think it holds up. I'm not going to say, listen, you have your reasons. I've actually seen people be blatantly racist about. I'm not calling you racist for saying that you think that the Doctor should be a white male. I've seen blatant racist from people that have said worse, right? That's all I'm trying to say. Look, bottom line is, I think it's been already established in canon. I've never seen an issue with it. I've never had an issue with it. Even when Jodie Whittaker was cast, I was always saying I would love Richard Ayoade to be the Doctor. A lot of people agreed with me. I don't think race is actually an issue with most of the fandom. I think they've actually, if you've seen the reaction now, I think everybody is fully on board. Everybody can't wait for David, and then we're all full steam ahead with Shooty. But I just don't think that argument holds up anymore. I think that's an old argument that just doesn't. It doesn't. But it actually doesn't.
There's two streams. I find there are people who are fine with it and people who are not. But not everyone who is not fine with it. I wouldn't, bring them all out and paint them with a big racist.
No, I agree. I agree with you. No. Some people have. Look. I'm trying to understand it. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why we're having it, because I'm trying to understand it. Right. So I can't, because you talk about canon, but then it's already been established in canon, so you can't use that argument. And then the argument that it's been 50 years a white male, okay, to a certain degree, you can use that argument, because for over half the century, you're absolutely right, the Doctor has been a white male. But the show has to evolve. The show has to move on, and it can't stay stuck in the past. That's the problem. It can't stay stuck in the past. It has to move on. Now, when it moved on with a female Doctor, did we all agree with it? No, because it wasn't a natural change. There was no build up to it. It was just bang, right? As I said, the race swap, Time Lord, or whatever you want, right? It's already been established during New Who, right? And as
for Time Lords, but I'm saying for this particular.
But if Time Lords can do it and they can regenerate, then your argument still doesn't hold up, because then if they can regenerate from, say, a white woman to a black man, well then, But clearly, if Shooty's Doctor is a Time Lord like them, he could regenerate into it. Well, he obviously has regenerated from a woman to a black man.
Well, it hasn't happened yet. No,
it has. It has now.
To David Tennant, let's not forget about.
Well, yeah, but he will regenerate. So even if he does, he regenerates from David into Shooty or whoever Shooty's got, whoever the regenerate. We don't know yet, right? But it doesn't matter. It's still going to be whoever it's going to be. It's going to be white, right? So he's going to go from a white Time Lord to a black Time Lord. Yeah.
All I'm saying is I'm using the Jodie Turner-Smith argument. That's how it looks like. Someone who historically has been white, the same thing is suddenly portrayed by a black person.
No, but that's actual hit. Yeah, but that again, that's different.
That's a deliberate misinterpretation of history.
Well, no, but think about it. There's logic to what I'm saying. So you may agree, you may not, but I wouldn't be bringing out the big racist brush with everyone who sees that.
And that's why
listen. The reason why I call people racist is because I've seen a bit of racism on Twitter, right? If you took that personally, right, that's not, then I'm not calling you racist, mate. But like, if you took that personally, that's not my issue. That's your issue. I'm not calling you racist. I'm just saying I cannot understand why people are still stuck up on Shooty skin color when it's already been established in Classic Who and New Who that Time Lords can change skin color. But you don't want the Doctor to change skin color because he's been a white for 50 odd years. I'm sorry, but the show has to evolve, move on, and change, Josh.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Nuances over the years that have sort of been canon. Then for this story there is, and this story there isn't. Like when
look at nobody will disagree with you. The Doctor Who canon's all over the place. We know that, right? But there's certain things that have been set in stone, right? The skin color has never been set in stone, though. It hasn't been set in stone. They might have had a Doctor for the last white male Doctor for that, but it's never been set in stone and specifically said in the show itself that the Doctor cannot change skin color.
And that was the point I was trying to make.
Well, all I'm saying is someone like Martin Luther King, who was assassinated at age 39, an obviously black character, an activist, and then as opposed to someone like the Doctor, who's been around even longer as a white guy, it just, I can see where people would have an issue with it. But the reality is Doctor Who's at a very precarious time. It's coming at a time when 10 million of 12 million down to 2 whatever, we know that the ratings are in the tank, and this is a very pivotal moment, and there are certain things that have happened in the last little while that have, we want to know where the next direction of the show is, and it could, to a lot of people who are never going to come back, and the show is on a precipice. And it's so like Disney comes along. If you're in England, you get to see Doctor Who, but outside of England, I'm in Canada. So the problem here is now that it's gone to Disney, on up till now, if I wanted to watch Doctor Who when it comes on, that special of the day, I turn my TV, go to the Sci-Fi channel, and it's on. But now that Disney's bought it, it's now on a streaming.
Disney haven't bought it. Disney haven't bought it.
They bought the distribution rights.
They've only got just distribution rights. They have no say in the show. But you are right. It will be harder for people outside the UK. They'd have to get Disney to actually watch it. But again, nobody's forcing anybody to buy Disney either, because I know people have a problem with Disney and Disney Plus. Like, do you know what I mean? Again,
forget about Disney. It's been purchased by a streaming service. Okay, so that means I've got to decide if I want to watch Doctor Who. I've got to now pay an additional service. Now, this is way back when Doctor Who was high on the hog, and it was great, and with Tennant Smith and all that business. And then it's like, okay, that's an easy choice to make. But after what's happened with some people not coming back, do I want to pay that extra money for the service? So, first of all, I know.
But why should you let? But hold on, Josh. Right? Yeah. I just want to. Why should you let other people influence whether you come back or not, just because they're not coming back? Fuck the people that aren't coming back, and I will address the people that aren't coming back. Yeah. If the people that don't want that have decided that they're done with the show, that's fine, right? As far as I'm concerned, that's good, right? But I'd suggest that they shut the fuck up talking about the show then. Right? Simple as that. If you're not going to watch, why is everybody so consumed whether the Doctor is black, whether he has a trans companion or not, or this, that, and the other? Like, I don't get it. But anyway, you do have a decision to make whether you're going to get Disney Plus to watch Doctor Who. I would say to give RTD a go. That's what I would say to you. If you've seen the trailer, if that trailer didn't do anything for you, well, then RTD, there's no hope for you, because RTD won't be able to do anything to win you back. It's as simple as that. That trailer has blew up. Have you seen the trailer? Blew up.
I have seen the trailer.
Yeah, it's blew up. It has. It's blew up.
It's a lot of fun. And
yeah. Tell me, when you watched that trailer, did you get any emotion? Did you feel anything?
I'm dying to see who Neil Patrick Harris is going to be.
There you go. So you did feel something. So you actually did feel something then. You felt something. You had a little spark.
I'm curious about it, but I'm just saying the bigger picture. And I know that is...
Well, fuck the bigger picture for that. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why everybody's making the mistake. You're trying to look at the bigger picture, but you don't know what the bigger picture is because you haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen anything. Just because he's cast certain people doesn't mean that it's going to go that direction. He's not fucking Chris Chibnall. He's not Jodie Whittaker. He's not fucking Pierce Wenger. Do you know what I mean, man? I just wish people just give the man a chance. If you liked his era in 2005, there's no reason why you're not going to like his era in 2023. He hasn't changed in that way when it comes to Doctor Who. He might have changed with his political beliefs, and he might be a bit Lulu when it comes to some of the things that he says, but when it comes to writing Doctor Who, there's nobody fucking better to take on the mantle than RTD. And you know that, Josh, because you like his first era. Come on. Just give them...
And I think we're in for some magic for the 60th. But I mean, as I said, there's a few things you have to consider when as much as you think that Disney doesn't have a hand in it, there's the old expression: the one who pays the piper plays the tune.
No,
And
that money. No, sorry, that money doesn't kick in until Shooty Gatwa's fourth season, and they have absolutely that was verified, and it was Bad Wolf came out, made a statement, and the BBC press office made a statement. Disney have no influence whatsoever. Yes, they are giving money, right? But they're giving money because they want, obviously, to distribute it because Disney is failing right now, as you know, Josh, right? They're not making their own great content at the moment. So they're looking around the world and they're picking up all of these shows, right? And, you know, Doctor Who is a famous brand. It might have suffered the last few years, but it's a famous brand. And Disney were desperate to get it. So they were willing to throw money at Bad Wolf and say, well, we wanted that much here. We'll give you fucking money to make the show. We'll distribute it and we'll make Doctor Who go global. So there's a fucking Disney's going to make money. BBC's going to make money. Bad Wolf is going to make money. Everybody's going to make money. They're going to be happy.
So I'm going to ask this question, and I'd be interested to see what people in the chat say, because they're talking about expanding the Doctor Who universe. That's common knowledge. And when I hear expanding the Doctor Who universe, I hear actually diluting the Doctor Who universe, and I'd rather have. So they have 8 episodes now. In the chat, would you rather see an expanded Doctor Who universe, or instead of 8 episodes, 13 episodes in a Christmas special?
Ideally, I agree with you. I think that would be the format that I would ideally like them to continue with. Right?
I'm going for 13.
But I already know that's it's not happening. There is it is happening. I mean, even before channels were I was speaking about it. I spoke about it. Nobody listens to me. I already spoke it. It's happening. There's no ifs, buts, and maybes about it. An extended universe of Doctor Who is happening. There'll be spin-offs of Daleks. There'll be spin-offs of Cybermen. There'll be probably a couple of old faces coming back doing spin-off shows and stuff like that. Now, if done properly, Josh, it can enhance the main show. But I do get where you're coming from with the worry on this one, because we've seen Disney do it, we've seen Marvel do it, and we've seen the MCU do it, and they've oversaturated the market with all of these shows, and it has diluted their main franchise. I will agree with you on that. But again, RTD isn't Disney, RTD is a Marvel, and he isn't any of these other companies. And he's been talking, listen, even back in 2005, right? You go back to his interviews even in 2004 when he was talking about Doctor Who. He even had this in his mind then of extending and expanding the universe. That's why we got Torchwood. That's why we got the Sarah Jane Adventures. And there were plenty of more that were going to be in the pipeline, but they never materialized. Noel Clarke was even on here and he spoke about it. He was supposed to be in Torchwood. He was going to be a new member of Torchwood. He was supposed to be actually in Doctor Who more than what he was actually in as well. So there was loads of other stuff planned even back then. So this is nothing new. This is something that RTD has wanted to do since 2004. Right. So now that he has the budget to do it, he's going to do it. But I do agree with you. When it comes to the spin-offs, we do have to be a bit cautious, because we seen what happened to Disney, you know. They threw out a lot of Star Wars shows, and let's be honest, I think the one that we can all universally agree with that was half decent, or some people think was great, I'm one of those, was The Mandalorian. As for the rest of it, it was utter shite, right? So that's what I'm worried about, is that Doctor Who becomes good again, and then they start doing spin-offs, but the spin-offs are not as fucking good, and then they bring down the quality of the whole lot. I don't want that to happen.
Yes, and you've said it yourself. With all the others, none of them worked. I'm not sure why this would be any different with the same monetary source and the same people who do it. So I'm hoping, but hope only goes so far. I mean, we've seen what's happened to the main show over the past while. I don't know. It's in a very precarious spot right now. I am looking forward to the Doctor Who 2023. I am curious about the next phase, but I don't know. I don't have that same, passion about it that I used to have in the earlier era. I think they've taken some of that away in some of the latest. Lee made a great point when he said, "Oh, you have unlimited regeneration, timeless child. There's no tension anymore. The doctor gets this just gets hurt or killed. They'll just regenerate infinitely." So,
well, they do cap it. I think a lot of people miss that. I think a lot of people still seem to think that he's got 100 billion infinite amount of regenerations. Now, maybe the Timeless Child did, but I think after they built up Gallifrey and once he was reborn as the Doctor.
Well, that's what the Timeless Child was designed originally to fix the issue of trying to come up with ideas of how to give the Doctor his regeneration cycles every time. Obviously, it came up to that point where they'd have to give. So, and also, obviously, as he said himself in his own words, he wanted to add a mystery to the Doctor's character. Yeah, he added mystery, all right. He added a mystery of shite that nobody can decipher still to this fucking day, mate. That's where he's left us. Hey, Peter's in the chat. We got Cyber Matt Strikes in the chat as well. The link is in the chat. If some of you want to come on, say hello, Happy New Year. If someone wants to give you their thoughts and opinions, I don't want to get bogged down on Doctor Who, obviously.
I can give you a joke if you want.
But I suppose it is the end of the year where it was always going to come back to this fucking poxy fucking era again. But anyway,
all I'd say is that it's okay if you're not as excited. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not missing out. You obviously feel the way you do, and there's absolutely you're perfectly fine to feel the way you do. I think all I suggest is to take it sort of one day at a time, or maybe not one day at a time, but you know what I mean. Take it step at a time. Let's just wait until the 60th.
I just don't think people should be judging RTD because of what happened the last 5 years. That was Chibnall. That was the old regime. We're in a new regime now. Look, if he repeats the same mistakes as Chibs and RTD, as I said, you can all pat yourselves on the back and you can all fucking meet up and circle jerk and all of that, right? But as I said, I don't know why you would want to be right anyway, because you're all supposed to be fucking Doctor Who fans. We all want what's best for the fucking show. So let's just wait and see. And as I said, obviously I'm glad and delighted that Josh said that he actually liked the trailer, because I'm being honest with you, if you were a Doctor Who fan, even with the last 5 years gone, if that trailer did nothing for you, well, then you're dead inside and you might as well just fucking leave. There's no point you coming back.
You know what? A lot of people have also come forward and said, "Oh, we're waiting to see if he's going to retcon the Timeless Child." We don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of
those people are going to be disappointed as well. Listen, I told you, going to tell you again, right? It's not RTD's responsibility to fix Chris Chibnall's mess. It ain't happening, right? So get it out of your head. So he won't be coming back. He just won't be coming back because he's not going to retcon it. Okay? Simple as that. Now, you didn't believe me when I told you about the extended universe being reported. You didn't believe any of the other stuff that I told you on this channel, right? And you still don't believe me, right? I'll say it again. Chris Chibnall's Timeless Child and all of that nonsense is not going to be retconned by RTD, right? It's not his responsibility to fix someone else's fucking half-ass attempt at writing the show. Okay? Now, for everybody that says, well, I hate the Timeless Child and all this, why would you? Right, so here's another thing that's pissed me off, and see if anybody can answer me in the chat. So, for all you people out there, it's got the retcon the Timeless Child. Fair enough, right? So you hated the Timeless Child so much, but yet you want RTD to address it, right? And he can't just address it by a simple line anymore. That's gone out the window. Sorry, it is gone out the window. The line is gone out the window, coming out of the shower like JR or like fucking Bobby in Dallas. You can't do that either. That's out the door as well. You would have to actually explain this now. So you want RTD to get bogged down and explain someone else's fucking mess.
Well, he was brought on literally to fix the whole mess. That's why they brought him back.
No, they didn't bring him back to fix the whole mess. They brought him back to save the show. They didn't bring him back to fix nothing. He's not back to fix the mess. So being told he's not back to fix the mess. He's not back to fix nothing. He's going to ignore it completely. I told you about everybody keeps, just because David Tennant regenerated at the end of Jodie Whittaker's era, that's bookended. When Shooty's doctor comes back, it's completely different. The 60th is the last thing that's going to resemble the show that you love and know. New Who. That's 60th. When it comes back under Shooty, it's not going to be the way you saw it before in the past from 2005 onward. That's gone. It's gone. Yous are all not. They've been saying it to you all along. It's Doctor Who, a new generation of Doctor Who. It's not going to be acting like you know it. It's not going to be acting like the way we've known it. From, as I said, 2005 all the way up. That format is gone. It's gone. It's out the window. It's gone.
At the end of the day, if he puts in the elements that people like, people will stay.
Exactly. The 60th is our last hurrah. The 60th is going to be our last time that you are going to feel a certain way about the show. It's going to be nostalgia. That's what the Power of the Doctor was all about. This is what his 60th anniversary is going to be all about. It's a celebration of the past and what came before. And then when Shooty comes along, it's a completely different ball game, a completely different kettle of fish altogether. It's a brand new show for a new generation. That's what they said. These are all missing all of the words that they're telling you here. They're telling you that this show, why do you think the logo has the regeneration energy? They're telling you the show itself is regenerating. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same the way it was from 2005 to Jodie Whittaker. It's gone. It's done. That phase of Doctor Who is done. We're moving on. This is going to be something different. This is going to be like when they do a game back in the 90s and they reimagine it.
That's the fourth.
That's what
logo.
This is what's going to happen. Do you know the way Moffat did it? He did a semi-reboot. He kind of reimagined the show, right? But it still kind of had the same feel. Well, RTD is just going to reimagine the whole show, but it's not going. It'll have your elements that you like, but this is completely different. This is, you don't even know what you're in for. You actually think when you come back in 2023 that you're going to be watching the same sort of Doctor Who. You aren't.
We'll see if he brings back the magic. If the magic is there, the fans will come back. If it isn't,
that's it.
Won't. It's that simple.
That's it. That's it. I believe in him. I do. He proved himself. He gave us what, 5 years? 4 in the specials, 5 years altogether. It was more consistent than Moffat's era anyway, let's just say that. And we got a lot of great memories from it, and it's considered the golden era of New Who. His reign, RTD's reign. So, I just say, just wait and see. I think the trailer is gonna show just that he still has the magic. If you didn't feel anything with that trailer, I feel sorry. I actually do feel sorry for people. That trailer doesn't do it for you. Then Chris Chibnall has really done a number on you, and it's fucking sad. And Chris Chibnall ought to be ashamed of himself. Seriously. I watched that trailer, and I swear I had to watch it again because I was like, did that really happen? I just was in a bit of shock because it felt like Doctor Who. So I watched it again. Then I watched it again. And I watched it again. I watched that trailer about 20 times, maybe. 20 times. Over and over. Look. Enjoy this, because the 60th is our last bit of nostalgia before he's get kicked up the backside, and he's are presented with a new show that's called Doctor Who, but not the same show.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's a lot of unknown, and we're gonna see. But outside of Doctor Who, I'll just do a quick mention. I saw a great movie. I'll plug it.
Yeah, you plug that while I get a beer. Been trying to get a beer the last bleeding half hour, but everybody kept talking. I didn't find a fucking gap in to say, "Can I go and get me beer?"
Yeah, mainly you.
All right. So I saw the movie Glass Onion, which is the Knives Out 2 with Daniel Craig.
That one.
It was fantastic. It was my most anticipated movie of the year. It did not disappoint. And it's funny. I know when things got a little heated, I'm happy to share a Christmas joke. How risque can I get on this channel, Cinnamon?
Relatively PG.
Oh,
Can you get a font to that?
Okay. I don't know. The joke is funny.
We can chance it. I think we can chance it. He's gone. He's not here. Noel's gone.
All right. So let me try it, and then people in the chat can be the judge. So here's a joke, a Christmas joke, and hopefully, three people die on Christmas Eve, and they end up on the pearly gates in front of St. Peter. And St. Peter says, "Oh, it's Christmas Eve. I'm in a good mood. I'll let you in if you show me something Christmassy." So the first guy's rummaging through his pockets, and he pulls out a lighter, and he flicks on his lighter, and he's waving it back and forth, and he says, "Oh, this is my Christmas candle." And St. Peter goes, "Oh, that's stretching it, but go on. That's innovative. Go in before I change my mind." So the second guy is going through his pockets, and he pulls out his keys, and then he starts jangling the keys, and he says, "Oh, these are my Christmas bells." Cheers, Noel. And he says, "Oh, the Christmas bells. Oh, that's really stretching it. But go in and before I change my mind." Then the third guy comes up, and he's rummaging through his pockets, and he pulls out a pair of women's panties. And St. Peter goes to him and says, "There is no way you are going to be able to convince me that that is anything remotely related to Christmas." And the guy says, "They're carols."
Yeah, wow.
I didn't catch the start of that, so I just caught the end of it. But some people saying, "No, I'll have a drink." Yeah, I'm drinking now. I'm having a drink. Yeah. We didn't mean to get into all debatey on this channel, but I suppose that's what we do. But look, I'm just trying to go on understand that I'm not labeling Josh. Josh knows that. Josh has told me his opinions, and excuse me, and we've spoke about them. But I'm just trying to understand it. That's all. I'm not. When I was calling people racist because I seen some racist stuff earlier on Twitter, because it unfortunately is going on. It's and it needs to be sorted out. You don't need that kind of behavior in the fandom. I do know that the people are cautiously optimistic, and I know people are very cautious because of the last 5 years. But when I see downright racism, I'm gonna fucking call it out. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is, and that's how I feel about it. I just personally, I don't get it. I just say, just wait and see until we see the guy in action. And look, if Shooty turns out to be the worst doctor, then we'll say he's the worst doctor. But if he turns out to be a great doctor, then, as I said, I think people will very quickly anyway forget the fact that he's a black man and just enjoy the show. I think because of the politics, and I will say this as a defense, because of the politics, obviously, of the Chibnall era, it is very hard for some fans to, basically go along with it and not think that there might be something else to it. I will concede that. But again, I just think, there's a lot of people out there that are writing the show off, that said they're not going to watch, and they're still talking about it. Well, then if you're not going to watch, why waste your energy on writing it off and saying things that,
It's funny because we did that exactly for the past few years. All these people who said, "Oh, the doctor should be a woman. Oh, the doctor should evolve." And then when they did, these are the people who weren't fans. And at the end of the day, I have a very simple analogy. If you go to someone and say, "Oh, do you like the Mona Lisa?" And they go, "Well, I would like the Mona Lisa if they had longer hair. Oh, if I like it if they had a different this and they were daring different." Then let's face it, you don't like the Mona Lisa. This is what it is. And the show was fine for 50 years. And, the people who this, oh, it's old, it's this, then they're the ones who we should say don't watch it. Then they changed the elements. And now from 10 million down to 2 million.
Yeah, but I will say so to play devil's advocate again. You said for 50 years it was okay. No, it wasn't. It had its bad patch in the 80s and the Stephen Moffat era. It declined even before Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall came along. They just put the final nail in the coffin. But let's not kid around. When you go from a young doctor and Matt Smith, and then you cast an old guy in Peter Capaldi, which I had no problem with, but it did for the younger fans. He'd already annihilated those fans and alienated those fans, so they'd already left it anyway. So let's be under no illusion. Doctor Who was already suffering before Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker came along. The whole point, the reason why their situation is different to Shooty's is that Chris Chibnall only cast based off gender. He would only take the job unless he could cast the female doctor. And that was his way and the BBC's way to try and reignite the show. They thought by bringing in a woman that a woman could reignite the show, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. But let's be honest, the show has been under decline since the Stephen Moffat era. You know what I mean? The Jodie Whittaker and Chibnall era obviously added onto it and made it worse. But the show has been declining since RTD left, actually. Stephen Moffat had one good season, right? His second season, where he split into two with the Impossible Astronaut and all of that, there was 2 or 3 episodes in that season that were actually pretty decent. The rest were poor. Stephen Moffat was on the decline even then, right? He shouldn't have been RTD successor, in my opinion. Anyway, they shouldn't have went with him. RTD should have employed within his own little group. I know he had Moffat writing stories for him, but just because you wrote some of the best stories doesn't necessarily mean you make the best showrunner, because it's already been proven that he wasn't the best showrunner. RTD, it was better out of the two of them. Anyway, that's a fact. Right.
So in the same vein that a few minutes ago you said to me, well, if you didn't like that new trailer, I've got nothing for you. You talk about On the Decline and with Peter Capaldi. If someone didn't like Mummy on the Orient Express, which left me gobsmacked, it was just one of my favorite shows, just brilliant hour of television, or Peter Capaldi's what everyone calls the Zygon speech, which to me wasn't just one of the best pieces of Doctor Who, but the best pieces of television. And it was just amazing. I mean, if those aren't highs, then I don't know what is. I mean,
no. See, again, you're kind of with the point that I've made. You're making a blanket statement there. I didn't say that. I said that the Stephen Moffat era was on the decline. I haven't said that there wasn't any great episodes. Sure, he produced some of the best episodes within that era, but it still doesn't negate the fact that Doctor Who was actually on the decline then. He gave us Heaven Sent, brilliant. Face of the Raven, brilliant. The episode you mentioned, The Mummy and the Orient Express, brilliant. But he also gave us Hell Bent, right? He gave us other fucking trash as well. What was that one with the kids on the fake moon? That stupid episode about the Cybermen, that was absolute rubbish. Was it Into the Dalek as well? That was absolute rubbish. Right? Journey in the Center of the Tardis or whatever it was, that was shy. Right? He done a lot of shy. Right? He did a few. If you look at his era and you actually judge it properly, he's probably out of the 3-4 seasons he's done, there's probably 10 great episodes and the rest are probably average to not very good.
Well,
The only thing that saves those episodes is the performance of Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi in those. That's it. That's it.
I have a simple philosophy for me of what one of my philosophies in terms of proceeding forward generally in life, and that is very simply it's when it stops becoming fun. So at what point does it stop becoming fun? For me, the highs have to be higher than the lows are low, and that's the moment when I say, you know what, it's not fun anymore, and we'll see what happens. We've had very low lows in the past few years. Can it change? Possibly. I don't know. I'm not optimistic, but I'm willing to give it a chance. And so we'll see. We'll see what 2023 has in store.
Yeah, well,
hopefully better.
Yeah, well, it'll be. It's going to be. It's going to be very interesting. Anyway, I'm excited. I haven't been this excited in years.
It's definitely going to be big, whatever happens.
Well, look. For me, I always said if RTD can get me excited about Doctor Who again, that's half of the battle won. Right. He's gotten me excited about Doctor Who again, and that's all I can ask. Now it's up to Shooty and Millie Gibson and whoever else is going to be there to prove to us that they can actually do what RTD believes they can do, and hopefully RTD can deliver again like he did in 2005, and we should be good. But we got another guest. It's Real Super Doctor. Here we go. As I said, the link is in the chat there. Anybody wants to come on and say something. I didn't want to get bogged down on Doctor Who, but there you go. It has gotten into Doctor Who, so we'll just go with the flow anyway. But anyway, John, how are you? Happy New Year.
Not bad. I just had a couple of glasses of Baileys, and I'm just kind of relaxed now.
Oh, great. So you wanted to have your Baileys first before you come on?
Yeah, well.
Right. Yeah, I do like a bit of Baileys.
Yeah, I've no issue with Shooty. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to knock it out of the park. I think we're all worrying about nothing. Basically, it's just that I think this is going to be Doctor Who. And
I don't think John though. I don't think it is about nothing. I will defend Josh and people like him that have those opinions. It's not about nothing. It's about the last 5 years. Let's be honest. The last 5 years, the Chibnall, the media have worked on fans, and they've called fans like Josh and others and myself racist bigots and all of this and all of this other rubbish that they want to throw at us for not getting on board with the Jodie Whittaker. So it isn't actually for nothing. I do understand that there is a little bit, and that's what I said. I've always understood that side of it. But the constant keep going, repeat the same points, there's no point until you see what you see first. You know what I mean? I think the first indicator was the trailer. And as I said, if you felt something about that trailer, well, then RTD has already done his job because you felt something about it. Because you haven't felt that about Doctor Who for 5 years, have you? So if he made you feel the tiny little bit of something for Doctor Who again, well, then he done his job.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think that what Josh's point is, it's breaking tradition, and I think that the long-term fans that are more the kind of hardcore
traditionalists,
traditionalists, it's because it's just breaking tradition, and I mean, we've got.
Well, a lot of fans thought you were breaking tradition when William Hartnell, when he got sick, and when Troughton, obviously. There's some fans out there that actually haven't watched Doctor Who since William Hartnell. They don't consider any other Doctor canon, right? Yeah. So I know those fans exist. Those type of fans do exist. But I do agree with you. I do think it's not that you are worrying about nothing. You do have have legitimate concerns. But all I think people should do is wait and see what happens. Wait until we see the first episode, and if it's as bad as everybody thinks that it's going to be, then fair play. But if it's not, what if it is good? What if Shooty knocks it out of the park? What if Shooty blows you away and he's the best Doctor since fucking Peter Capaldi, which is not hard because we had Jodie Whittaker.
thing is, no, I have not got a bad vibe about this. I thought I did, but I didn't. I didn't have that bad vibe when Jodie was cast because a lot of expectation was on her because she was the first female doctor, and it was like there was a lot of odds onto it. You know, it was like, is this going to be bad or is this going to be good? Because it was this confusion that was going on, and the fandom was splitting, and it was generating this negativity, and we all
don't
didn't
need
want
that
to be
again.
in that. We didn't
We
want to
don't
be
need
in
that
that.
again. We don't need
We
that
don't need
again.
it. We don't
We
need it.
don't.
No, because what we need is we need to move forward. We need to accept that Doctor Who now, it's going to be for a new generation. I mean, we've got to accept that. I mean, as a hardcore Whovian, I've watched episodes back to back, and I know my flow with Doctor Who, and I know that too much change can kind of upset that kind of balance. But I'm totally not worried about the new series at all, because I know that Russell T Davies is going to do something with this. Because having a look at the past 5 years, I know where you're coming from, because we've all been through that, and we know that something great that we've had has been sabotaged, basically, and it's been given to the wrong. It's been in the wrong hands. It's not been treated with respect.
No.
And with dignity, because the dignity that, and the tradition of the Doctor, and the role of the Doctor, it has not been properly explored, that the Doctor could change into a woman. You know, it has not been explored through the classic series, because we had that gap when the classic series went off. We don't know what would have happened during that McCoy era, because we had the Andrew Cartmel side of it, and what he was going to do with the Doctor, and I find that fascinating, because
And
we
even
don't
in
really
the
know.
80s, John, there was talks of a female Doctor. Now,
Yeah,
I know we've spoke about that, and
Yeah.
we do know that at the time, what's his face that made the comment was
JNT.
obviously no, it wasn't JNT.
Sydney Newman.
It was Sidney
Yeah.
Newman. He was obviously having issues with the babe, so he probably just said that out of but it has
Yeah.
been spoke about even since the 80s, this talk of a female Doctor. Now, I do know that some that were working on Doctor Who did dismiss it straight off and says it wouldn't actually work. But there were people within there
Yeah.
that actually did believe that it might work. And I think
Yeah.
Tom Baker himself has actually come out and even said
Yeah.
it. But he did actually say, you know, if you're going to let a woman do it, let her do it. But if it doesn't work, it
Yeah.
doesn't work, basically.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I would go by that. It hasn't worked, so I don't think they should try do it again. But let's get with reality here. Maybe a few years down the line, they might try again when they think that maybe things have settled down and stuff like that. But we'll have to wait and see. But Tom Baker did say it, you know, and Patrick Troughton said it as well when he was at conventions about the Doctor becoming a female. So it has been talked about by classic Doctors as well. Obviously, Peter Davison has his opinion on it, and he doesn't believe that the Doctor should change gender, and we've seen what happened to him.
Yeah.
Sylvester McCoy originally had that opinion, but because what he's seen what happened to Peter Davison, he very quickly, well, he didn't backtrack as such, but he kind of just stayed on the fence, and I don't blame him for that, because, you know, why should he have to take that bullshit for just having an opinion? You know, these people don't respect their classic Doctors anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So why should he take it in the neck? Peter was willing to take it in the neck, and he hasn't been back since. But he was right. He was right in everything that he said at that interview, and they crucified him for it. But he was right. He was right. You know, if you wanted this female Doctor to work, you should have been laying the groundwork for this when you brought New Who back anyway. Properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Peter Davison, in my opinion, I mean, when he stepped in the role of the Doctor, he knew what he was doing. He knew the direction he was going to take his Doctor. He knew what doctors he was going to bring into his Doctor. He was going to do a little bit of William Hartnell. He was going to do a little bit of Patrick Troughton. You know, he was going to do that thing with the fingers that William Hartnell does and Patrick Troughton does. And you can see that in the episodes like Earthshock, and like he can. It's like what Matt Smith did. He was the young man that could make himself into the old man. You know, that you could see that past that original Doctor still in him, that William Hartnell Doctor in him. You know, that connection way back to the first. And I think that's important about Doctor Who in fandom, because you see it has to go back to William Hartnell, because in Tom Baker, Peter Davison.
I have an interesting question for you, Josh, but also if you guys on the panel want to answer as well. Well, here's one for you. I just thought of this while we're having this conversation, because I'm actually glad we're having this conversation, because it's good to get everything laid bare. So I'll ask you this question. I'll ask all you guys in the question that might have the same opinions as Josh, right? So here's a question for you. If the Chibnall Whittaker era didn't happen, right? So it didn't happen, and it went from Peter Capaldi to Ncuti Gatwa, would you still have the same concerns? Because obviously the last 5 years being hammered and all of that. So that 5 years is now gone. That never happened. Fans weren't battered, weren't bashed. It went from Peter Capaldi and he regenerated into Ncuti. Would you have the same issues that you have now, right now?
No.
Interesting question. I think I would. I mean, in the same way, it's not just say, that I have an issue with someone being a black man or whatever.
No. I don't mean it that way. You know what I mean.
I want to preface it also to fully answer your question. If they had gone and say, let's bring on an American, I would have had just as much issue with it, even if it was an A-lister. So I'm a traditionalist. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
But I would argue, you say it ain't broke. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
I would argue that it has been broke for 8 years.
Yeah.
I think what Josh is trying to say, that I think he felt like he didn't need to change. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's kind of the point he's trying to get across, is that he sees
I recognize it.
Change.
Yeah, I just recognize there are certain streams of people. Granted, there are people who are just haters. I'm not one of them.
No, I know you're not, and that's why I'm just, because you're willing to talk about it. Nobody else is willing. This is why, I actually like having you on, because you're willing to actually talk about it and set your stall out. Whereas if I brought someone else in with probably the same opinions, they wouldn't answer the questions that you're answering. So I just want to put it out there. Thanks for actually answering these questions, because you're putting it out there, but you're laying your stall out, so that's great. But this is why I'm asking, because people are not willing to communicate that with us and tell us their point of view, and this is why I find it fascinating. As I said, I would argue with you that the show is broken for the last, at least 7, right? I'll say 7 to be fair. Maybe 8 is a bit too much, but I'd say this show has been on the decline for 7 years anyway, so we could argue that it has been broken for 7 years anyway.
Even
so
last season,
why not try fix it by trying something different?
It needs a rest for a few years. Sometimes
that's a valid point as well. I did argue. I had you on here, and we were saying that maybe it is time that Doctor Who is put on the shelf for a few years, because it's probably burnt out. But they're not going to do that, and I told you that at the time as well. And again, we were right. Unless this show it nearly did completely flop on BBC, let's be honest. From 13 million viewers to 2 million viewers is not a good look. You cannot spin that. And trust me, we've seen, Josh, people try spin the fact that 11 million people have walked away. 11 million people don't just walk away and decide that they're going to watch it in a few years' time. They walked away because the show was shite. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Right? But look, it's this whole thing now is getting a bit tiresome. We either, look, last 5 years, yeah, horrible. Has been. And we should never forget it. And we should never forgive.
Yeah.
Right? But we can't stay stuck in the past, and we can't keep throwing our toys out of the pram because of what happened over the last 5 years. It happened, right? Whether we like it or not, it happened. The damage is done. All we can hope now is that RTD, when he comes back, he can reignite that spark that he had back in 2005. And as I said, that trailer, right, that teaser trailer, forget about the first one that we got because that gave us nothing. Obviously, the second one didn't give us too much either, but it gave us enough. But as I said, if you didn't feel that and watching that, if there wasn't just a little spark in you saying, oh my God, this just, I seriously, any that I even said it, any doubts that I still had left evaporated Christmas Day when I watched that trailer. Now, obviously, that's for the 60th. We don't know what's to come for Shooty's era. But for the 60th right now, I'm excited about Doctor Who again. And I haven't been excited for Doctor Who, especially these last 5 years, but even Moffat's era, was kind of got a bit of a drag. I did enjoy Series 9 and 10 personally, but a lot of people don't like them. Again, I'm saying the Moffat era declined, but I just want to make clear myself that I personally like the Moffat era, but I can see what's in front of me. It was declining. There's no way around it. I might have personally liked it, but it did decline. You go from a young Doctor to an old Doctor, and I love Peter Capaldi. Peter Capaldi, for me, is the closest that we've gotten to the Doctor from the classic. The closest iteration that connects to the classic era, in my opinion, is with Peter Capaldi. He was a wonderful Doctor. He elevated some of the most average episodes and made them actually good. Right? He was in one of the best episodes that I've ever seen of Doctor Who, and Genesis is up there as well, but Heaven Sent is a fucking masterpiece. Peter Capaldi's acting was sensational. I was devastated when he left, but there is no denying that during his era, the show was on the decline and under the end of Matt Smith. I'd even argue that his second season of Matt Smith is when it started to decline, because the fourth season was actually great under Moffat. Season 5 was actually a great season. It's the second season where I think he kind of stumbled, because at that stage, the quality of Doctor Who had dipped because he was working on Sherlock at the same time.
Exactly.
So
Series 6 it dipped, didn't it? I think they did recover a little bit of normality in Series 7. I think they went back to a little bit.
Melina in the chat is not happy with me. I'm not slagging your Peter Capaldi, right? I am slagging the showrunner who handled the Doctor. But as I said, I personally like the Peter Capaldi era, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it was a great era. It wasn't. It wasn't. Series 8 is a mess. Series 9, he got the balance right with Peter's Doctor, or started to get the balance right, and I think he got it totally spot on in Series 10 with Bill Potts and the Doctor. Yeah. I love that dynamic between companion and the Doctor. It was professor-student kind of relationship, and I love that. And I think the balance, he finally got Peter Capaldi's Doctor right in Series 10. And this is why I tell you, right? Yes, Series 10 has some woke stuff in it and all that, but if you ignore that and actually just concentrate on the performances and the story that Moffat is trying to tell, Series 10 is a gem of a series. And Bill Potts, by the way, Pearl Mackie gets an awful lot of stick, right? Because, our character was made to come out and tell us that she was a lesbian every 5 minutes, but nobody gave a fuck because Bill Potts was great, right? Yeah. I watched her again. Bill Potts is so underrated. Pearl Mackie is a great actress. I would love to see her come back to Doctor Who at some stage, and I hope RTD does her justice, because I think she was given a raw deal. along. Obviously, Peter had his couple of seasons of Doctor Who before Chris Chibnall decided that he wasn't good enough anymore and decided to kick him out. But he should have kept Pearl Mackie, but he didn't keep her. I mean, he talks about diversity, right? Chibnall, right? He brings in Mandip Gill, but he already has a ready-made companion in Bill Potts there, Pearl Mackie, who was actually loved by fans. And then he brings in someone like Mandip Gill, who's the most unlikable person that you'll ever. She is the most, seriously, man, even on Twitter, right? Here, I'll give you my highlight. I've got me highlight. My highlight of 2022 was watching Mandip Gill getting thrown off Twitter for being a racist to our own culture. By putting up a Papadom video. She put up a Papadom video. They're Papadoms, you know, if you eat Indian food, Papadoms are a part of the food, right? And she put up a video of two comedians dressed and slag, and she got into trouble for it. People reported our post, even though she's got Indian heritage. They reported the tweet, and she ended up being suspended. And I remember the time she was giving out about a fucking pair of pillows out of Debenhams, saying that they weren't as advertised. I mean, Jesus Christ, if that's the only thing you've got to moan about in life, I swear to fucking good God, man. The rest of us are all struggling to put food on our fucking tables and pay our fucking bills, and you're talking about the pillows where they're fucking right fucking height.
Yeah, but look where she is now. I think she's in a play over in America.
Now, listen. Mandip Gill is probably a great actress. Look, all joking aside, right? I didn't like Mandip in Doctor Who. I didn't like Jodie Whittaker in Doctor Who. I will say Jodie Whittaker was in Broadchurch. I mean, she did what she had to do in Broadchurch, but it was about David Tennant and Olivia Colman. But she was in it and she didn't piss me off. Right, so I have watched Jodie Whittaker in some stuff where she hasn't completely pissed me off. She was also in an episode of Black Mirror as well.
Yeah, she was good in that. But
she was great in that episode. Yeah, she was actually great in that episode, and I slag her off for that one because in that episode she's cheating on her husband. we won't get into that. But anyway, what you call it? She's actually good in this. And I watched her in Attack the Block. I love that movie. That movie gets stick. I love that movie. And she was actually decent in that. She just wasn't. Look, my whole issue with Jodie Whittaker was this, right? She just wasn't a good enough actress to take on Doctor Who. She's good at what she does in the other roles that she's given. But this is a sci-fi show. Before she did Black Mirror, which you could kind of call a sci-fi episode that she was in, Jodie Whittaker has never done sci-fi. Now, I'm not saying that a doctor that comes in has to exclusively work on sci-fi, right? Because you don't, right? But it would have helped Jodie Whittaker, considering, as Cinnamon said earlier on, remember, this is the thing that people don't realise. She was the first female doctor. She was always going to be scrutinized more than her male counterparts. That's the way it was always going to be, right? Because she was the first female doctor. She was always going to be more scrutinized than the rest of them.
She had a bigger job to prove to people, yeah.
Right? Now, Jodie could have played it different way. Listen, look, she could have turned out to be shy the way she was, right? But if she hadn't done the interviews that she done and done all the other stuff that she done, right, to kind of alienate the fans, I can guarantee you, Josh, myself, Real Super Dr. Cinnamon, and everybody in the chat there, we wouldn't be saying, oh, Jodie Whittaker this, or acting is bad, this, that, and the other. We'd be focused on Chris Chibnall. Because she's keeping her nose clean. Yeah, she's trying her best in the role. But we'd give her credit for trying her best. But we'd say the poor woman, we'd actually be feeling sorry for her and saying, oh, she's being miscast. That's Chris Chibnall's fault. Yeah. But she didn't help the situation. So when she did that stylist video, and I'll never forget that. And I'll never forgive her for that. Because she could say it was a joke, and our fans can say it was a joke, right? fair enough, it was a joke to you guys, and you thought it was all funny, her taking the piss out of long-term fans. I didn't find it a joke. I thought it was quite sad. I found it insulting, right?
Yeah.
Because I just want to make one thing clear, right? Because I hear that there's this whole debate going on because of what DC is doing and Marvel is doing and all these other companies are doing. And people are arguing with each other whether fans should be listened to by these companies or not and all of this and stuff.
Yeah.
Here's where I stand on. Yes, companies should be listening to fans, right? Now, I'm not saying they should do everything that fans demand of them, but they should listen to their concerns. And I'll tell you why they should listen to their concerns. Because I'll give you an example, because the easiest example that I can actually give, right? Comic books, for example. When the first ever comic book came along and was released, some little boy would have asked his mother or his father, I want to get this comic book. So they would have got the comic book, right? The parents got the boy the comic book. The boy reads the comic book. The boy goes to his friends. Oh, I got this great little comic book, right? And then the kid goes home. Oh, man, such and such has a comic book. Can you go and buy me this comic? And then they buy the comic. And then before you know it, these comics then grow in size. And then they start releasing more issues. And then they start selling more and more and more. Without those fans, right? Without comic book fans, right? And I'm not a huge fan of comic books, but I'll defend comic book nerds here, right? Because without those people, right, we wouldn't have the movie franchises or the TV shows that we have today if it wasn't for those fans. So yes, to a certain extent, studios should be listening to those fans. When fans tell you, for example, do you want Henry to be Superman and that you've made the wrong decision in sacking him, right? You should listen to those fans. You mightn't personally agree with them, right? But the fans understand the character better than you guys do. Your job is to put out a product that we can all get behind, right? You've got to listen to fans. I'm not saying you should listen to them exclusively. You've got to appeal to a wide, and this is the problem though. But I would argue that you shouldn't have to appeal to a wider audience, because if your product is good,
you will find your
watch and they will find our audience. Exactly. And that's how all of these things did anyway. You know what I mean? They found their audience. They weren't looking for a specific. They put it out, see what demographic. And then obviously when they knew the demographic, they aimed at that demographic. But obviously we're in a different world now. And Hollywood studios and companies all around the world want to get everybody involved, but just make a great product. And if these people don't want to watch, then obviously they're not fans. And that's the problem. You want to appeal to people that aren't fans, right? Which, again, I can get because you want to make money. But at the same time, you've got to keep fans in mind. Because they're the ones that won't just watch the movie or the TV show. They're the ones that go out and buy the merch. They're the ones that go to the conventions.
Well, you know what I mean? So this argument that you shouldn't listen to fans, because I've seen some people say, no, you shouldn't listen to fans. Absolute bullshit. You should always listen to fans, but I'm not saying you should exclusively do everything that they tell you to do, but certainly listen to them.
There's a middle ground, isn't it? Because it's like you should always listen to some aspect of fandom. You should never downright ignore, and that was a problem with Chip. And he said it's not a democracy. Yeah, well, it's our show and we're fans. You're silencing our voice. You're shutting us down.
Well, when Chris Chibnall told us it wasn't a democracy, I was like, who the fucking hell do you think you are telling me it's not a democracy? Yes, it is a democracy. And listen, you might be there running the show, right? And you might think that you can run it the way you want to run it, but you can't. There are rules. You're the custodian. You've to safeguard that show and hand that show over in a proper state to the next person, just like RTD when he did to Moffat. Now, I'm not saying Moffat was perfect, but he handed the show over better than the way you fucking left it, right? Your job is to protect its legacy and to protect the show and safeguard the show. Chris Chibnall did none of that. And I've always blamed Jodie Whittaker. She just, look at, the only thing I'll blame her for is the interviews that she did and mocking fans, right? Whereas for her performance and stuff like that, I'm not going to blame her for that. You know why? Because if Chris Chibnall came to you and said, listen, Josh, I want you to play the doctor, right? Even though you know you're not right for the role, right? You take that role. I take it.
Well,
You take it. Of course you would. Jodie would take it. Anybody, any actor out there, if someone comes to them and says, look, we want you to take on Doctor Who, they're taking the job. They're not turning down Doctor Who. They're not turning down one of the biggest shows on British television, saying to RTD or whoever, no, I don't want it.
There have been plenty of people who have turned it down, and they've gone on record for doing so, including Bill Nye. Just to interrupt for a second, it's 6:15 here. I do have a dinner invitation, so I'm afraid I have to go. But I'd love to wish everyone a happy and healthy New Year, and peace and love to everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
You too, mate.
Okay.
And I'll put back on the camera so I could say goodbye to you properly. So Happy New Year. And listen, don't want you thinking I was, I just wanted to get your side of it and your point of view and kind of understand where you're coming from and where obviously people that have the same opinion are coming from. But you're always welcome here. You know that, right? Just want to let you know.
As I said, I'm not here to defend the racists. I'm here to defend people who are traditionalists who see.
And you fought your corner, and fair play to you. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. Fair play to you, and thanks for coming on. And as I said, you're more than welcome here anytime. Don't leave us so long the next time, right?
Okay.
And a happy New Year to you. Enjoy your meal, and I don't know if you drink, but if you do, have a good old time like I'm doing right now.
Okay. I'll drink one for you. Here's to 2023.
2023.
Peace and love to all.
2023.
See you later, mate.
Take care, mate.
Right, so that was interesting. Obviously, we didn't want to get bogged down on Doctor Who, but that was interesting because, from my point of view, I'm just trying to understand where people like Josh are coming from. And I didn't want Josh to think that I was talking about him, and obviously I was calling out people that were racist. I seen a bit of racism, which we do. Cinnamon will back me up on this, and John, we see it every day on Twitter.
Yeah.
Twitter's a fucking cesspool. It's disgusting. I just bloody hate Twitter.
I mean, I'm pretty much done.
I'm only on Twitter because I could talk to John, yourself, our next guest that's coming on, and a couple of other people, and obviously post me streams. And I do like to have the odd rant or two, but I mean, we've seen all the idiots. Someone went after Daniel as well the other night. They're not happy about, but we'll leave that for another day because this is a happy stream. Anyway, we've got a guest waiting in the background. So as I said, if anybody wants to come on for a few minutes, say Happy New Year or whatever, or the link is in the chat, but if I need to put it in again, I'll put it in there. Now, obviously, I'll just bring on people that I know, and we've got a half an hour to go. I didn't even actually realize. Yeah, he's here with me somewhere. He's on the chair. I don't mind. Are you still up?
Well, no, I wasn't. The fireworks stopped.
Yeah, but they'll be back at 12.
But
It's the fireworks because Ted was in the room with her.
now, so
Well, he's all right there for now, but if he starts barking,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just leave my door open in case you
Right.
open it.
fair enough. Fair
Happy
enough.
New Year.
Happy New Year. Well, it's not really. We got
Well, it's
another
not New
40
Year
minutes. Got another 40 minutes. Anyway, we'll be finishing up about 10 minutes after anyway, because we don't hang on, because everybody wants to talk to their loved ones and all of that, and kissy, huggy, and all of that, and sing songs and shit, and Cheryl just wants to go to bed. Anyway, our next guest is one of me hosts on Friday Night Contact, and he'll be with us all throughout 2023. It's the one and only Cultivated Media Incorporated, aka Chris.
Hi, how you doing, Noel?
I'm on the beer, Bill. I'm on the beer.
I know because you sent me the link 4 times.
Oh,
It's okay. How are things? Y'all?
That's weird because.
No, I just figured it
you know
was
what
the
I
tipsy
did?
beer.
No. I didn't set. You know what I did? I
You
didn't
drank
mean to
some
send-
beer and you
Yeah,
posted.
no, but I didn't mean to send the 4 times. I literally thought I changed the chat because I was sending it to a couple of other chats on Twitter, and I sent it to the same chat 4 times because I'm a fucking tick. Okay.
I just figured it was the wobbly pops.
Right.
Yeah.
He goes as cultivated media, incorporated. Now, we don't have any of that other name in the chat, Money Messi.
No, because every
Peanut
time
butter
Noel
told
says
you.
that, he has to watch
No,
Howard the
I'm
Duck
not.
strapped to a chair all the way through. So he
Heck,
already
given
owes us that one.
Howard
Once.
Anyway, we're only 40 minutes away from New Year here.
I'm in a time warp.
So how long are you away in Canada? How long is this for New Year for you?
It hasn't been New Year, Noel. You're thinking Australia.
No, I said when.
Well, you guys
How
are about
long?
3
I
hours
said
behind
how
on
long is it?
It is 6:24 here, so I will be in an entirely different year for 5 hours.
Wow, it's real time double.
Wow, that's brilliant.
So it's going to be a time warp. So I will be in the past.
I think you're going to have to keep your old name, mate, because, you know, people are attached in the chat.
Nope. Retired, dude. This is, to use a term from that show I used to watch, I am regenerated. I am now stick figure Chris.
Is that Eastern Standard Time you're on?
Yep.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It's, or they call us New York time.
Ugh.
So
It's like everybody's in my time zone.
So
we got Florida, we got New York, we got Detroit, we got Atlanta, we got Toronto, we got Newfoundland and all that stuff, and all the way down to the Caribbean. You're not cool unless you're in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. And hello, everybody in the chat. I see lots of highs. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Who other than me is sober?
I think everybody in the chat. John's had a few Baileys.
Yeah.
Cinnamon is drinking whatever he's drinking, and I know
some ale.
there's a couple of ale. He's drinking ale, and Tim in the chat is drinking some red wine. So how drunk is Noel? Chat. I'm not even drunk, not yet. But the beers are 7%. But this is the second one. But I literally just opened this one, so I'm actually knocking this one back because I couldn't get a beer for about an hour, so I'm going to make up for it now.
I have to be in solidarity with Brisk. I don't drink either, Brisk. So congratulations to, what do they call this, a dry New Year's? I am having Jamaican ginger beer. And my stomach's been off the past few days, so I might as well be hungover when it's done. But I don't care. I'm gonna make me some Walmart chicken wings later because that's the only chicken wings anybody can afford now. And what else am I doing? I'm gonna watch something stupid on TV,
like a video.
Talking about watching.
Wait, no. So, okay, so I gotta cancel cinnamon toasts.
What did you do now?
He said, okay, what's the words I hate, Noel? Well, there's many of them. But what words have I tried? Video.
Oh, video essay.
Yes, I hate that. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You don't have an essay. Where are your footnotes? Where's your thesis statement? It's not an essay. It's wankery.
Cardinal sin there now, Cinnamon. I have
to be cancelled by.
So hold on, we'll find out. Press 1 if you want us to cancel Cinnamon Toast Crunch for saying it's gone out in my head.
What I do, I sentence you to watch a 5-hour video essay.
Video essay as well. Yeah. We got. Cinnamon is canceling himself.
Cool. I gotta. Okay, shout out to Charlotte. Okay, good.
Oh yeah, Charlotte.
2 people in solidarity.
Charlotte is up for New Year's Eve. Yoo-hoo! Do you want to come on? Say hello before you.
Come on, I'm here.
Before you say hello, obviously you're gonna share the New Year's Eve. The countdown with your parents? But why don't you come on for a couple of minutes and say hello? No cancellation. Cancellation. Well, do you know what? As Lee said on this channel once, that this channel is not a democracy. It's actually a dictatorship. So, with that said, with that said, see you later, Cinnamon.
Wait. Oh, you did cancel yourself for a second. Well, no, it is a. It might be a dictatorship, Noel, but I could do a hostile takeover. Actually, here I've got my my military general. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna bring him out. Let's see. Where is he? Oh, here we go.
You should have prepared Professor Dinkle.
There. Yeah. So
here we go.
You should have prepared. You should have actually prepared Mr. Dinkle's video for New Year's Eve for everybody. That would have been great. Wished us all a happy New Year. And
yeah, that would be random.
That would have been great, though.
That
would have been. Imagine if you had done that. Actually, you could still do it because you're 6 hours behind. You could still do Professor Dinkle's video. Wish us all a happy New Year, and then go after a few people.
Oh yeah, that sounds like fun. Yeah, that was that was wonderful. No, I haven't done that since March.
Isn't that our
been
Prime
awesome?
Minister
Honestly,
already?
life is so much less stressful.
Who this is in the chat, Chris? Who this? Welcome, who this?
Welcome. What?
Who
Who this in the chat?
Who this is in the chat? Yeah, that's what I said. Who this? You know who this is? Who this?
At the moment, I don't.
this?
Oh, who
Yeah,
this?
Who this?
Which Prime Minister? The amazing Prime Minister of Canada or the amazing Prime Minister of Great Britain?
I am, but I can't come on now.
This
That's
would
all
be
right,
a
Queen
Canadian.
Charlotte. We love you anyway. A happy New Year to you and your family. Seriously. And obviously we'll be doing all our stuff again, and you'll be back on the channel again. But yeah, happy New Year. Queen Charlotte can't come on, so we're wishing her a happy New Year now.
Oh, and John is also sober. Awesome, John. Actually, John's been following me since like Moses was the baby. John's awesome. We love you, John.
I
believe John is one of my followers on the YouTubes from before I went insane to when I did like normal videos.
Here, can I ask you, Chris? I've been trying to ask everybody, obviously not personal highlights of 2022. Of course, if you want to bring up some personal highlights of 2022, but we were actually trying to think of something in 2022 that was a highlight for everybody, globally kind of thing. But we can't think of that. And is there anything you can think of that happened in 2022 positively? Something positive?
Yes, Noel, I retired from YouTube.
No, that's personal. That's personal.
Oh, okay. Let me think. Who dis? What something must have happened this year.
The Oscar slap. That was actually, I forgot all about that. Was that really a slap though? I mean, if Will Smith had done that to me, right, I wouldn't. I mean, even Chris Rock's head, the way it moved, that looked a bit staged to me. But we know it wasn't staged. But that
might be humorous.
If that's a slap, if people are moaning at Will Smith for that, that's not a slap. Come to Ireland and we'll show you.
I got something, Noel.
Come on.
Terrifier 2 came out.
What came out?
Terrifier 2.
Oh, you like them, don't you? Yeah.
Actually, I just give me a second here. I must do something. Although I haven't seen it yet, but I finally ordered it today.
Yeah, I seen that being advertised on one of my apps that I watch my movies on.
It finally became available on Amazon after waiting for it for like forever. So I was really excited.
Is it a B movie horror or is it a mainstream movie horror?
Oh no, it's B movie, but it's like awesome B movie.
Right.
Terrifier 1, even though it's low budget, is one of the best and frankly most fucked up horror movies I've ever seen. I cannot describe, I don't think, any of the death scenes without you getting banned.
Yeah, no, don't do that now. We want to keep one of them all safe now for 2023 now. But it did look staged, that Golden Goal. Look, I'm going to say it out straight, right? If Will Smith had slapped me like that, I would have actually laughed at him. That wasn't even a slap, right? And the fact that he's being vilified for it, right, is something else, right? Look, listen, you have to understand the whole Will Smith situation. It's as simple as this. When you're married to Jada Pinkett Smith, right, this is what happens.
You're in hell.
She sucks the humanity out of you. She sucks the manhood out of you. She's basically fucked around with Will Smith for the last few years, and they apparently have an open marriage. But she's been the one that's been doing all the cheating.
Well, no, I don't think it's an open marriage. I believe she dictated that it was an open marriage.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like the whole Neil Gaiman thing,
she
isn't
does
it?
come across as a bit of a dictator, right? So if you actually look at the footage again, you will see when the joke was told, she originally laughs. But when everybody else starts laughing, she doesn't like it, and she gives her husband a look. Now, because Will Smith has had to deal with this woman for the whole marriage, she's worked on him, right? So she knows what pushes his buttons, and she knew by giving him the look that he would react. Now, people say he was wrong to react. Yes, he was wrong to react, but you don't understand because you weren't in that. You're not in the situation that he's in. Right? And if you analyze the whole thing, that was always going to happen at some stage. It just happened to happen at the Oscars. Trust me, Will Smith was always going to lash out at someone. The person that he should be actually angry with and taking out on, I don't mean physically, but should be having a go at, is his wife, because she's absolutely destroyed the man. Right? So, you know, when that happened, I was more like, poor Will Smith. Right? Everybody else was bashing him. But I was like poor Will Smith because I can kind of see, you just have to look at that woman, right? And you see what she says and you watch her. I've watched her shows. She puts them on YouTube. I've watched them. She's batshit crazy. Even the way she talks to him. When he put that apology out, that wasn't him. That wasn't him. That was her telling him to do that to protect her and her brand. Right? She has him pussyfied. Right, so it's not all his fault. Yeah, in fairness, though, people will argue that you should grow a set of balls and actually fucking stand up to her and say enough is a fucking enough. You're either married to me and you like being married to me, or we're getting a fucking divorce. Simple as that. But he doesn't believe in divorce because of what happened with his parents. There's a lot going on in that marriage, right? So that slap was always going to happen, whether it happened at the Oscars or anywhere else. It was always going to happen, right? And I do feel sorry for him. I do. I actually like the bloke. I really do. I actually do like him. I don't just like him as an actor. I think the way he even comes across before that incident, he comes across well. I think he's a nice bloke. I just think he's married to the wrong woman. And sometimes, you know, the men get blamed for everything. Yeah, being controlling and all of this other rubbish. But Jada Pinkett Smith is the example of women that do it. Right? And we've seen the Amber Heard situation as well. I'll say no more, but all I'm just going to say is that, like, you know, don't just keep looking at men as the problem, you know, because women can also be the problem, you know, can be both sexes, you know, it's not exclusive to a gender. You know what I mean? As they would say today, it's not exclusive to a gender. Like, so get over it. Where's me link? Well, you know, I put the link in the chat there, but like we're on.
Noel's having problems with the link. Nobody got links because he literally sent them all to me.
Hang on for a minute, though. Hang on. In fairness, people will back me up in the chat. Guys in the chat, how many times did I put the link in the chat there?
Yeah, what was it once?
So no,
I think you put it in twice.
I put it in twice. Right? Yeah. But you see, it's not my fault that Lee is fashionably late, because if he was here from the start, he would have heard me from the start saying that I'm putting the link in the chat, and I put it in a second time as we were at 2 hours in. So, like, link is in the chat. PD, if you want to come on as well, there you go. Look, I'll put it in again, Lee, because you're a big baby. There you go. Come
on, Panasonic boy. Come on.
Come on, Panasonic boy. Yeah, where are you? Where are you? You're fucking late, man.
No, a mystery person gave you a super chat. We don't know who it is.
Yeah. Who this? I love that name. Don't even know who you are, but who this is who this.
I may know who it is, and it's not me, but I say nothing.
So who this has said, and it's a $5, so $5 Canadian super chat. I'll get used to that eventually. I don't get many. That's why I get confused.
Everybody here is broke, Noel.
Happy New Year's. Cheers. We're off. Yeah, I know.
And that's true.
Listen. You know me. I stream anyway. It doesn't. I appreciate this. This is extra support. I absolutely. You know, the fact that it even happens, still blows my mind to this day. I'm a mad Irishman in Dublin, you know, that decided to stand in front of a computer, well, my mobile phone originally. This phone, by the way, just we're talking about nostalgia and stuff. So, this is the phone that I actually did my first live stream on.
Noel needs a new phone.
This phone, as you can see, is cracked. See it? See the cracks? It's literally smashed. But this is the phone that I used to do the live streams on, right? I'd have it turned to the side like that, and I'd have it up on something, and that's how I was live streaming to you all. And I had the earphones, obviously in the earphone part, and that's how I was able to talk to you. So that's where I started. This phone, that's why I've never let it go, man. I have another phone, right? But this phone, I won't let this phone go because this is the start of the Tardis zone right here.
I still have the computer that I made my first YouTube videos on back in 2007. It hasn't been on since 2011, 2012, but it may spark to death if I do.
But you do get attached to these things, though, don't you?
Well,
you
no, I'm just lazy to throw it out.
Oh, he just said, "Oh no," because it just didn't throw it out. All right then.
Although I know about old phones, I am still using a Samsung S9.
The Samsung S9. Well, my phone's out too, so I can't really. I can't say that.
Oh, yeah, step away for a sec. Art will be back.
No problem. Well, look who we got coming on. I can't wait to bring on. We're gonna cancel him, Panasonic Boy. So Panasonic.
Here comes trouble.
Panasonic Boy is gonna have to wait. So let's bring on our next guest. I'm only messing. I would never do that to Lee. Me second co-host of Friday Night Contact. I'm glad to have the two lads on with me again. And I have to say, and I'm not just saying this, but as I said, streaming with the two lads for me is actually, you know, is one of my favorite things, I have to say, and I'm gonna love it in 2023. I just love Lee to bits. Obviously, Chris knows how I feel about him too. We've been through a lot, the three of us. So I'm actually glad that I'm able to do Friday Night Contact with these two lads. But everybody that's on the panel has been on panels with me and done stuff with me, and I love doing all of that. And we will be coming back to do our watch-alongs and movie zones and stuff like that. It'll all be, obviously, I still have to put them all in their days and let you know. I still haven't done that yet because I'm still trying to figure out in my head what days will suit. Because I'm trying to think what days people will be available if they're coming on, and then I've got to think what day will suit everybody if I put this on. So it's, yeah, I'm not good at decisions. This is why Cheryl does it for me. Yeah, I'm sad. Anyway, let's bring him on before the new year kicks in, because we can't have the New Year's party without the one and only Panasonic Boy.
Hey! Hello!
Happy
New Year! Happy New Year!
Well, I'm going to have a vote as well, by the way. I'm going to vote that we ratify Problem Being's new name as Panasonic Boy. So if you
Fuck yeah.
So if you want me to change his name from Problem Being to Panasonic Boy for the whole of 2023, please press 1 in the chat right now. But I have a super chat to read out first, and it's from Raymond. Come on, it's a bit slow coming on the screen there. But he goes, Happy New Year, Guy. Does Will Smith's Mrs. have a brand? Tala Tardis. Yeah, well, she does. Well, all of the actresses and actors, they call themselves a brand. So that's what I meant by that. But if you're married to Jada Pinkett, trust me, you're gonna be going around slapping people.
But her and Meghan Markle are best friends, aren't they?
I don't know, Eddie. I don't even look at see that Meghan. I don't even get involved, man. But I think the majority of British people can actually see that woman for who she is. I don't have to give me opinions on Meghan Markle because the British public have already made up their minds, and you know, rightly so. This woman comes into the royal family, and you know, maybe she went in with good intentions, and she thought that she could change the monarchy from within. And she probably thought that she'd have a bigger role than she had, but unfortunately she didn't, and she got to see the reality of that. And because she didn't get what she wanted, she's decided to throw her toys out of the pram. And her husband, who is an absolute disgrace, and to be honest with you, if I was British, I'd be calling for his titles to be stripped. Because the cheek of the little red-headed bastard, he talks about his wife, you know, being in danger and the racism aimed towards his wife. Okay, Harry. Well, explain why you were in a fucking Nazi fucking uniform a couple of years back when you were at a party. And I guarantee you that wasn't the first time that you wore something like that. So don't go around preaching to us about how your wife is being attacked because she happens to be a black woman. Listen, a little bit of a fact for you there. Your wife didn't even want to be recognized as black when she was in the film industry. But as soon as she married you, then all of a sudden she was black. Right? So don't talk to us about racism and the British people being racist. The British people stood up against fucking racism. Is there racism in the UK? Absolutely. Is there racism in Ireland? Absolutely. Is there racism around the world? Absolutely. But is the majority of the population the way all of these people are trying to make? Absolutely not. Right? The British people love the royal family. Yes, the royal family has a checkered past. We know that. Yeah? Okay? But they've moved on, they've evolved, and they've learned from their mistakes. And as I said, along with the British government, the royal family also fought alongside to get rid of the Nazis. Okay, one of them happened to be a bit of a prick and actually had conversations with Nazis, but that you don't tar them all with the same brush because one fucking bad apple decided to go and have meetings with Hitler. You know what I mean? Like, get over it, right? Bottom line is this: is Meghan Markle is a victim player. She's never been racially abused, all right? Because she didn't even consider herself black. She only considers herself black now because it's convenient, because of the Black Lives Matter movement and all of this, and she's trying to gain sympathy. Now, originally in America, when the documentary on Netflix did drop, she was getting that sympathy. But when the second part of all of that nonsense released, she's lost them all now. Even the Americans think she's a fucking asshole, right? Harry, you're an asshole. Your mother would be a fucking shame to you, right, for what you're doing, okay? And this woman, I don't know what she's done to you, right? But turn against your family the way you, for money, you ought to be a fucking ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. There's no coming back for Harry. There's no coming back for Meghan. What should happen is next year the title should be stripped from them, and that's it. It's done. Let them fend for them fucking selves, and then they'll see what it's like when they have to fucking go out there and actually work for a living. Fuck off. I'm sick of those fucking idiots. Fucking living in your fucking palace talking about how fucking, oh, poor me. Poor me. People fucking...
Yeah, like, you know, like, seek hell. Yeah, because, like, you know, I just, like, I'm so woke that I love it.
She says, fuck, I swear to good God, I've never, ever... This whole victimhood mentality does my head in. Because true victims...
Me.
There's true victims out there, you know what I mean, Lee? And like, these fucking fake fucking posers pretending to be victims are stealing all the limelight and the resources. Oh, sorry, Ted, I know the fireworks, buddy. Here we go.
I left and I came back to a rant.
We bring him on, look, it's Dan Hadley.
Teddy's upstairs. Hey!
Hey! Hello, guys. I just came in, though. I just came in and you were talking about Meghan Markle.
Sorry, man. I had to get her off.
It's kind of my fault.
I don't normally get involved in that shit, but I've never, ever came across someone as
Me neither.
fucking pitiful as those two. I mean, I mean, the fact that some people are even swallowing that nonsense is just beyond me. Listen, right? She doesn't know anything about racism because she was never ever racially abused, and she's only using the black woman card now. It's convenient. She went there. She always identified as a Caucasian woman.
Yes, I saw that the other day. She got listed on whatever the American equivalent is of Spotlight, the actors directory. She was listed as a Caucasian actress. I don't. She should. I don't find that. I mean, I've never really cared. I was thrilled when she married Harry. I mean, not only did I think she was smoking hot, but I thought they made a nice couple, and I thought it was all pretty harmless. My mother, who's like pushing 80, she saw through her right away. She was, she's a wrong one. She'll do this, she'll do that. No, it'll all be fine. It'll all be. You know the way they are, Lee.
Yes. No.
She was right and I was wrong. Megan turned out to be a wrong one. Oh, see, Chris is here as well. And PD Rich.
Hey, Dan.
Hiya, mate. Happy New Year to you all. Oh, God. I've just recognized your icon. I've just recognized your icon, Chris.
Oh, yeah. We're celebrating Antarctic Clown Year.
Oh, God, hasn't it been?
It's 10. We've got 10 minutes here in Britain, so I don't know whether you're already in 2023, guys. Is Teddy okay, Noel? But he's doing his nut.
I think you've riled him up with all that Meghan Markle talk. I mean, I think I'd be correlated too.
Sorry, Ted's gone mad with the fucking
From one dog to another.
Not hardly sorry, guys, but they're trying to cancel RTD. They're trying to cancel RTD every day. Look, as I said, right, I've even stopped talking about the people. Need to stop talking about these people. Let them be outraged. Is anybody listening to them? No, right?
No.
At the end of the day, right? They've already shown
victimized.
They've already shown their true colours, right? They've attacked RTD. They've sent death threats to David Tennant, right? Okay, and they've been continuing to bash the fact that David Tennant is back because he happens to be a white male. Listen, they've proven who they are, right? They're racist, they're bigots, they're what they called us. They've been projecting this whole time.
Well, they're certainly bigots, Noel. Absolutely. Dictionary definition bigots.
Mm-hmm. So we should be ignoring them. We should be even acknowledging the fact that they're out there and there is a backlash. So I'm sick of all of this now. Next year, I won't even acknowledge the fact they exist. Screw them. Screw them. Right? They have no legitimate argument like we did. We have legitimate arguments and legitimate concerns. They're complaining because RTD and David Tennant are coming back, but they've already proven it once before with Doctor Who. They have a track record. Do you know what I mean? So they have no legitimate argument to come at why they don't like RTD and David Tennant. The only reason why they don't is because RTD didn't validate Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. They wanted another female Doctor, and it didn't happen, right? But now they're caught in a rock and a hard place because the next Doctor happens to be, obviously, we get David Tennant first, but then we get Ncuti Gatwa, who happens to be a black man. But they can't run away now because they don't want people thinking they're racists.
Yeah.
Right? So they'll get behind Ncuti, right? But deep down, it's killing them, but they'll get behind them. But as soon as one of us, if Ncuti has a bad performance, but we don't know because we haven't seen that yet, but say we get a bad episode and the first time we criticise, they'll pounce and they'll do what they did when they called us homophobes and all of this and we're sexist and all.
No, I've seen fan art already of the 13th Doctor sort of hinting that the 13th Doctor goes straight to Ncuti Gatwa, deliberately leaving out the 14th Doctor, and yet all the things they accuse most of us of, it's pure cartoon. I mean, people, it did make me smile.
That's why we shouldn't
calm
listen
down, Jamie. Calm down.
We shouldn't listen to them anymore.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. I got my Jamaican ginger. Dan, is that coffee?
It's not coffee. It's far too late for coffee for me, Chris. I'll be up all night if I drink coffee. This is squash. This is cherries and berries with cool boiled water, and this will set me off to my bed very nicely indeed. Yeah.
Well, I'm a can of Strongbow.
Go old school.
Yeah, Johnny old school, you know me.
You're drinking it, but are you that old school that you're drinking it on a central reservation somewhere in a town centre?
No, I'm still in my office.
Oh, part-timers. See,
I don't know.
So Dan,
Weekday
while
warrior,
we
Dad.
have, sorry lads,
It's
Dan,
mate.
while we have you on here, actually, just get your thoughts on obviously the latest teaser trailer for the upcoming 60th anniversary. What were your thoughts on it, man? Were you impressed? Were not impressed? What are your feelings on it?
I was suitably teased. I was glowing.
Ooh.
I only just caught it. Obviously, it was on Christmas Day, and I was at a relative's. I got my I was going to say my children, my sons. They've grown men now. I shouldn't call them my children. So I got them there as well. It came on the screen, and we were all. I think within a few frames, we were all transfixed. As soon as David Tennant did that, where he's got his glasses on. He looks sort of over the top of his glasses. And says, "If Donna Noble, no, what's he say? Something like the world, the universe is all." That's it. Destiny is coming for Donna Noble, and he's saying it through gritted teeth. And then you see him pelting it, running down a corridor. I mean, my kids who are in their early 20s now and at university and working and all these other things, for them, that was when they were 6 or 7. And when that trailer finished, and they haven't watched Doctor Who for 5 years, they turned to me and said, that was just like my childhood as is back, and like everything that's happened since just doesn't even matter. And I'm there. It's like we're back. It's like the show is back. And believe me, you know what they're like at that age. They're very stoic, my sons are. They don't give away their emotions but they were really, I could tell they were really impressed, and they're going to watch it. When they asked me, so when's it on? And I said, in November. And they went, oh. So there's that. But the trailer itself, all thumbs up. Yeah, I just thought it was fantastic.
I may watch it.
Woof, woof.
Wow. Chris, I forgot to ask you, did you watch the last time you were on, did you watch the trailer?
Yes.
And
I may watch it as a casual audience member. I am curious. We will see. Although that is
question. Do you think?
I think I'd like to ask Lee, because he's one of my fellow skeptics. Lee, sensible person, will you be watching it too? Since I'm watching it.
Ted, let me speak. You're worse than Noel. Will I be watching the special?
Like father, like son.
Hold on. Panasonic boy is giving a voucher. Do you want me to sort them out for you?
Wow. Help, I'm being repressed.
Listen.
Will I be watching? They've already got fireworks going over there. Like, what's going on? I will be watching the specials. Of course, I will, because we have to watch the Mayfly Doctor do his bit, and I'm sure it'll be fantastic. And Wilf, of course, we're going to see Wilf on screen again. Great video earlier on, Dan. I really liked that. That was lovely.
Thank you.
I don't understand how people thought that Wilf wouldn't be in this show. Like, even if there was only 5 seconds worth of footage. You were to you.
The footage was leaked a long time ago. But
we knew. Even if it was just 2 minutes. Yes.
I wasn't going to watch it. I was going to boycott it. I have decided, as probably the only sober person here, at least on this stream. I'm pretty sure I can't say the same for Lee, but I will. I give you my word here. I will watch it.
4 minutes. No, 3 minutes now. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So let's all pay attention. But anyway,
I'm going to be in a time warp in
very quickly before we get to 12 o'clock. Right, I'm going to ask you all on the panel, give me one highlight of 2022, and give me something that was obviously, or maybe give us something that made you laugh in 2022.
Just put this message up. She's in the chat.
Hey, hello, Charlotte. Why is she not here?
Happy New Year, my sweet.
We invited
she's
her.
off.
Excuse me.
She's gone with the parents.
Hold on for a minute. Do not assume.
No, you've been talking too long. Stop it.
Right. At the end of the day, I asked her on. She says that she didn't want to come on because she wants to spend it with her parents. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But she's in the chat.
So,
Liar.
Tapping, texting.
Right. Who's the
She's
doctor?
doing that. She's got the phone sort of underneath her bottle of whatever she's drinking or whatever else.
Oh no, she's not. She's not drinking. She's my my ally in
You want to
trying
get a
to
beer?
use- Noel,
Beer.
what time is? Oh, you're almost.
Oh, he's
there.
gone. He's left. He's left.
We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
So, as the only
16
sober person
seconds.
here, Art the Clown is going to take over the stream.
Yeah.
I'm not qualified.
All in favour, what, yeah?
Actually, Noel, I will say though, and it's a personal thing, but I will say my highlight of this
1
year
minute.
was
1 minute.
getting my new puppy Sky.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
Right, get your drinks ready, and for people that don't
Guys,
drink whatever
yeah,
you
before we celebrate
the new year.
2022, we're running out of time. So we've got like just a few 42 seconds, 40 seconds. 39,
Right, so
38.
this is what I want to say. Fuck you, 2022.
Amen to
You're
that.
having a great year. I don't give a shit. 2023 is going to be just as bad. But, you
Year
know
of the
what?
rabbit.
We'll have each
Shout out
other.
to Jack.
And that's
I hope
all
it's
that
lucky.
matters. So,
The year
to
of the
everybody,
rabbit.
because the fireworks are
20
going
seconds.
crazy here. 12 o'clock.
20's year of the rabbit.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ, Noel, what's in that?
10,
Looks
9,
suspicious.
10,
8,
9, 8,
There you go.
7, 6,
5,
4,
3,
4, 3, 2, 1,
There we go.
0. Happy New Year!
Happy
New Year,
Happy
comrades.
Now, I would just like to let everybody know that I am now officially in a time warp because I am still in 2022. So we are now experiencing.
It sucks to be you!
6 hours, mate, you'll be fine.
Chris is the first doctor in the three doctors.
I am.
Yes.
Happy New Year!
No, this is weird. We are now officially in different years. How does it feel?
So, Chris is in the past.
I'm in the past, man. I'm in time.
Oh,
What
he's
is
so the
he doing?
fireworks live from.
Oh, wow.
Oh, those are good.
Yeah, if it's gone nuclear, that's it. We're all done.
It's all kicking off out my window as well.
Yeah.
That is.
By the way, Dan, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it, man.
My
Popping on
pleasure.
New Year's Eve, man. I love it.
My pleasure. I've enjoyed it. Yes, I just thought I'd pop on and say Happy New Year to all
Yeah,
of you.
Happy New Year, Dan.
I haven't been on stream with you for ages now, so it's always a pleasure.
Listen, next year, right? We definitely, it is the new year now, but we definitely come on, man. Definitely come on.
Let's
right?
do some more stuff, everybody. Let's celebrate the 60th in
Absolutely.
style all together.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Happy New
That's
Year,
lovely.
Lee.
Happy New Year!
All right, let's can we big screen, Lee? Go on, back.
If you hit the right button, should do.
Oh,
damn.
Oh, hello, one.
Wow. Out here as well.
Not far much playing, I'm probably deaf myself.
Okay, I've never seen it this loud here for a New Year's Eve. This feels a little bit different because I think we all know the world's coming to an end soon, so we're all kind of going out with a
Okay,
bang.
we all had a good run.
It's been a good
No,
one.
all joking aside, listen, I hope 2023 is better for everybody than it was in 2022.
Same to you.
You know what? We've had a lot of shitty years, right? The last few years, but we've managed to get through because we've had each other, right? We've been with each other and along the way. And I think that's important, friendship and, you know, all of us, you know, being together. And I wouldn't have gotten through these last 5 years if it wasn't for you guys. So I want to thank you all. For the
COVID, it wasn't
support.
for you, buddy.
You know,
Thank you, no.
seriously,
Yeah.
man. I can't believe I'm still doing this 5 years on. let's hope it continues for a few more years until you get bored of me. It'll be grand. I'll retire gracefully. But no, seriously, I just want to say to every single one of you, thank you. This year has been tough, but without you guys, I wouldn't have got through it. So I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I wish you a happy new year, and yeah, let's bring on the 60th. Let's be a bit more optimistic.
Yeah,
and you know what? No matter what's going on in society and the rest of the world, we'll be optimistic and we'll enjoy the things that keep us ticking over. And that's it.
Absolutely.
That's all I've got to say.
The Tardis Zone. No, this channel is so important to the Doctor Who community. It's brought so much balance over the last 4 or 5 years, down to yourself and Lee and everybody else who's come on regularly from all those early phone-ins that you used to do right up to now. So good on you, mate. And yeah, you keep doing what you do.
Thank you.
Let's give a shout out to Mo and Dan. Let's not underestimate the importance of Facebook as well.
I know, yeah.
You've had a massive impact on Doctor Who fandom over the past few years. And you and Noel, I think you are both great representatives of the fandom.
Thank you.
Yes.
I will say though that Dan is more what would I say, more reserved. Not in a bad way, in a good way. Whereas I'm just like a fucking Dan is a nuclear war, whereas I'm worse than a nuclear war. If there can be worse.
That's right about explosion,
I think what I'm trying to say is Dan is more professional and I'm less professional, but we do our thing, and I've just met so many.
We're different people. All of us are different people, and I think that authentic people are what matters. I mean, I've said this to Chris before. Chris was probably, if not the first YouTuber I ever saw, one of the first, because I started using YouTube and the internet really quite late. And I think I've said this to you, Chris, and I've said it to other people. When I first came online, the very first thing I tapped into, I think it was Ask Jeeves then, it was an early search engine, was Doctor Who. And it was the same when I first joined YouTube. When I first got a YouTube account, very first thing, what shall I search for? Doctor Who. Up pops a video of a man talking through his DVD collection, and it was the gentleman on the top far right up there. And it's authenticity. That's what I heard in Chris's voice back then. That's what I heard in you, Noel, when we first met about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Now what I see in Lee all the time, every aspect of everything you do, Lee. It's how I think it's what brings most of us together, and what has kept us still here when people like the Tom Vances have disappeared, and there's people there's people on there now with their chests all puffed up all over Twitter and all these other places, and some of them are harmless, but some of them really aren't. Some of them are authentic and some of them are not. And I think that Noel, you can smell people like that out. You are like a sort of sniffer dog on Twitter.
I think that's why they fucking hate me so much, because I can spend. Look, the bottom line is, you know me. I'm a straight shooter.
Thanks for having fun, General.
What you see is what you get, right? But I can smell bullshit. So can you, Dan. In fairness, man, I've seen you on Twitter lately. You can smell bullshit too. You see it. And it is there.
I've got a bit more bold on Twitter lately, but
there's nothing I want to point out.
But it is important that people call that bullshit out. And I do believe that it is important, because
it is. It is.
I started my channel because obviously you all know the reason. I seen people when the casting was done and all the reaction and stuff, and I seen the way fans were being treated. And I never wanted to do this. I'm gonna be honest, this wasn't a career path for me, and I don't even consider it a career, it's a hobby. But I never considered it. But when the casting
never forget that, Noel. Never forget that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Trust me, man.
I made that mistake once, man. Never do it again.
No, but look, here's the thing. I came on because I felt compelled to do so, because the people that were in charge of our TV show had decided that we weren't good enough to be fans anymore.
Exactly.
Right? So when I seen that those voices were being overpowered and they were being shut down, I just, something in me just snapped, and I just said, you know what? I've been talking about actually doing YouTube properly. I'm going to actually do it. And as I said, this is the mobile phone. that I started my first ever stream on, right? And it's been a long, tough 5 years. Do I regret acting? Nope, absolutely not. Everything I said, I think, has come to fruition. I think we all have been vindicated and proven to be right. Did we want to be right? Absolutely not. We don't do this because we hate Doctor Who. We absolutely don't. We love the show. All we've ever wanted is the best for the show. Exactly. And for the people that come in to take over that show, look after that show for the time that they're there and hand it off to the next person in a better condition, either in the same condition or a better condition than what they got it in. But they should never, ever damage the show.
Exactly.
And that's what
on top of that though, Noel, it wasn't just what they did to the show, it was what they did to us personally.
Yeah.
And particularly yourself, they told you in effect that you had no right to speak on this subject anymore because of either your age or your identity, the very things about you that make you you. And they tried to take, in essential, and I don't like using phrases like this because it sounds so cod, but they tried to silence you, to take your voice away. Don't try and do that to an Irishman. Actually, stupid thing to do. So this created the TARDIS zone, and this brought that out in you. That compulsion came from no, I'm not going to stop talking. It's the same reason. I mean, look at Lee on Twitter. You know,
revenge is best served Irish.
The one thing
I got some happy news, Noel. So I don't do this stuff, but my parents both got one of them DNA tests and did it against my advisement. I have learned that I am mostly Irish, so that's where my anger comes from. But also, there's one thing that I wanted to say though, and there was a big distinction between 5 years ago and this past year. 5 years ago, and I bore the brunt of this very early on. If you weren't completely on board with what they were doing, and I called it out long before we actually.
You're a right-wing fascist.
That precisely. But there has been a difference, though, because now amongst real Doctor Who fans, and I will say, we're all real fans.
Yeah.
The past year has been completely different because many of us view it completely differently. Some people were for it, some people were against it, but you didn't see us canceling each other. We didn't see us excommunicating each other.
We didn't even try to cancel the Jodie Whittaker fans. We didn't even try to cancel them. They just tried to cancel. That's the difference. We were like, we don't like this shit. We don't like this. And they were like, you must die.
Yeah,
we didn't tell them, you like this, therefore you must die. We didn't do that. That's the difference between us.
I just want to say something. Davros, you would die.
Yeah, but I just want to say something.
Yeah.
The last 5 years, it's been horrible, right? We've all experienced some sort of abuse online. You have seen what I've gone through. I don't even need to go into it. But I'm going to tell you something right here as we're sitting here today now in 2023, brand new year. Everything that happened to me and everything that I thought, everything that I've said and done, would I change that? No. Even the stuff that happened to me, because it's made me stronger. Yeah. Moving forward, as you have seen now, anybody comes at me on Twitter now, I used to react every time. Dan will tell you, Lee will tell you, everybody was telling me, no, you don't need to react all the time. But I was, because it was just in me to fight all the time, because I thought we were fighting a battle here. Yep. So I thought we needed to keep fucking fighting. So if people were coming at me, I'd come at them just twice as hard. Right? But I wouldn't change that. I wouldn't change that. It's made me stronger. Yes, I wouldn't wish it on me worst enemy. I really wouldn't. But it's made me stronger. But at the same time now, I understand this fandom fully now. I understand it now. I understand how it works. I understand how I've learned a lot the last 5 years. Do I regret acting I said over the last 5 years? Absolutely not. I stick by everything I said. That's just the way I am. So some people think that some of the stuff I said was controversial. Fine, fair enough. You think it was controversial. A lot of other people didn't. That's the point. You shouldn't be cancelled anyway. This is the society that we live in, though. Even if you do have an opinion that's considered, controversial, unless you're being a racist, bigot, or hate speech,
openly racist,
openly racist, then obviously there should be consequences. But you're not. You're just giving an opinion. You shouldn't be attacked for it. But that's what has. It is sad. It is sad that it was allowed to happen. I do feel that BBC are responsible. They could have put out. They know that was happening. They could have put out some sort of statement saying that's not very Doctor Who like or Whovian like, and people should be kind to you. So some sort of statement, anything would have helped the situation. But they chose to ignore it, and then the worst thing of it all for us as fans is then they pander to them. Pander to them, and then after pandering to them, then right at the end, then Chris decides, well, I'll bring them in with the Tasman thing, but I won't go fully through with it. But I won't tell them that, and then I'll do fuck all about acting that I've done for the very last episode. Now I love those cameos, and I will give Power of the Doctor its due for that. And I'll give Chris Chibnall his due for that, because the one thing I was worried about was all these old doctors and companions coming back and he'd fuck them up. But he didn't. He actually, I love that part, right? And for that part, that makes that episode, the episode itself.
Well, two of those doctors were never on board with this in the first place.
It's his best work. Power of the Doctor is Chibnall's best work. Now, you compare that to anything else that we've had in the past, it doesn't hold up. But that is his best work. Power of the Doctor was his best work, right? That's it. That's the bottom line. The rest of it was absolutely rubbish. But Dan, you were going to say something there. Sorry, I just keep talking.
I was wondering. I largely agree. I wasn't as keen on the special as you were. It didn't move me, but I appreciate. I recognize the things that you're saying. I don't think it's. I think you're probably true. It's probably right, and that true response that's a truthful response. But I was wondering, in the time in between, because that was on like about 2.5 months ago, wasn't it? I felt as the weeks have gone on, gradually, as if we're all being sort of cleansed on that. I'm going to quote Jeremy Clarkson now, on a cellular level. We're being cleansed. It's happening very, very gradually. And I think that's what the people who are determined to keep all this ire alive, the people who are issuing death threats to DT and all this stuff, they know that too. And they're the ones that are resisting it. They can feel that we're all being cleansed by this, and that wounds are being healed, and that sort of the flames of hope are sort of flickering a little. It's not burning yet, but they're certainly flickering. I mean, how do you feel now as we head, to another year starting, anniversary year or not? This is how I feel, that every week, Jodie Whittaker seems like a dimmer and dimmer, and bloody hell was she dim, a dimmer and dimmer memory, and it's only been 7-8 weeks.
Did you notice Jodie Whittaker was trending for 2 days?
As I said to you
yesterday,
to you in the private message, that's over several days. There is, she's trending.
Oh, was it?
That's over
and then
days.
the Power of the Doctor was trending today or yesterday as well. It's just like, you can't let it go. This is not healthy. Move on.
But hang on. No. We can't really say that, because they did say that.
Oh, yes, we can, and I just did.
Listen. There are some, whether we like it or not, and even Dan will agree with me on this one, there are genuine Jodie Whittaker fans of
there are some
iteration of Doctor Who, whether we like it or not. There's not many of them, but she does have a fan base. So, and most of it is online, because she is. But that trend, as I told you, is over a couple of days, a couple of weeks. That's not because she's trending, because if you actually look at the tweets when you go into the trend, some of them are from 3-4 weeks ago. It's a gradual thing. She's not actually trending. It's because she has a certain amount of tweets now. Her name is actually coming up. She's not actually trending. But the Power of the Doctor is trending, like you did say. That is actually trending, and there are people actually talking about that. But
God knows why. really.
Yeah, well, look, you're right. They can't let go. They won't let go.
Can't.
And they're not going to go quietly.
Please let us go. Let it go. Let it go. Fuck off. Let it go.
But we can do the one difference between us and them that separates us from them is they chose not to ignore us for the last 5 years and decide to attack us and call us all names and all of this. Whereas we can choose to ignore them. And we don't go down that route. We don't go bully them and attack them. Do you know what I mean? So we just ignore them.
Largely, Noel, I think some of that is due to the fact that most of us are older. They tend to be within a certain age bracket. Not exclusively. We do meet some sort of even middle-aged guys who pretend, who signal that they're really, really into it. We'll see how, with the passage of time, several of them are walking that back already, and in fact have been since Legend of the Sea Devils, but loads since the closeout, since Power of the Doctor. But I think there's that age gap there too, because it's all this sort of this mind virus that they've all got. It's all connected with wokeism and all that kind of thing. But I wondered if you'd noticed, because not that long ago, these guys dipped out of making content around the time that this channel took off, and that all of this started to happen. The culture war started to really sort of coalesce, and proper sort of shots being fired. The Who Addicts YouTube channel used to be really big, and they vanished in a puff of smoke around the time of they. And I've said this to the guys. I know the guys who do that show, and I wouldn't say anything that I haven't said to their faces. I've told them that they ran away during all that, and they should have stayed and fought because they believed exactly as we did, and they ran away. So I noticed that they've come back. Not about 2 or 3 months ago, wasn't it? Around 2 or 3 months ago, they've come back. But also today it's been announced that 5 Who fans are back as well. That they dipped out slightly earlier. They're the group that birthed Crystal D. So they're back too.
Yeah, I knew, and I knew that was coming.
They can stay fucked off as far as I'm
concerned. I was actually hoping that nobody would bring this up about them.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna say something, right? Because I agree absolutely 100% with what Dan said. The one fan that I actually hate out of all fans, and I hate the Jodie stands and I hate the Tassie stands, right? Because what they've done, right? But the fan that I hate the worst are people like the Who Addicts that ran away, that didn't stay and fight, and then came back into the fandom dictating to John Barrowman. Oh, I think John Barrowman should apologise a different way because the way you apologised wasn't acceptable. Who the fuck do you think you are? The Who Addicts and all of these other little muppets that ran away
spineless cowards
that think that they can come back now into the fandom and have the same influence that they had. And unfortunately, the thing though, they will actually have the same influence, but they shouldn't. They're absolute disgrace.
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. We've earned our stripes. We've earned our stripes. They fucked off and the times went tough. Immediately, as soon as Series 11 had hit, they were gone. They were gone. And they're coming in. They're coming in now going, oh, well, you missed us. We were once successful and we're back now.
Listen,
no,
you
fuck off.
Through the good times and the bad times, right? Right, in the 80s, I went through bad times, but fans didn't you didn't leave, you didn't jump ship, Lee. You know what I mean? When the show was bad, you didn't jump ship.
I took all the bruises, all the cuts, all the abuse. You did as well. We went through, we stuck by our principles, by our integrity, which is something these little shits have yet to learn. Integrity.
Do you think this is just the beginning?
When things get bad,
this is just
you
the
don't just
beginning?
fuck off.
Lee, do you think this is going to be the beginning of something? Do you think more people are going to come back and pull the same kind of songs?
Absolutely.
Do you think there's going to be revisionism?
No, let them speak. I want to get this point across. I don't mind that they come back. The problem I have is they're coming back and now they're starting to dictate, right? You went for 5 years. You don't have the same influence that you had 5 years ago. Come back, yes.
Yeah. Oh, they'll bank on having the same influence.
I'll question you. So what?
No,
What?
they are going
What?
to bank on that
yeah.
goodwill. And look, I don't care if they come back or whatnot. Personally, I think if you had any integrity at all, you would have spoken and said your mind. But they didn't.
Yeah.
Clearly, they weren't on board because they didn't stick around. If they're coming back now, proves that they didn't believe in this current or previous era. That
But again, I don't mind if they come back and they want to
Wait, I haven't
support
finished. I
RTD
haven't finished.
again. My
I haven't
problem
finished.
is
I haven't
that they're
finished. I haven't
dictating to
finished.
everybody else. Sorry,
Yeah,
mate, but I
that's
just want to get that point.
that's what I'm. I agree. They can't just come back after a 5-year hiatus and then start throwing their weight around and going, "Oh yeah," and pretending like nothing happened. Excuse me. First of all, you gave us Crystal D. Firstly, fuck you. Secondly, you're going to come back and then dictate to us what fandom should be. Listen, Five Who fans were fucking great in their day. They were fantastic. A great channel. I love that channel.
Very creative.
So were the
Crystal
Who
D
Addicts, and I just want to
sunk
make
it.
that clear. So was the Who Addicts. I love the Who Addicts.
Who Addicts were great, but then they couldn't decide what
They're
side
lovely
of the fence
guys.
to
I've
sit
spoken
on.
to both of them. They're lovely blokes.
I have no
met
problem
them.
with them personally. I just have a problem with how they managed to handle the John Barrowman thing.
Just
pick
don't
a
get
side, fucking stick to it. Don't fucking
Look,
dilly-dally and
don't
sit in the middle of the
Don't
lane.
sit on the fence
Just
and
choose.
then you come back and then dictate.
We're not telling it's not World War II.
And it's not even
They
about
got cancelled.
side.
They got cancelled by the real toxic people in this fandom, the Jodie Stans, who made it their absolute business to make people's lives a fucking misery, and they chose to side with them after they've been cancelled by these people.
It doesn't matter.
With John Barrowman. Really?
Lee, it
doesn't. Because
if you look at it,
why. I tell you why it doesn't matter.
If you look at it, if you look back at the dates as well, it isn't just those guys either. The Time Ladies also bailed a few years ago because those girls, they knew that they were standing up for something that was failing. They knew that back in 2019, and they were gone. I mean, they've managed to carve out niches.
You disrupt things, you fuck it up, and then you fuck off out of it before all the shit falls down. Yeah, exactly.
The people that you've mentioned,
pissed off.
I've had a run-in with.
Awful
Crystal
people.
D, Ben Cook.
Yes.
I've had a run-in with fucking Beth from the Time Ladies. Actually, Beth from the Time Ladies, though, is the most interesting one out of the whole lot, and I'll tell you why.
And Jenny.
Right? Don't go on about Jenny, because you know what? Being accused of what Jenny accused me of, and I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
But I just
where
want
the
to
fuck
actually
were
say
you,
something on
Tardis,
that,
to say no, this didn't happen? This
hanging
around with Jakes, probably.
I don't mind if people want to fight fair.
Exactly.
Right? If you want to fight fair, I'm all for it. If you want to debate me, I'm all for it. And if you get the better of me in the debate, fair play to you. Right? But the one thing I don't tolerate is liars. I want to tell you something about what I was accused of. That kid, right, lied to me and Chris. And Chris is here tonight so he can verify it. He lied to us about his age, number one, anyway. But that didn't matter because the guy was interested in Doctor Who. Did we ever, in any way, change his opinion or try to coerce him in any way? Or as it was suggested by Jenny, I can't use the word, but the G word. No, never. We never ever tried. He hassled me and hassled Chris and hassled Gary and God knows who else begging to come on their channels, right? And Chris brought him on. You seen that he was on here. We had no problem bringing him on because he had no opinion about Doctor Who. We didn't care what it was. He had no opinion about Doctor Who, and that's what this channel is all about. But I'd love to bring on the other side. I'd love to be able to bring on people that actually love the Jodie Whittaker and discuss it with them.
You have done as well.
They're too middle class. They're too middle class and spoiled.
I have brought them on, Dan, as you rightly point out. When I have brought them on, look what's happened.
So is the rabbi.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
no. Are you going to let us talk? Look, Dan is right. Right. We would all like to talk to these people. All of us would like to talk to these people. But the thing is, they are so narrow in their field of vision. They only believe their own hypes. They smell each other's farts. They keep each other in check. They police each other 24/7 on Twitter. They are absolutely constrained by opinion of their peers. They will not speak to anyone outside of that little bubble because they don't want to be perceived to be talking with the alt-right and the Nazis and the this and the that.
And the icky wicky bigot.
It's so bigoted and narrow-minded. These kids have not grown up in 5 years. If they are not going to grow up in 5 fucking years, they are not growing up at all. It's regressive. It's retardation. It is absolutely arrested development, frankly.
Wow.
And if they want to be taken seriously, they have to start talking across. Listen, I saw Dan, right? Our beloved Daniel being harassed by that James chap, that a madman, not a box chap.
Tardis Central.
Yeah.
Tardis Central.
That is beyond the pale for me.
They blocked me.
Yeah, and me. He blocks me. He blocks you, but he doesn't block Daniel. Why? Because he thinks he can get away with abusing him. That's why he thinks Daniel's weak. Daniel's not weak.
Daniel is protected. Just to let you know, actually, Daniel.
It's like Earth. He's protected.
There's a few people that are protected. You don't go after Daniel. Listen, if you have a problem with
never
me or
go
anybody
after
else,
Daniel.
don't go through
That's it.
what you
End of
perceive
story.
as the weakest people, because Daniel will actually tell you he's a new one anyway. No better man. But just to let you know, he is backed up. He is backed up. He has
by
friends,
all of us,
and those friends will fucking back him up. The only reason why
and
I
this
didn't
was
comment
why,
on
and
the
this
whole
was why I
conversation
wanted to
right
share
down
the
after
tweet.
the fact is because they have me blocked. I didn't even see the because they all have me blocked, so I didn't see the comment. Then I seen a comment by Daniel, and then when I looked in the threads, it meant you blocked. No, the way it comes up on Twitter, the person has you blocked. It limits who you see the tweet. And I'm looking at all this thread, and Daniel is like defending himself. So what the fuck is going on? Then someone sent me the screenshot, and I'm like, they're picking on him. What you like? Leave it out anyway, right? The Jodie Whittaker era is over. It's done.
Yeah.
Like, draw a line under it.
Get over
it's
it.
done now anyway. What are you still arguing about it for? Right? At the end of the day, if you loved it, fair play to you. You loved it. Great. I'm glad.
Jasmine ain't happening. Jasmine ain't happening. It's over.
No, but I just want to say, I'm delighted if for 5 years you enjoy Doctor Who. Unfortunately for the majority of the audience, and
they're not interested in Doctor Who. They're not interested in Doctor Who. They're only interested in identity politics and policing other people online. That's all they care about. It's all a social construct. That's all they care about is throwing their weight around, because the only way they can feel any sense of power over other people is by doing it en masse with other people who share the same cultish belief system. They need to control other people. It's built in. They're addicted to it. We've seen that with what happened with Tardis and you, Noel, is that they spread these lies because it's the only thing that they're used to. They used to have a lot of power where they would go around cancelling people and having sway over things en masse because they had a group of 3,000 members of that Not My Doctor group, right? They used that as a way to sway and politicize and control and manipulate the entire fandom, funneling it through a single monopolar lens and detracting absolutely everyone who fell outside of that tiny spectrum.
Well, I would like to say I will not mention names because I don't get into this drama anymore. But there was one rather large YouTuber who shall remain nameless, who decided to have a go at me. This person was completely disingenuous and tries to play both sides, but he's just as bad as all of them. This YouTuber, I challenged him to a debate.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think he, again, not mentioning names. This individual,
I mentioned him earlier.
I went through with it. And this person, who again shall remain nameless, about 2 hours into it, ran away because they had a quote headache.
Yeah,
but no names mentioned.
Yeah, he's one of Faris's friends, by the way. That's what I picked out.
Can I just mention something as well?
No. Yes.
Go for it.
No, just on the Daniel thing, because I felt really bad because I felt like I instigated that because I responded to that twat, not Daniel, the other guy, and Daniel. All Daniel did was agree with me.
You didn't instigate it. You didn't instigate it. You don't need to do anything to instigate these people. These people are sharks. They love swimming around looking for things to get irate about.
They're watching.
Oh, there's a bit of blood in the
water.
water. Off they go. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, carry on.
Although Daniel, don't underestimate him. Like the guy throws zingers at these people like none of us could ever.
Hell yeah!
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
Daniel is not a little boy anymore.
Scottish.
He's a grown man, and he can handle himself.
Yep, definitely.
Oh fuck yeah! They think they can pick on him because he's easy. No,
he's not easy.
Don't make that mistake. Don't make that mistake with Daniel. Daniel's a fucking Scottish Celtic warrior, man. You don't fuck with that guy, not only because he can defend himself, but we've all got his back as well. Don't you forget that.
Actually, to see the maturity and growth in Daniel, do you know what? We were talking about highlights for 2022, but I think the biggest highlight for us all is watching the growth in Daniel and his channel and how he's done. Before, he used to let a lot of things get to him, but now he's actually... You know, he shouldn't have to. This is the sad thing about this whole situation, is that nobody should have had to go through what anybody has gone through these last 5 years, over a TV show.
Yeah.
I just want to make that clear. All the shit that we got was over a TV show because we dared to have a different opinion. Listen, I'm glad this era is over. The reason why I refuse to look back and move forward and give RTD a chance. Well, I'll give an RTD a chance because he proved himself anyway, right? Off the bat anyway. But another reason is because I don't want to stay stuck in the past. Yes, it happened. There's nothing we can do about it. We can hope that RTD now can move the show forward, deliver some great stories, great character development, all the things that we're missing. If he can deliver all of that was missing from the last era with his good writing and his good character development, we will have some decent Doctor Who. And that's all I want. We never, ever, none of us ever set up a YouTube channel to bash Doctor Who. I love the show. The show saved my life. This is why these last 5 years will have been the hardest for me. Seriously, I'm really attached to Doctor Who. People that actually don't probably realise. Show saved me life. I've got a connection to this show. RTD, when he brought New Who back, right? Before he brought it back, I was in a real bad place. I think I've told the story. I don't want to bring everybody down, but let's just say I was in a bad place. Right? But when that announcement was made by RTD that he was bringing back and he did that interview, it gave me a reason to be around, to be quite honest with you. So I was always going to give him a chance when he came back anyway. But I do believe in him. I do believe he will deliver.
It's had a similar effect on me, Noel. That year, from sort of mid 2003 all the way through 2004, I went through a really rough time as well. And just knowing that that was happening parallel to my life falling apart, that was coming together, had a similar effect on me.
Yeah,
I can speak to that too. Although mine was, in many ways, this show saved my life too, and specifically for me, it was 2014. And at one point, there were a series of videos on my channel which have been privated for years now. That went through, but 2014 was by far the worst year of my life. That was the year my marriage ended. That was the year a whole bunch of other stuff, like everything that could have happened and gone wrong happened to me in that year. And I think, and that was also the year that is probably my favorite Doctor of the new era, Peter Capaldi, And it's when that started, and I was so mesmerized with like what, at the time seemed like this new era. I'm like, I was able to, okay, I'm going to put this out of my head. So that's what I focused on. And, it's, I'm with you guys as well. I'm like, this show has saved my life too, because it's sort of that one constant that we've always had. So I can identify, like, it's, and even through that, I was watching a lot of the classic series. Doctor Who kind of ended up being my anchor.
Yeah.
That helped get me through it.
Exactly.
So I think that's why so many people were so offended, legitimately offended, not in the way the other people are offended, by what happened the past 5 years. And, I've broken down this when I was still doing videos, but it was the show that and I think almost everybody here, we're all fans that go back. We were fans while the classic series was still on TV. So we've been with this show forever. And I think what really pissed a lot of people off was not only what we saw, what they did to the show, but what has also been mentioned by other people is we were told pretty much explicitly, you're not welcome in fandom anymore.
Yeah.
Die of cancer was die of cancer was the first expression I received the minute after I think it was it the Spider one from Series 11 or the one after that. I said I wasn't rude. I didn't say Jodie Whittaker is an evil woman or anything like that, or nothing outrageous. I just gave a pretty brief critique of the story and saying I'm not happy. I don't think this is going very well. It's not working. I was told to die of cancer.
Yeah, that's not right.
Not once, but more than once, a few times. Not only by people in the Facebook group that I belonged to at the time, but by the actual guy who was running that Doctor Who group on Facebook at the time.
Dad, what did you do?
I was then kicked out of the group. I was kicked out of that group. I was blocked from that group. And then the guy who ran that group came into my DMs telling me to die of cancer and to blah, 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 die this, that, and the other.
Do you know what the
Well, it didn't tell me.
Until I got blocked. I removed myself from Facebook altogether.
That's the thing for me. People don't see the other side. Think it's easy for me to criticize the show the last 5 years. It's been the hardest thing that I've ever done. Because I do love this show, but I stuck with it. That's the thing. You know what annoys me is when these fans said to all of us that we weren't real fans. I mean, we stuck by the show. We stuck by it. Others ran away, as we spoke about earlier. We stuck by it. But the hardest thing for all of us was to come on and actually say how much we hated this era of Doctor Who, because we loved the brand. It's iconic.
We've all grown up with it.
We've all and as Dan and myself and Chris and others have pointed out, Jack in the chat there as well even said it, Doctor Who got them through some tough times. So we've got that emotional attachment. It's been hard. And now, for the first time, I can actually talk about it positively, because RTD has given me something to talk about positively. Yes, he had a bumpy start. Yes, he said things that riled fans up and upset some fans. But we shouldn't be judging him on that. We know RTD can be controversial and come out with his stuff. We should judge him on his work on Doctor Who. And if his work on Doctor Who doesn't live up to his work on Doctor Who when he came around the first time, then obviously we have every right to criticise. But I just hope, this is my one hope, right, for 2023. This is my wish, my hope, my dream, that the people that right now are conflicted, that don't know if they're going to come back, I hope RTD wins them over, because if he can win them over, it means Doctor Who is successful again. And you know what? That's all I want. I want, when I leave this earth, when we all leave this earth, that future generations can enjoy what brought us joy. I love it.
No, have you seen? You've got a comment in the comment section from somebody called Brisk. I think if you read that, and you'll see the effect that not just exactly what you're describing has on people, but this channel and having this kind of forum has on people too, and they can see that this is live, and they hear you talking, and they gravitate because they know they can say things like this and be amongst friends and be amongst extended family. This is what it's all
and
about.
that's exactly what I wanted to say as well. You know, me. No, I'm 20 years old as well. You guys are old enough to be my dad. So I'd say that. But yeah,
you're up a bit late, aren't you? Get to bed.
I'll read it out. So
it's been a while since I've been called daddy.
I'm 20 years. I'm 20 years old and started with Matt Smith, but I'm absolutely locked in for life, and I've watched at least 5 episodes of every classic era and the entire new era. I still have work to do.
I can't do my dissertation.
See, to me, right, when I see things like that, when Dan and everybody else on this panel sees things like that, that's what we're proud of, is that younger generations are loving what we love. We just want this show to be successful. We don't. We just want it to be good again. That's it. I wish Jodie Whittaker had worked out. Whether we could have the debate till the end of time whether the gender swap was necessary or not, or whether it should have happened or not. But if Jodie Whittaker actually had succeeded in the role, we would have, as Doctor Who fans, been won over and supported her. Trust me, we would have.
Of course we would have.
But it didn't work out. And it is mostly Chris Chibnall's fault. We can't blame we can't blame Whittaker for the acting and not, and all the other stuff. But at the end of the day, he's the one that hired her. She didn't have the screen presence. He's at fault for it, right? So I'd say to Jodie Stans and Tassie Stans, I know I'm talking to a brick wall, but I just want to say this to you: if you can embrace the show the way we did, trust me, it's life-changing. And it actually is life-changing.
Yeah.
It is. Doctor Who is glorious.
I can say that.
Look, if you're young and you're not into the cat, that's fine. Even if you start off with Who, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not saying if you're a Doctor Who fan, you have to watch the classic. You don't. Right? You can still be a Doctor Who fan. But understand that the show, is loved and cherished by a lot of other people. And, the last 5 years, the people that were in charge of it didn't take care of it. And this is why we came out and we said the things that we said, and the streams that we had, and the people, bringing people on. You mightn't agree with everything that we said, but it's panned out. We only wanted the best for Doctor Who.
Yeah.
I hoped that Jodie would work, but when I found out she was announced, when I saw she was announced, and listen, I had me doubts.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think she was a leading lady, and it panned out, man. And it's not all her fault. It's not. And I have actually reconciled with that, because I was blaming her for a lot of things, and I will admit that. But it's not all her fault. I do wish her the best. I wish her the best, and I hope she does whatever she does well in. She's never been put in this position in the first place, and fucking shame.
I don't give
on
a
Chris
shit.
Chib. Fucking
Do
shame
you
on
wanna
Chris.
bring-
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Oh, fuck her. No, I don't give a
rightly
fuck.
so.
Fuck
I
her.
know.
She did
I know.
a shit job. Fuck her.
Guys,
Anyway,
I'm
Dan
afraid
needs to
I've-
go.
Hold
Melina
on,
needs to go.
Lee. Before you get into a rant, Dan, what you heading off?
Sorry, what was that?
What did you say? Where you got? What?
I've got to get to bed now. I've got to get myself sorted out. But and it's sad because I think I'm going to miss somebody else who I absolutely adore, who's coming on in a moment.
Well, here,
But
you just say hello to her. There you
there
go.
she
Melina,
is. Hi,
everybody.
Amina. Happy
Hey,
New
Melina.
Year.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Don't be
But yeah,
sorry for
thank
anything.
you. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for
Melina.
having me on.
Happy New
Lovely
Year,
to. I haven't
Dan.
spoken to
Later,
Cinnamon.
Dan. Happy New Year, mate.
Dan,
Take care,
no,
my friend.
seriously, Dan, seriously,
See you, Dan.
thanks for coming on
See ya.
tonight. I really do appreciate it. No, seriously, man, because it's been a while since you've been on, and I'm glad you came on tonight.
It has. Let's do it. Let's do it more in
Thank you.
2023.
We will.
Cinnamon. Do we follow one another on Twitter?
Yeah, we spoke briefly. We talked about
Did
your channel, Facebook, and all that, and you said to
Did we?
recommend it. I'm like,
My memory
yeah,
is
we've had
absolutely
a brief
shocking.
exchange.
But yeah, get back in touch. My memory is absolutely terrible. It's this is the thing
Yeah,
I
you
say.
should
I am.
get Cinnamon
Mine too,
on
don't worry.
sometime, Dan. Cinnamon is great. You should get him on sometime.
Okay, but yeah,
Yeah.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Stand-
Lovely to speak to you all.
Stand
Happy New Year.
I'll catch you again soon. Take care.
See
No,
you,
no,
Dan.
bye bye.
Yeah, Dan.
Take care, Dan.
See ya.
Cheers. Good man.
But
Good man, that Dan.
anyway, before Lee takes over the whole stream and starts taking
What do you
control of
mean?
it, I'm gonna re-establish
Okay, yeah.
control here. But we do have Melina with us, and we haven't touched
Yay.
base with Melina in a while. So let's see what's been going on in the world of Melina. So Melina, first of all, I just want to say Happy New Year.
Well, we still have.
You're in the
Oh,
same
it's
time
not
zone
New
as
Year.
me, Melina, so we're in the
Melina
time
is
warp.
in the
You're in the
past.
same time zone.
Melina is in the past, so we're in the future.
No,
So
she's
Melina-
in the
Melina and I
future.
are both in a time
No, we're
warp.
in the future. She's in the past. Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's
weird.
what I said. You're weird. That's what
Wobbly,
exactly what I
wobbly,
said,
time
Dan,
away
at
me.
that
I
By
know
the way-
I'm weird.
Yes.
Celebrate it.
By the way,
Jesus.
why are you down a sensible person? Change that to Panasonic boy. You lost the poll. You think I didn't notice that? You lost, man.
Yeah.
There was loads of ones in that chat. Change
Worming
that
his
to
way out of it
Panasonic
again.
boy. Anyway, Melina, just because you obviously we haven't touched base with you, what did you think of the teaser trailer Christmas Day?
Well, I saw it when I was at work and I was at break, and there are a couple of Whovians at my work. That's the best part. So we actually watched it together,
Deadly.
and we got really shaky as excited, because the best part is that there are those little humans that are my job. They actually all agree. We all agree that we didn't like this last a few years of Chibnall, and so when we saw it, we really got really excited. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. It just feels like Doctor Who is back. It's bringing me back to that same feeling when I first started watching Doctor Who, and I just wanted to know what was it about, and I just brought me back. And maybe I feel bad, maybe I don't, but I actually forgot for an instant that there was such a thing as the Chibnall era, that there was
Yeah.
that
Actually, someone else said that feels like the Chibnall era is being actually kind of erased. Kind of thing. It feels like
David
that.
Tennant said it was, so there we
Well,
go.
there is,
So,
but
would
yeah,
you agree with
the
that,
Timeless
Melina?
Stalker
Sorry,
needs to be
Melina.
deleted first. But
Yeah.
if he does away with the Timeless Doctor, then it's.
Well, I
it's
want to
officially
ask you,
over.
Chris, because I'm going to say this out straight to you. I don't think he's going to. He's not. The argument that I've been making, and maybe Chris, you can answer this. Here's the thing, right? Why should RTD have to fix Chris Chibnall's mess?
Or he
Why
could
he
just do it
ignore
as the Doctor is half human thing and just pretend it never happened, and
exactly.
then
just ignore it. I'm fine with him ignoring it. I don't care. Like, honestly, by watching that trailer, I forgot all about it. I'm not joking. I totally forgot. It's like before Tennant. I'm not joking. I thought of Peter Capaldi before. Like, we completely erased everything, and I think that itself is enough. If he ignores it, I will ignore it, and I'm fine with it.
The trailer does feel like that, Melina, though, doesn't it? It does feel like, because when you watch the trailer, there's nothing that, like, it doesn't resemble anything that came from the last era at all. It's like even the promotion by the social media accounts now, They started to slow down on their Whittaker stuff now, and it's classic. Have you noticed they're being posted a lot of classic Doctor stuff on their social media accounts, by the way?
Dude,
Just
this
want
is
to
the
throw that out
fastest
there to you as
rebranding
well.
in history.
But yeah,
Oh no,
but they're talking about the history quite a lot, and that's very interesting. Why are they talking about the history quite a lot? Because I think there's something in that, man. There's something in that. I think this Whittaker era or Chibnall era, whatever you want to call it, I don't think he directly address it, but I think it'll be shoved somewhere like the movie is. It'll be just there, but it doesn't really count, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah?
Did you see what's on the end of these trailers now and at the end of all the new stuff? It's David Tennant plugging the site now.
It's David Tennant, and then the logo comes up with the regeneration energy.
Oh, well, that's so much
better.
Yeah,
the
they
logo,
do that with.
Talk about the logo because, like, I mean, I know y'all.
I love the new logo.
Like, I'm not online like I'm used to, but I love that logo so much. It's just it feels. I'm just so happy. I never felt this happy in such a long time, and honestly,
same as.
I try to avoid Twitter as much as I can, really, because I can't stand with the breakdowns and all these people. But at the same time, I find it so amusing how these people are absolutely losing their shit because they're so mad, and I don't feel bad. I honestly don't.
But you know what, Melina? We should also say earlier on, we should be ignoring those idiots because for the simple fact is they don't even actually have a legitimate argument to have because David Tennant and RTD have already proven themselves in the past. See, when we were complaining about Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker, they were relatively new coming into Doctor Who. Yeah, okay, Chibnall wrote a few episodes of Doctor Who, but they were poor. But we had a case and an argument to argue, whereas RTD and David Tennant have done it before, so they don't have a legitimate argument and they're coming across as whiny little crybabies. Well, I'm sorry, little Tazzies and whatever you call yourselves now. The bottom line is this, right? RTD is not going to listen to us. He's not going to listen to you, right? He's going to do his thing, right? And whether we all like it or not, that's to come, right? But he don't have power in the fan. That's the one thing I'm actually delighted about is the fact that they don't actually have any power in the fandom anymore. The last regime gave them the power. Now that regime is gone. We should all just move forward. Let them live in the past, folks, right? If you are excited or you have a little iota that Doctor Who might come good again, well, let's just focus on that. Let the people that have a problem with David Tennant and RTD have their problem with him. They don't have a legitimate argument. Even Mr. Tardis has called them out, which I find kind of ironic because, you know, he used those
Did he though?
To come after him.
I'm not sure.
I just don't know him anymore.
You're getting his name wrong again.
Well, I just want to say one thing.
I'm confused.
I just want to say one thing, right? Him, right? When it comes to him, right? This is what we do, right? We just do what Melina is doing right now. We just laugh, right? Because the guy is already proven to be a bit of an idiot. He'll always be an idiot.
What is he?
Right? Okay, he'll never be anything but an idiot.
Is he
right? He's a failed YouTuber, right? That's the bottom line. Even some of my videos get more views than him, right? And he's got a bigger channel, right? The bottom line is that the man has decided that the best way for his channel to go do his pieces on YouTubers because that's the only way he gets the views in now. He had to bitch talk me, Ball, Streck, Gary, and whoever else he could think of because he's got nothing better to do. Mr. Tardis is the simple case of, you know, if you wanted an advocate for birth control, Mr. Tardis
he's inspiration to it, no.
Right, that's the end of the story. Mr. Tardis is the poster boy for birth control. Right, that's the bottom line. Look, right? I've gotten to the point with him is, right? You can hate me all you want. I don't hate that man. I actually don't hate that man. I actually find it funny that I'm still living in
man is
24/47. Right? I'm a small wheelchair, but he's bigger than me. He still bitches about me. Listen, Mr.
Get him off.
Wait. No. Let me read exactly what he said. I am in two minds here. I don't know if he's attacking people for being too woke or they're not woke enough. I'm confused because he says, and I quote, Stan Twitter, which he's been fucking all the time, Stan Twitter, accusing the new Doctor Who trailer of being harmful to those with eating disorders. Actually, what was the bingo card for this month? So he predicted this, apparently.
No.
Lucky me. Wait. Lucky me, but everyone else gets to look bewildered, which is absolutely the right response to the pseudo always online activism. You fucking hypocrite! You fucking hypocrite!
Right, stop.
Oh my god! I mean, look, clearly he has an eating disorder. He can't stop eating. But
count to 10.
Anyway,
count to 10.
I find this guy the most hilarious cartoon caricature I've seen since Count Dracula, which was actually entertaining. This is not entertaining. Entertaining for all the wrong reasons. He is Count Dracula.
Right, listen.
Yes.
Well, thanks. We like
this guy is a fraud and a narcissist and a turncoat. He can't even sit on a fucking fence without falling one side or the other at the same time.
Go floppy.
Right, you've made me come on camera.
Idiot.
Right, you've made me come on camera now. You've made me angry. Kumbaya. Count the fucking 10 Panasonic boy. Right? Breathe through.
No, fuck him! Fuck them all!
Listen.
It's alright, we got receipts, it's fine.
Bottom line is this,
Fuck
right?
yeah.
Right? There's a lot happened in the last 5 years. Obviously, he's getting off his chest now, and fair enough. He's right, in a way. Right? But at the end of the day, we're here to celebrate, right, New Year's Eve, right? So we'll keep at New Year's Eve. But I just want to say something to Mr. Tardis, right? Your New Year's resolution should be simple. Be less of an asshole. Right? As simple as that. The bottom line is this, right?
Hey, Mr. Tardis!
Sorry, Lord.
Lee, I think you've just got me the stream limited now, so I want to just thank you for that.
It's the national anthem of Russia. I don't think that's going to get you a copyright strike.
It's copyright
Soviet Union.
It's
the Mr. Tardis Communist Party.
Anyway,
it's the national anthem of the Soviet Union, which is exactly where Mr. Tardis belongs.
Okay, but let's get back to this because Melina made a good point about the skinny man. So there was the skinny man. See, this is the thing, right? They've exposed themselves again as why they're fake Doctor Who fans because we all know where the skinny man reference comes from. So everybody on this panel knows where the skinny man reference comes from, right?
He's slinky.
So obviously
anorexic.
They did it again in the trailer because RTD is very clever. He wants fans to know that this is Doctor Who that you used to love and know. So come and watch the trailer. So he knows what he's doing. Member berries, as they call it, right? We know what the reference is, but they've exposed who they are and exposed the fake fans that they actually are because they're outraged by it because now they've accused RTD of fat shaming. Listen, you morons, right?
Because that fucking morons have got nothing better to do.
RTD has not fat shamed anybody. It's a reference in the Runaway Bride, but you've never probably watched the Runaway Bride. You don't even know what the Runaway Bride is because, you don't even know what Doctor Who is. But the Runaway Bride is an episode of Doctor Who. It's a Christmas special that stars Catherine Tate, who's actually back, who is actually then someone on Twitter, someone on Reddit, who I know is a Jodie stan, who was writing complete bullshit, turned around and says, and I quote, right, the latest rumor, right, here's the latest rumor on Reddit, and even people that are not even looking forward to the 60th or don't think that it's going to do anything, right, will admit that this is absolute bullshit and fabrication. So the latest rumor is that the CGI for the 60th anniversary is very bad, but we've seen the trailer and that this proves that. But here's the biggest one, right? And this is the biggest actually fucking
this one
pie that I've ever heard in my lifetime. Apparently, according to the latest rumors on Reddit, David Tennant and Catherine Tate have no on-screen chemistry.
What?
Wait, can you
I heard that. That's bullshit.
They're
bullshit.
The
They
best
have no
bullshit.
on-screen chemistry, apparently.
They
right?
are universally,
Bullshit.
amongst people that aren't idiots, they're considered to be the best doctor and companion duo.
Yeah, they are.
Possibly only by Tom Baker and Sarah Jane Smith. I'm like,
and Leela, but and Joe Grant.
Yep.
But you know what? Listen,
all
these people
bollocks.
are jealous because Thasmin didn't happen. That's the only reason that they're going after Tennant.
Sorry, Lee. In the warped little minds, Tasman did happen because apparently when Yasmin Khan picked up Jodie Whittaker, when she leaned in to see if she was breathing, they interpreted it that she was actually kissing her neck. Therefore,
idiots, morons, and stupid people. Listen,
yeah, because you're going to stop it to kiss someone when there's a big giant beam behind you.
My gosh.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
I'm such a sucker for romance and shipping, and I honestly find that so ridiculous. They're reaching. It's
Melina, what did you think of that? Because you have actually said you've been on this channel many a time, and you actually are up for the romances and the stuff, all that other stuff. But you're big into shipping, as you said. What did you think of that whole Yasmin Doctor kind of ship? Did it work? Was it a ship to you?
Shitting.
Was it a ship to you? I don't know if that's someone with is that PD with the sound effects, but that's
no,
brilliant.
It's not me.
To be honest, I think. Okay.
Right. Okay. So it was funny. It was funny. Like for the first 5 seconds. Now it's not funny.
No.
You're grounded.
Who is it?
Somebody's messing with a sonic screwdriver, I think.
Is it Jonas?
Right, but after Melina answers this question, right, we're gonna change the subject to something else before we finish off for the night because we don't want to. Because I can't believe we actually came on here for New Year's Eve. We start talking about Doctor Who, but there you go.
It's Doctor Who channel, mate.
It's inevitable.
What?
Can I just say I had a 28. Can I just say I had a 28-inch waist. I had a 28-inch waist until I was about 35. If someone called me skinny, I was fucking yes, thank you.
I thought you about you had a 28-inch.
For skinny people, it's fat people who have the problem. Deal with it.
Right.
Sorry, that's the truth.
Right, I'll play talking.
Where do I start? Okay, first off, I want to talk about the relationship thing. Now, as a big shipper that I love this kind of things, and I'm a sucker for romance. Of course, I like them when I see that there's like good chemistry, great chemistry, and no, I'm not one of those annoying shippers. I'm not those people. Trust me, I'm not. But for example, like Madame Bastra and Jenny, I love those two together. There's just something about them together, and it has some great romantic chemistry. And I love them. I absolutely love them together. Like, and also with me, like Cena and Gabriel, that was me. Like, oh my gosh! But you know, that's me. But then the Thasmin thing, there's no Thasmin. There's no romance. There's no chemistry. There's no building.
Thasmin in the bin.
Can I just say something? Jack is leaving us, so I just want to say good night to Jack.
Night, Jack.
I actually echo the sentiments. I actually echo the sentiments in the chat. I think it was Peter that said never stop drawing. I
Yeah.
absolutely 100% agree with that. You're absolutely talented. You should keep doing what you're doing. And I love what you're doing on your YouTube channel. Keep it up, because we'll all tune in, man. Keep it up, man. But I love your drawing. I love your artwork, and thank you for the horror artwork that you did. And when we do the horror zones, I'll be using it every week. So I want to say thank you. I appreciate it. Good night, pal. Have a good one. And we'll see you soon, pal, right?
Hey, Jack.
Can you send another invite? I clicked off by mistake. Oh, yeah, I could put the fucking link in the chat again. No problem, man. No problem. Cinnamon.
Who's coming
No,
on? Who's coming on?
I didn't even notice. Well, you need... Listen, I'm putting you in the bold corner for 10 minutes. So for 10 minutes, you have to try and restrain yourself and let others talk. And I have to do the same.
That's rich.
Well, in fairness, I think people will agree with me. It's my channel, so in fairness, I should be the most dominant voice on the channel.
No, you're guest.
Right? But listen here, you, right? See this fella, the power's got to his head now. The power's got to his head. He hosts Friday night.
No, that's Jack Daniels. Not power.
It's the Jack Daniels, I know. Geez, how many have you had? Many. He'd be a good night out, wouldn't he?
I'm drinking. This is the most
year.
The most thing I can drink right now is Coca-Cola. That's what I'm drinking.
If anybody else wants to come on that's never been on the channel before, I'd love to hear some new voices. Seriously, man.
Come on, get on here, you little shits. Get on here.
Don't worry. If Lee intimidates you, I'll put him in his place, because Englishman there knows that.
Did I just hear that?
Do it, Noel can't.
Melina, did I just hear that you're a fellow sober person this evening? Oh, I don't feel so left out now.
No,
have the one both track.
Right, can we let Melina? Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, lads, because it was my fault, because I did actually interrupt. Right, but you all went on a tangent there. But let Melina finish her point, because she accuses us of being, the patriarchy and all that shit. So Melina, I'm messing Melina. But Melina, now go on, finish your point, love, because you were actually making your point about the shipping business. Because I actually want to hear your opinion on the Tasman thing. Because I've actually said that it's actually disgraceful what he's done, because he basically baited these fans that were hoping for the ship, and then he didn't follow through with it. Shut up, Panasonic boy. Or go over to England to be another. Here, listen, there'll be another invasion fucking happening, yeah? Right? And you won't even fucking see it coming. Shut up!
Another 800 years.
800 years, yeah. It'll be 16 fucking 100 years, and it'll be me fucking dominating you, and I'll be quiet.
Wow.
That's probably the best.
Colonizer.
That's probably the best comeback I'll come back with in a while anyway. But Melina, go on now. Gemstones Photography is in the chat. We haven't seen them in a while either. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Right, Melina. Right, guys, lads. She's the only woman on the panel, so come on. Right, Melina.
Patriarchy.
Sexist, racist.
Melina, you put those lads in their place. I'll just sit here and get me popcorn, and I'll just be laughing. Sorry.
I just
misogyny.
Right.
So, like, what I was saying is, like, there's no. I heard that, Lee. There's no romantic tension. There's nothing building to it, and it feels like it's pushed because I think it's a really poor strategy from Chidna and the team, because I think the audience are so there's not a lot of audience watching the Jodie era, that I think they said, you know what, let's just try to bait the shippers and just throw in something there, like, oh, the Jazz has a crush now with the Doctor. So it just looks like something it just came out of his asshole woman, and and that's why it stinks. Get it?
Yeah. Now, sorry about the lads, right? The lads Lee can't control himself because he's like me, he's drunk, but I can control myself, but he can't, right? So he's laughing. So after you get your point across, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna ask you all around the panel because I know you're all movie buffs. Let tell me what the best movie of 2022 was. But let Melina finish her point. And Lee, if you keep sniggering, I'm gonna have to Panasonic boy. You've already muted yourself. You've already done the work for me. See, I don't even need to do it, and you already know as an Irishman that you're gonna lose, so you do it anyway. Well done, Melina.
Also, there's just like a lot of things I like to share. First, I already said the romance thing. That's just pushed, and that's just desperate, and that's just ridiculous, and there's nothing there. Second, the whole skinny man thing and the body image. Now, I've always had problems with my body image as myself, and I don't understand when, like, how do I say, there I didn't see anything wrong with it. I just saw the trailer. I thought it was funny. And these people making a big deal that the skinny man thing, it's shouldn't say that because for the longest time we've been avoiding this body image thing, and they started talking about, of course, my Peter saying that when the 12th Doctor said that that Clara had manly hips and something like that. It's like, oh, these previous showrunners always like to talk about this body image. That's why I'm so glad about Chibnall. I never talked about body. She's like, what are you talking about? It's ridiculous. I mean, these people are so desperate, and here I am with problems with body image. Here I am with depression and all this stuff that these people claim to have and be. And I'm like, what's the difference between me and you? Like, the difference is that this is the TV show that for me that I just watch to enjoy, and it's funny, and I don't know, it's just life is too short to be offended by everything. Honestly, I don't.
But this is the thing that annoys me, Melina. Is like it's a quote from the Runaway Bride. It's not even.
Exactly.
It's not even meant as an insult. It was like they were up on the roof and like he was giving her a jacket or so, or he was doing something or something. She said you were something about skinny and razor. Like you cut me with your fucking bones or whatever it was. But it was said out of, as you said, it was just being funny. What I'm just, do you know what? It's just today's society, isn't it? It's just so fucking like.
No. These are the same people. These are the same people. These are the same people who I bet you, cheered and cheered and cheered when Greta Thunberg called that guy a small dick energy guy.
Well, in fairness, hold on.
Listen.
Anybody that makes Greta
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. If you are going to have a principled opinion on body shaming, and we've seen this before when people who have been arrested for weird things,
and he's being arrested for
misgendered,
women, so
and misgendered. If you misgender someone, even if they've been arrested for something,
he's been arrested in Romania for trafficking women.
Irrelevant. If you're going to say body shaming is never okay, then why is it okay to body shame someone for a small dick?
Can we get context about this, right? So this is what actually happened.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Because this is the problem with society. Both sides do it, right? They leave out the facts. Here are the facts, right? That gobshite tweeted Greta Thunberg, did a video and said he had 20 fucking cars in a Bugatti, right? And then that's when she made the cut. Well, you can email me a small dick complex or whatever it was, right? Fast forward a few hours or a day or whatever it was, right? the fucker was caught in Romania, right, for trafficking women, allegedly trafficking women. Him and his brother were arrested in Romania, right? Then she replied back because this is how he got caught, right? And this is the funniest thing about it. This is why I have no sympathy for the cunt, right? This is how he got caught, right? He had a pizza box. He had a pizza box, right? He was smoking a cigar with a fucking dressing gown on, thought he was the big cheese. And he had a pizza box on the table. And the police were able to identify where he got the pizza. And that's how he got a fuck arrested. And you know what she wrote back? And it's the great, I don't care. I don't like what she does. But it's the greatest.
If it was her, and it probably isn't.
You know what her reply was? You should have recycled the pizza box. You should have recycled the pizza box. And I thought
probably a dad probably came up with
it. Was her. I doubt it was her.
Any fucker,
Dad probably wrote it.
Fucker that makes Greta Thunberg look good is an asshole in my opinion, and that's why he won.
Just like how he writes his people.
That's why he won the asshole of the year award.
No, I agreed. Like, the guy's a piece of shit, 100%. But if you are going to virtue signal about body shaming, and that applies to everybody according to their religion,
okay,
then I bet you these people would have been cheering that on about this guy's small penis because they are inconsistent. They do not apply their belief system equally to everybody.
Yeah, but he kind of deserved it. He deserved it because he went.
It doesn't matter if he deserved it or not. That's not the point. The point is you either believe in body shaming or you do not believe in it.
Listen.
100%.
You're not getting the point. He came at
No, you're not getting the point.
He came
It doesn't matter if he's a piece of shit. The point is if you're believing in body shaming or you're not a believer in body shaming, one or the other, pick a lane and stick in it. That's it.
Right. We got Lee's opinion on that. He's very vocal about it. He shouts over.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Hypocrisy doesn't care about the facts. It's about whether or not you state something and believe it or you don't.
Listen. I have a few drinks. I have a few drinks on me and I'm can't.
I don't care. I don't give a shit personally either way because I don't believe in any of it, so I don't give a fuck.
But we do have a super chat that I would like to read out in the next century, if possible.
Everyone knows.
Warped Eyebrow.
Where's the next year?
With a £2 super chat says the best movie, The Northman, plus Everything Everywhere. I think.
No, we all know that Bros was the best movie, hands down. No, in the discussion.
Actually, if we're talking about movies, I think the highlight for me was Maverick.
Oh yeah, amen to that.
I've yet to see it.
Even the soundtrack.
I watched Northman and I watched Everything Everywhere, Everything All at Once, whatever it was. I really enjoyed it. My mum watched it with me. She was laughing all the way through it, and then at the end, I said, "What do you think?" She said it was rubbish.
So like. As I said, nobody's.
I liked it
because you shout get your point across. You know what I mean?
They're here for me, Noel. They love it.
Listen, might have been 800 years, it'll be 1600 years for you if you keep it up now. Be quiet.
Oh, whatever.
Anyway, no, but seriously, all joking aside,
you
are being oppressed. I'm only messing. But all joking aside, Maverick for me, movie wise, was a highlight. The most disappointing movie for me, and the movie that I was actually looking forward to the most, and then I watched it and I watched it. Was Nope.
Oh,
it was Nope. I was actually.
I agree.
Was disappointing. I like.
Bullet Train. Now.
I love the concept. Listen, I love the concept of the movie. I thought they had a great idea there, but it just dragged, and like the performances. This is the thing, though. The acting is
under-delivered. The acting's great, absolutely. Yeah, it did drag a bit. Yeah, and it didn't quite deliver on the final reveal. But I loved the threat. I loved the build-up. I thought that was really great.
Yeah,
there were some really fantastic moments. The kids dressed up as the aliens. The kids dressed up as the aliens in the dark. I was like, oh, what's going on? And it was just like kids messing around. I was like, oh,
spoilers, but that's okay. All right.
Right, we've got Andrew Jones in the chat. I don't know if this is true, but I'll read it out.
Put on my
anyway.
Instagram, mate.
£2 super chat, and he says he has COVID. If you do have COVID, I sincerely am sorry, and I wish you the best. But if you are lying, well, I won't say what if you're lying, but
well,
Andrew,
I hope you're feeling better, mate. That's it.
But if you do have COVID, I wish you the best and get well soon, mate.
If you don't have COVID,
But you didn't need to give me a super chat. As I said, you can just write in the chat, and I will read it out if you're not trolling.
Who was Paul Cornell there?
Paul Cornell.
Yeah, it's on his profile picture. Is that you, Super Doctor? It wasn't you.
Paul Cornell.
He comes to
right, you won't get into that. But lads, right, so as I said, my highlight was Maverick, and the movie that I was most disappointed in was Nope. So, Chris, have you got a favourite movie of 2022? And is there a movie out there that you were really looking forward to that disappointed you in 2022? And that goes for everybody on the panel when I go to the next person after Chris.
Okay. So it would have been Terrifier 2, but I haven't had a chance to see it yet. I just finally was able to order the Blu-ray today because it came out. Not much really stuck out to me this year, but if being that I'm mainly the horror genre now, it's the two-parter of X and Pearl, starring Mia Goth. I think a return to form for classic horror. I would recommend if you are a horror fan, watch both of them because you kind of need to watch both of them to get the full story. Both are released in 2022. Biggest disappointment would be probably everything else I saw.
But is there one in particular that sticks in your mind that you were really looking forward to but just didn't deliver?
Well, I wasn't really looking forward to Nope because the director is pretty far up his ass. I am thinking. Give me a sec. What came out this year that they were mostly disappointing. I would say probably the last gasp of something that I thought might make me still like the MCU, which really was just one of the final nails of the coffin. I will say Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, because when they announced the actual Disney, not Sony movies for Phase 4, it was literally the only one I had hope for, and it was just downright awful, just awful, terrible. Yeah. So I will say, I'll go with that. R.I.P. MCU.
Yep.
We'll go with Melina.
No Way Home was good. No Way Home was good.
Lee, you'll get your chance.
2021, dude.
Lee, you'll get your chance. I promise.
Really?
I promise, buddy. Please, just if you can actually go 2 minutes without talking, I swear.
I did.
World record.
Give you a little star.
I'll let Chris talk.
Right. So Melina. But let Melina talk, right? Because she came out, she didn't even get to finish our point.
Sexist.
Right?
Sexist.
So basically, she's going to tell us. So Melina, your highlight movie, the highlight movie of the year, and a movie that you're looking forward to, but actually disappointed you. And if Lee keeps talking, I'm going to have to mute Panasonic Bing. You're not Panasonic Bing. Change that to boy. Now, you lost the poll. I demand boy. Press 1 if you agree with me, boy. It's Panasonic boy, not Panasonic Bing. We're not having that shit. This is not a fucking democracy, man. It's a fucking dictatorship. It's changing, man. You lost. You lost the bet. You lost, man. You lost.
I'm not saying a word. I'm not allowed, apparently.
I know.
This is a dictatorship.
I'm only. I'll joke in the side. No, I'm only messing. No, I love
my Panasonic TV is better than yours.
It wouldn't be the Tardis zone without Lee, Daniel, Chris, and a few others. Super Doctor, real Super Doctor.
Panasonic Sony feud.
Rich.
Yeah.
You know, we've got Charlotte as well, and of course, my main pal, He's in the chat and he's still up. Scottish Stavros and
Hey,
legend. He's a fucking legend. I love that chat, man.
We all do.
I love that. Seriously, man. I love him, man. He's like a little brother. Yeah, you fuck with him. I'm serious, man. I shouldn't actually probably be even saying this on YouTube, but if you fuck with him, man, you mess with us all, basically.
And this was why I felt the need to bring it up to the attention of Lee, because
my name is James, and I'm a twat who likes attacking people who don't share my opinion.
You've even got the name wrong. It wasn't James. It's Jamie, a madman in a blue box.
Jamie, I'm a they them.
Oh, he has this thing about blocking and unblocking and blocking. Like a while back, he said, "Oh, I had you blocked, so I had to unblock you because I wanted to say something." It's like do you think I give a?
Look, Melina's best advice I give you is block them. Right? Listen, Chris does it as well. Right? He tolerates no nonsense now. As soon as someone starts shit, he blocks them. I do the same. There's no point of getting into an argument with gobshites. Right? They're not going to listen to your point of view. They have their views. Lee knows this. They have their views. Right? They're not going to change. Right? They have everybody else is wrong according to them. The best bit of advice, and I should have took this. Chris actually told me this, and Gary from Neurotics told me this a long time ago. And I was cocky, and I thought, you know what? They it's not that I said they didn't know what they were talking about, but I thought I could handle myself. But they gave me a bit of advice which I ignored for a few years, which was people are going to come after you. They're going to say horrible things about you. They're going to try to get under your skin. You must never react. But of course, you all know me. I did react. I did react, right? But you see, the thing about it is, I know you can't help it, Melina. And this is why you should listen to me, because now I'm at the stage where now, because I don't want you to honestly, seriously, I wouldn't even wish this on me worse. I don't want you to go through what I went through. Right? And I think Lee would agree with me. We don't want you, Daniel, Charlotte, or anybody else that we really care about to go through what we went through. So when we tell you guys to block or mute or whatever, take that advice, block them. There's no point in getting into a disagreement with them or an argument with them, because at the end of the day, they honestly believe that they're on the right side of history. So no matter what you say is irrelevant to them. So the best thing you can do for a bit of peace of mind and to get on better, since I start blocking people and ignoring people, my mental health has improved tenfold. It has, honestly, because I'm not engaging with these negative people. Now, Jenny is a different story. I have to engage with her because when she accuses me, of something like that, that's completely different. Then you can
disgusting.
It was
Really
but if someone accuses you something like that, Melina, or says something like that, that's when you defend yourself, right? That's when you speak up. You don't need to argue with someone because they keep banging on. Fuck Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chill. It's done. Just block them.
But I noticed that she
deleted. Stop, Lee, for a minute. Just block them, but let Melina talk. But that's my advice to anybody out there. If you want a more peaceful
let Melina talk, and then he talks. Sorry.
Block them, right? Chris gave me that advice. Gary gave me that advice, and I never took it at
Melina
the beginning.
talk.
I will, but I just want to make it. I just have to get that point across. You need to listen to people that have done it before, and I should have listened to Chris, and I should have listened to Gary, but I didn't. Right?
Is this Melina talking?
But I will let Melina talk. I know what Lee is actually doing there because I gave her that rhythm, right? But as I said, 1600 years is still coming, mate. So shut the fuck on you anyway. I'm sorry,
Melina.
He is right. I'll shut the fuck up now. Actually, while you're gonna talk,
Melina sounds a bit manly, doesn't she?
I'm gonna have it.
Yeah. Are you misgendering Melina?
No, Melina. This is Melina.
That's turkey.
And that's
That's
smile.
my Melina
That's so
impression.
sexist.
That's my Melina
Sexist.
And that
impression.
smile. Look at my avatar.
Is that racist against turkeys?
Right, I'm gonna shut up before I get accused of something else. But anyway, Melina, love.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Lee
Biggest.
is right. Just Melina, hang on for a second.
They thought they were on the right side of history.
I just want to do something. Right, Melina, you can talk now because I've muted Panasonic boy.
And I've unmuted myself. Nah!
Right, all right. All joking aside, go on, Melina. Go on.
I was when I saw that comment, I didn't respond to it yet, but I went because I have Lee knows this. I'm sort of like a shark, and I start to like report when I see that. Yeah, I secretly go in another account and I start reporting. So when I went to her profile to actually report that, because that was a very disgusting accusation, she deleted it. And that I thought that was hilarious. And another thing, I've been reporting a bunch of accounts, anything of nastiness, targeted harassment, and these are the same people who claim to be like the most peaceful people and the most non-toxic of the fandom, and all of them have broken rules, all of them. And every single time I receive a notification that they had to they were told to delete it if they want access back to their profile. And something about her, now I don't mean like, I'm not trying to be like mean or anything like that, but at first I was okay with her. Like, I thought, okay, she seems pretty cool. It looks like she likes to engage, discourse with different people. But then I noticed her behavior, that if she doesn't agree with you, she goes to quote tweet, because she wants her follower to like kind of like attack this person because of their bad opinion. And I noticed that when she did that to one of our dear friends, and I told her, please don't instigate that targeted harassment. She already been through enough. Please don't do that. And then she quote tweeted me, and she kind of accused me low key of being biphobic. What?
What?
Biphobic.
She's bipolar.
And I said, that is really disgusting for you to say that. It's like, I'm surrounded by people who are whatever they are, whatever they want to be. And it's really disgusting to have that kind of accusation against me. And it was all because there was a comment saying like that Picard was not oh my gosh, bisexual. He's not bisexual. So like, it's like, no, but saying like he's not bisexual is biphobic. How? I don't understand. And I told Lee about this, and I felt really, really bad by saying this, but I have to share it, but out of respect, that for the longest time, the most people that I've been attacked, or the most people that have attacked me are people from the UK, and they're the white liberals, the white leftists of the UK. And for the longest time, I've been feeling a little bit of resentment, not hating or anything, but it's just like, you know what I mean? It's like, why? Because I'm from this small island, and I always like, Doctor Who was one of those little pieces when I thought that like get to know about the UK culture and all that, and you kind of get fascinated by that, and I always thought that, oh, okay, well, people are like that, they're kind of, like, I don't know, like Rose, or nice people like that, like the Doctor and all that. You kind of have this thing, but then when I went to Twitter, and it's like a whole other story. It's like, why did it happen like that? And then these are the same people who claim to to protect minorities. And I'm like, well, according to them, I'm in the category of minority because I'm Puerto Rican, I'm a woman. So why do they treat me this way? So for the longest time, I've been feeling that resentment. And then I said, you know what? It's not fair. It's not fair that I should let them control my mind and my life. That because of them, I couldn't watch Doctor Who for a while. I didn't want to know anything about Doctor Who because every time I saw something Doctor Who related, it took me back to those kind of people. And then kind of like, I was like, why am I letting it? Why? I mean, this is a show that I loved since 2010. And so I'm going to let this bunch of strangers from the internet take that away from me. You know, you kind of think about it, and I had this like I guess what you call epiphany moment, and I have, not joking, I have reached about 300 people in my Twitter that I blocked. I've been blocking and blocking and blocking, and I'm telling you, even from me, who is a Moffat like fan, I love Moffat. I love Moffat, but I've even been blocking even the Peter Capaldi stance because they're just awful, absolutely awful. And now just because I'm enjoying that David Tennant is back, now I have the Jodie stance joining in with the Peter Capaldi stance. They're mad at me. I was like, no. I'm sorry. You are not going to take away my excitement for this Doctor Who anymore. I'm really happy. Peter Capaldi will always be my doctor. He will always be my favorite, but I love David Tennant as well. So, first of all, if they claim to be Peter Capaldi fans, you know that Peter Capaldi loved this show more than anything. He loved Doctor Who, and he always claimed to be Doctor Who fan first. That's what I am. I'm the Doctor Who fan first. Like, you ask me who's your doctor, I say Peter Capaldi, of course. But I'm a Doctor Who fan first. I don't go on this little group and go after another group. And that's what they do. And they take away the fun. This is a show about fun. It's a show about fun. And
that's it. But you should ignore them, what you're doing, blocking them the way you're doing it. That's the best thing because you'll have a better life on Twitter.
Yep, that's what I do.
Look, the bottom line is, because I don't want to get bogged down on this. We'll get in. I'll ask. Obviously, I asked Chris the question, so I'll ask you about your favorite movie and your worst movie of 2022 now in a minute. But look, bottom line is this, right? We were all vindicated in the end, right? We've nothing to prove. Yeah, we've all went through hard times. Every single one of us is on this panel has received some sort of abuse, and it's hard and it's horrible, and it does affect us. We're not going to lie, it does. Of course, it does. We're human fucking beings. But if we allow them to get under our skin and to the more we react, see, this is the biggest mistake, and this is why I'm trying to say to people, I'm not giving out to anybody. It's from experience. And if I had to listen to Chris, I wouldn't have to go through with it. But because I didn't listen to Chris and Gary, I did go through the whole mess, right? But if I had ignored them from the start, I wouldn't have had all of the shit that came towards me because I wouldn't have reacted. You know what I mean? Because I didn't react. But I did react. Now, sometimes it was justified and people will agree with me because some of the things that were said about me were horrible. Look, I have a horrible reputation, and I have to tell you, right, I'm not a horrible person. And it is actually sad that there are people out there that actually think that I'm the worst thing. Like, I've been
just ignore them, man. That's
they
what I do.
I do now, right? But I found it very hard. It took me a few years to reconcile with that, if you understand. But the most important thing is to do what Chris does, do what I do, just block them. As soon as they come at you and they start giving out, they're debating, you see, there's certain accounts out there, Chris will tell you as well, that'll deliberately put tweets out there because they know me, you, or other people would normally react to those tweets. That's why they put them out there in the first place. But if you don't react, you're not giving them the attention that they want, and because remember, as soon as you reply to them, what's the first thing they do? They retweet your tweet because that's what they want. They want that reaction. So if we refuse to react, they got nothing. They got no ammo. And trust me, Melina, right? I know you've been through a tough time because you've openly spoke about it and stuff. You don't need the shite on social media. You really don't. And I'm glad that you've told me that you're starting to block these people, because that is the best thing for you and your mental health. And for everybody out there. Don't engage with these people. They don't have a legitimate argument. You don't need to be getting involved. People are still sending me screenshots and stuff because they want me to get involved. There's no point. Let them scream into the void. Nobody's listening to them anymore. We don't need to fear these people. I never feared them in the first place. That's why I got so much stick. Same with Chris. He didn't fear them. I didn't fear them. Lee didn't fear them. We got fucking horrible stick because we stood up to them, right? But sometimes there were times where I should have fucking chose me battles, and I didn't, and I went all in on everything, and of course I left myself open. Unfortunately, it wasn't just me that got picked on. My wife got picked on, and people that I knew were getting picked on. But if I had ignored them in the first place, would have any of that happened? That's probably the one regret I do have, is that I reacted to all these people.
I think I'm there. I'm just like I'm very feisty. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very feisty, and I'm like that everywhere, even at my job. I get really feisty, and my job is not. I mean, it's not the greatest thing ever. I mean, even though I do have benefits and I get them better pay, but I get phone calls from racists, and it's it's hard enough to deal with those people. So why do I need to like purposely engage with those people on Twitter? So I was like, you know what, whatever. Like if I want to argue, well, then yeah. But like I said, I've been blocking people. And
Lee, I know you're back. But
dear John Merrick,
if
here comes the typing.
If you're typing, you have.
Finally! He notices! He notices!
If you're typing, you have to.
No, I was typing because I was being ignored because I'm gay and you hate gay people, Noel. You hate gay people.
Well, look, me advice.
You're an alt-right, sexist, bigot, anglophobe, homophobe, racist.
It's the best thing. But Melina,
no, Russell today says it's incredibly important.
Get your favorite movie of 2022 and your least favorite, or a movie that you're looking forward to that disappointed you.
Wow, this is. I have to be very, very sincere. I have not been watching any movies at theaters. I think I'll explain to you why. As someone who loves movies so much, and I will go to the theaters every weekend. I don't enjoy movies like I used to anymore. I think I've been hating Hollywood a lot. But if I can choose one movie that did both, that got me really excited, and at the same time, maybe like something was missing, was the Jurassic World Dominion.
That wasn't too bad.
No. Listen. I had this argument with Melina before, right? The old Jurassic Park trilogy is the best trilogy. This new trilogy that came out, right? Now, Melina does like it, right? And in some aspects, there's some parts of it that I do like. But the bottom line is that this trilogy was a cash grab and a nostalgia baiting exercise, right? The trilogy itself, right? The fourth movie, listen, I'll give the fourth movie credit. It was decent. The second movie was shite, and the third movie was absolutely rubbish. Right? They brought in the old cast thinking that we'll nostalgia bait the audience. Right? But as soon as you have to do that, that's when you've lost the fucking fun. The Jurassic World.
It was all right.
Jurassic World.
I don't want to argue with you. No.
It was like Jurassic Park 3. It was okay.
No.
It's shite. It's crap.
It's always the second
actually, sorry guys, I just need to cut in here for just a quick
That's
second.
my
So I'm
opinion.
No.
That's my opinion.
No.
It's
Chris
shite.
needs to speak.
Oh,
Oh, just quick. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to head off, guys. Sky's in a little bit of a tizzy, and the fireworks have started going off, and now she's in a bit of a panic.
Oh, poor
So
Sky.
I have to go take care of my baby.
Chris, mate.
Chris, you're
Thank
a
you for
racist bigot.
Thank you
We
for
love
everything. No, seriously, thank you for everything the last 5 years, and I just want to thank
Noel,
you.
you are all, and all of you, you are awesome. It was a great time tonight, and we will talk again soon.
Yeah.
Lovely
streaming you again, Chris. Love it, mate.
Honour to share a panel with you.
Melina, Panasonic Boy, Super Doc, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Noel, you are all awesome. I just wanted to say Happy New Year, even though it's
Happy New Year.
Melina haven't had
Happy
New
New
Year's
Year.
yet, and
Love the Sky.
I will. Oh, she needs hugs now, so yeah, I will give her lots of love for you.
A lot of good things will come to your way for 2023, Chris. So
Yes.
when sometimes we lose things, but then you see that in the way, in the right I'm sorry, I cannot say this properly in English. Like we gain things, and what you gain is friends like us.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
So you have
Definitely.
a loss, but then it hurts to go back. And I mean, I say myself, because when I lost my kitty, and my mom's birthday was on the 27th, so I had a lot of losses. So but then I look and say, okay, well, I had this loss, and I have to focus on the people who are reaching out to me, and those are the people that I'm talking about. Those are the friends that we gain. So, I don't know if I'm making sense.
Oh no, you are definitely, and thank you very much, Melina. I mean
You're
that.
welcome. Of course.
Yeah, and well, and to everybody else as well. Well, thank you, and bigger and better things are coming in 2023, and if nothing else, there's a lot for us to make fun of. So all we can do is laugh at it.
Absolutely.
Signing off, and
y'all
have a good evening, and Happy New Year, Happy New Year,
mate.
Same to you.
Right.
When I was commenting on, I have to say this, I'm sorry, but the I guess you could say the quote unquote normal fans of Doctor Who, they're actually finally opening their eyes.
Holy shit, what was that about?
They were like, oh my god, what is wrong with these people? And these are the same people who defended the Jodie stance, and now they're like, oh my god, they're so toxic. Oh my god, it's like, we've been telling that for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
No,
Melina,
so
you know what you should have said about that Picard thing? I would have said it. I would have turned around and go, well, maybe you'll apologise for it the next season.
I just, it's, times like now where I'm a bit drunk, like Lee, it's always, but all joking aside, when I leave here tonight, and everybody leaves here tonight, I will go and I'll either watch an old movie, or I'll watch an old TV show and watch a couple of episodes and then binge watch it over the next couple of days. But you know what's sad? Is that I can't even actually look at new movies today.
Titanic.
They're so bad. No, listen, I tried, right? I tried a couple of new movies that are on that site that I watch movies on, and I decided, you know what, I'll dip the foot in and I'll see what type of movie they're making today. I was genuinely just bored. The
I can
acting
believe
is
it.
just so bad. It's
Yeah.
like watching. Do you remember back in the day, right, when we were growing up, you had like movies on the Hallmark channel that were like really bad, but like
Sci-fi
the cheesy and
channel
stuff.
specials.
That's the type of shit that Hollywood's producing now. And I'm
Sci-fi
like,
channel specials, yeah.
how am I supposed to like? I'm supposed to be into like what the fuck is going on? So that's why I watch all the classic movies. Man, I go back. Man, I watched do you know what? Cheryl finally watched Back to the Future, right? And I was delighted, and she absolutely loved it, and I was delighted because I was kind of like, I hope she doesn't hate this because like. You know, it was hyped in our own mind, but then she said this is one of the most awesome movies I've ever seen in my life, and I was fucking delighted. You can't know, but I was absolutely delighted. I was over the moon, right? Because I thought if she hates this movie, I don't know how I'm gonna react because, like, you know, Back to the Future, I think everybody universally that has seen that will say that that trilogy is up there as one of the best trilogies ever. I don't even think I'm exaggerating there. Back to the Future trilogy is one of the best trilogies that were ever made. And she watched the first one, she loved it. Now she hasn't seen the other two yet, and I know she's gonna love them now because she loves the first one. And she's in for surprises. But I love that. Why are you all laughing?
Why are we laughing?
Are you all talking shit while I've been talking and I just haven't heard it?
All drunk
what
or
the fuck?
something.
But seriously, man, she loves Back to the Future, so I'm actually over the moon because I was like saying to Cheryl, I was like, if you don't like this movie, we're getting a divorce, man.
Oh, that's too late. That's too late. It's too late.
I can't be with a woman that doesn't like Back to the Future. For fuck's sake, everybody loves that movie.
That's because she's my woman.
Right? No, trust me, right? Cheryl is incorruptible,
You know
just like I am. Our love is pure. We're soulmates.
Cállate, mira. You know the movie that I've been watching that I decided to watch because I haven't seen it in a long time, and I thought it was Silent Hill.
Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie. Someone asked me if I'm having a drink. Yeah, of course I'm having a drink. It's New Year's Eve.
Great movie.
These guys, come on.
I think it's a great movie. I think it's the best video game adaptation. I went back to watch it and I was like, you know what? This is a really good movie. And I started watching old movies. Like I don't feel so passionate or looking forward to movies like I used to anymore. And I blame Hollywood and these actors and talking much. They just took away the fun. And I think Top Gun was that movie that was really fun.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Top Gun was probably
Maverick was over the top, but do you know what made Maverick stand out to all the shite that they're making today? It was just entertaining. It was just pure action. It was just there was no fucking agenda. It was just
soundtrack as well.
Just telling a story, and of course, the Top Gun. Like the first movie had a banging soundtrack, right? The second movie had a banging, like the soundtrack as well. But seriously, that movie worked because it just did one simple job: entertain the audience. And you know what? Yeah, as I said on the stream the other day, it doesn't matter his personal things with Scientology and all that. We judge Tom Cruise on his acting. And the thing about him is, as I said the other night, I think he's the last kind of proper Hollywood action hero. You know, he's the last of his kind. And someone actually mentioned that he's 60 years old. He's 60. And he's jumping out of helicopters and hanging onto wings of aeroplanes. This man is a fucking psycho. He does his own stunts. This man is a lunatic. He deserves
I think we've got somebody in here. There's somebody in the private chat.
All right, hold on. Who was it? Is this a piss take? Because I hear Melina laughing.
He's in a runner.
Melina gives everything away. The first Dr. Big.
Doctor.
Bigot.
Right, so that's Lee, isn't it? That's Lee because he's not here.
Well.
I've just figured.
Well.
Right, okay. Well, we know he's had a few beers tonight. Maybe we should actually, do you know what? Maybe we should put Lee's song as it's New Year's 2023. Would anybody like to hear Lee sing?
Oh, I love the song.
No. What is it, Ocean Man again?
No, not Ocean Man. No. I'm actually talking about the cover that Lee did of a
Yeah, the
Janet
song
Jackson
that Lee
song.
made.
Lee, the golden pea.
What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah.
Oh no!
What have you
Hello
done for me
again.
lately?
You just hate black people, Noel. You just hate black people.
Hey. When are we getting a remastered? Listen. No. All joking aside, right? Because I'm not taking the piss here. But I actually like that version of that song that you've done, the Janet Jackson one. What have you done for me lately? So when are you gonna fucking actually like remaster the fucking thing? So like, you know.
Yeah,
Are you saying it's shit? No.
No,
Remaster
I'm
it. It's
shit.
perfect.
But what I'm saying is the sound quality is a bit low. If you were
No,
to
it
kind
is.
of like,
It's amazing.
no, mate.
You messed up EQing, mate.
Listen, I'm a fan. I love the song.
That was mastered
I'm
by
actually,
a mate of mine. He's going to take exception.
Well, I'm going to tell you now. Your friend that remastered that or mastered that did a shit job, right?
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
So
No holds
Are you
barred.
going to play it then? Go on.
But that's
Play it.
yeah,
Embarrass
I'll play
me.
it. Yeah, of course I will. I will play it. I'm not going to embarrass you. It's fucking brilliant, man. I'm not messing. You think I'm actually messing?
Press one in the chat if you want to hear me embarrass myself.
Listen. I have this
Like
in
I have it
YouTube.
already.
I have this on one of my YouTube playlists. He actually thinks I'm taking the piss. I actually love this version of the song that he's done, and I'm actually genuinely saying that if it was remastered, it'd be fucking even better. It's a great fucking song, right? I'm not taking the piss here. He thinks I'm taking the piss. I'm not. I love this song. I've actually downloaded it onto my phone.
What's wrong? What are you talking about?
Right, I'll show you now.
It was properly mastered.
Right. Good one. I might have a few drinks on me, but I copped that fucking one.
You know what? It's really random.
And by the way, Electro is Dead is another great song that he's done as well, but that's over 6 minutes long, so I'm not going to play that one for you. But Lee is actually very fucking a talented artist, man. Right? He thinks I'm taking the piss, but I'm not. He's very talented, and I'm going to play this song for you because I fucking love it.
Wow.
Right?
And who would have thought you'd look exactly how he sounds?
And yeah, well, hold on. I need to pause it first because we need to put it on screen because you need to see the visuals that are going on here. Right? And I want you to sing along with me. I'm serious. I'm not taking the piss. This is a fucking great song.
I'm laughing at the.
You better remaster it, or you better do a re-fucking mix. I'm waiting.
That's a great, real super doctor. You're brilliant. You're absolutely brilliant.
It's just
I'm sorry, but can we just appreciate Patrick Stewart in a ball pit here?
Well, what did Patrick Stewart do that we have to
apologise for it? Go on, Patrick, apologise for it.
Sheer fucking hubris.
Right, here we go. He's ready for it?
Yeah.
He's ready for it. And I'm serious.
You poor,
if you don't like
sods.
this, unsubscribe. Right, here we go.
Strange.
Right. Press play now. It's not strange.
Oh, this could have been avoided.
And I won't get copyrighted because Lee's music.
Sorry.
What?
Oh.
Take me by the hand.
Hold
Take me
on, I
to
have
the
to put
land.
on a lower
Do you understand?
definition. Sorry, Lee.
Hold the chicken in there.
You have-
Stick the chair up, you know.
I'll put your song on a lower definition.
Suspense. I think I did listen
hate
to it.
me so much.
Can you still hear that? Stop playing for you.
No, nothing.
Because
Nothing's
paused
happening.
for me.
But it paused for me lately. Da, 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 da. Ooh, yeah.
What's for Lee lately?
Hold the chicken in there, stick a texture up your nose, fly jumbo jet, put berry on your clothes.
Spitting image.
Oh, I love that.
Fucking brilliant.
Oh God, sorry.
Right.
Are you shooting people again, Melina?
I
told you that's not good.
Again.
Right.
Again.
Wait. I thought.
Rabbi
Cinnamon
CR.
toast.
Wait.
Just for this present.
Listen.
Rabbi.
Do you want to sing it
I think he's
live?
asleep now.
Do you
No,
want
I'm not singing it live. Are you
live,
fucking
man.
crazy? I've been smoking and drinking. It's
Can
New
you
Year's.
actually?
Oh, we've lost Noel. He's cancelled himself.
Couldn't handle it.
Oh, we can actually get a word in edgeways now. That's amazing.
I think my favourite
hello
film was
chat.
Top Gun,
How
you
you? Oh yeah, but none of us got fucking asked, did they? Like, no, didn't ask us, PD.
I
No.
also cried when I saw the trailer. There we go.
Did you get asked what films you liked? No.
I was
PD
gonna say, Bros. I absolutely loved that so much.
I was
going
gonna say, what was the? I don't even know anymore. June. I love June. June.
I
was
haven't
great.
seen that yet, but I've got it.
I did
Really
like
good.
it. I thought it'd be a bit more
I'm
action
gonna
in it.
watch
I
it.
don't know what I
I
recommend.
bought my copy of June from a shop. I actually got it from a shop. He actually says, "This is a Blu-ray version, not the DVD version." I go, I know. I want
Why
to
would
see
you
it
be
on
what?
DVD.
And
Why would you be
if you were to ask me what films I didn't like, that's a really long list.
Most films.
How do we get Noel back?
I don't know.
I don't know. He has to let himself. Hello,
Well, this is
welcome
Rabbi's
to
corner
the
now.
Lee Tardis zone.
Lee from another planet.
The Lee Tardis zone, and we are here
Problematic
with a
channel.
bunch of people. Yes.
Nice.
Oh, here we go.
Been demoted already.
Problematic channel.
Sorry, I have to take the camera off because everything's gone haywire, but I have Lee's song ready now, so we can actually do this.
Wow.
But Lee, I'm very disappointed that you're not actually going to sing along with your own song. Are you telling me that you've lost your? So have you lost your voice?
Yeah.
I
Because if you want
recorded
me,
this
You're
like
already
10
in
years
the
ago.
video.
10 years ago.
I'll take over the vocals and I'll take over the vocals. All right.
Don't you fucking ruin my cover version.
Here's the Noel cover version of the Lee cover version of the Janet Jackson. I'm only messing. Right. But Lee, can I ask you, serious, what was your inspiration for doing this particular song, if you don't mind me asking? And I'm actually being serious because I'm interested.
I grew up in the 80s, and I loved Janet Jackson. I thought she was fantastic. I don't think she's ever been surpassed by any fucking wannabe pretender like, I don't know, Britney Spears.
What about Madonna?
Janet Jackson was a talent. I didn't like Madonna until about 1990.
Too much of a virgin.
So this is Lee. And I'm going to big screen this, right?
If you want to see what he looks like, go
now,
to the vlog he uploaded in
I'm being
2006.
honest, right? I've heard a lot of songs, a lot of
Look at his
covers
Facebook profile.
over me time. I love music. You've all seen it, even on Twitter, throw up music. I love it.
Ears are...
So I want to introduce Lee's version of What Have You Done For Me Lately by Janet Jackson, and this is fucking kicking.
What has he done for the channel lately?
And if you don't like this, right, you can go and feck off, because I said, I have it on my phone, and if you put it on with earphones on, it's fucking great. So here we go. Lee, The stage is
Even though
yours.
it's badly mastered, apparently.
Right, here we go. It's his voice, right?
Time when you would come for me.
Come for me.
Used to brag about it all the time. Your friends seem to think that you're so good, you're clean. My friends seem neglected on your mind. Right. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah.
There's only one version as far as I'm concerned.
Almost every night. Dancing till I don't lose my breath. How it seems your dancing feet are always up my couch. Good thing I cook for us, we stopped that. Ain't that a shame? What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah.
You can tell that I play it all the time, can't you?
You know it's the truth. You seem to think you're God's gift to this earth. I'm telling you, no way. You ought to be thankful.
See,
For the little
I'll tell you after the song.
things are all you seem to give. You're always putting off what we could do today. So thought process. You've got one life to live. Who's right? Who's wrong? What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately?
It's hammer time.
Yeah.
Seriously,
What
mate.
have you done for me lately? Have you done to me lately?
The music is cracking. Don't care what you all say.
What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. What have you done to me lately? Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? And there you go.
Yes, Daddy.
Now, see, here's the what, right? Because I love music, right? So Lee will probably, I don't know if he'll appreciate what I say, but the thing that's missing from that song for me is this only. It's only one thing, is bass. It needs a bit more bass. When that kicks it, it needs to be.
Great.
I think it just needs to be a bit more bassy, and if it is, that song's fucking perfect, man. That's the only reason why I'm saying if it was remastered, because you'd be able to put a bit more bass on it, man.
Yeah.
That song would be fucking. That song is kicking, man.
Yeah,
I
to
don't
be fair,
care what anybody
it's
says.
playing through StreamYard, so don't judge it by that. go and check it out.
No, but I do listen. Yeah, but he's right. Listen to it on YouTube. But seriously, man, that version does deserve a remaster. Peter Harrington gives it a 10 out of 10. It is a great song, man. I think he's
Dig
very
that crazy
talented.
rhythm, Daddy.
I don't know why he doesn't do the
Hit
singing
me with
anymore.
your
It's
rhythm
it's not my business, but I have to say he's a very talented singer. I say do a bit of singing myself, so I know talent when I say it. I love that song. The first time when he started sharing his music, man, and when I came across that song, I've been hooked on it ever since. Seriously, I'm not lying. I love it. But seriously, a bit more bass on that song, and I think it'd be fucking really, really fire, man. Well, your voice is great, man. The way you sing the song is great. It's a great interpretation of the song. I actually prefer your
3,000
version
fags
over.
a day.
But no, but seriously, I'm not saying this, but I prefer your version over Janet Jackson version. So there you go. It's a great song. Scottish Stavros and friends wrestle with pop culture says it's fucking epic. Feckin' epic. Sorry. Base, how low can you go?
Scottish,
Clap,
mate,
clap,
not
clap,
English.
says Ezra Goldstein. 15 out of 10. So you're getting a good reaction for
There
that
you
song.
go. X Factor, here I come. Not.
But he did do a song for Az, which did do very well, I have to say. It's just, for me, he won't
It went
say,
to
but
number
I
80
will.
in the iTunes.
Because I'm
80
his
in the
friend,
iTunes
but
charts.
he
80.
doesn't get the credit he deserves for that song, and when it's being shared around, he doesn't get the credit. And I wish people would give him the credit because he's very talented, and you've seen the talent that he has because he's literally created this channel, the look of this channel. He deserves a lot of credit for what he's done. What? Does someone keep saying, "Are you crying?" I'm not crying.
What?
Stop crying. I said fucking
seriously,
scissoring.
Can I just address?
I owe you a lot, man.
address,
I do.
Can I? No, listen. I don't want anything. I'm happy to support the channel that I love. And no, you're like a brother to me. I'm happy just to do what I can. I will update shit as I go along. I've just got a lot on at the moment. But
I know you do.
Disaster area in the chat. Underpass. There you go. He knows what I'm talking about.
By the way, I don't want to bring it down or on the channel, but I think it is apt that we on New Year's Day officially that we talk about our good friend whose 1 year anniversary is coming up very soon, Alpha Omega.
Yeah.
I just want to say personally, there's a lot of streams that I've done with him that haven't come back. We did Rick and Morty together, and there wasn't just me and Alpha. Obviously, Melina was part of that. Lee was here for that, and Real Super Doctor. But I just haven't had the will to do it because it's not that it doesn't feel right. I miss him, man. That's the truth of it. It came. Do you know what? Thanks to PD and Melina for actually finding out, because we were going around for months not knowing what was going on, and thanks to Melina, as I said, and PD, they found out, and we got the sad news, and it's horrible because we never got to say goodbye. I mean, I spoke to him literally the day before.
Yeah.
And he said to me, because I invited him on the channel, and he says to me, "No, I'm really sick. I have COVID." And I says, "I wish you the best, buddy. You get well soon." And he goes, he basically said, I'll see you and I'll talk to you soon. And that was it. And then, of course, weeks went by, and obviously we didn't see him in the chat, and then we're all trying to get in contact with him any way we could.
No. Can I just say, Wookie Fever 1969, who lives in America, sent me a parcel for Christmas. and he made this plaque with Alpha Omega's
that's nice.
logo.
That's amazing.
Out of wood. He turned this out of wood.
He's a wood
with
turner.
his bare hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did this out of his bare hands, blood, sweat, and tears. As a
Thanks, Wookie.
As a homage to Alpha. And I think that's one of the most special, beautiful Christmas presents I've ever received in my life. And I just think that is such a wonderful, beautiful thing. And I just want to say, Alpha, if you're out there, man, we love you. You live.
And we still miss
Alpha
you, man.
lives. Avon lives. And
We
you're
miss
in our
you.
thoughts and our hearts. And we love you.
That's why we were doing sliders together. Sliders was me and Alpha's stream. Me and Alpha did streams with a lot of people, but we decided to do sliders together because we both loved the show. And we started it, and then I took a break in between seasons. I actually regret that because we would have got a lot more streams together. That actually pisses me off, but we did a few movie zones together as well that did very well. But yeah, I just don't want people thinking we have forgotten him. We haven't.
Never
and we
forget
won't,
Alpha.
because he was a big part of this channel. He started off real shy, wouldn't say much, but behind the scenes he was very vocal, and then that translated then onto the live streams. And as you all know, he had no problem fucking calling me out or anybody else out on the, and he was Mr. Sarcastic. It's just yeah, it's I'm just pissed that it took us so long to find out what happened to him.
Yeah.
That's the thing that pisses me off about the whole situation. But I'm just gonna say, and I don't want to get emotional. I am obviously emotional, but I just want to say that we haven't forgotten him, and we have a little video coming up for his anniversary. I have that video already done, and it's ready to go. And we'll probably do a live stream, and we'll obviously talk about the streams we had with him, because we did have some laughs with him, and he supported the channel. He supported the channel in every way that he could, including, supporting the channel financially as well. And that mustn't be actually not forgotten, because he did. He was one of the ones that was very frequent with super chats. And, he supported us not just by coming onto the streams, but financially as well, and always wanted to know how me and Cheryl were doing, and was very interested in how me and Cheryl were doing. And, people like that. And this is why, the people that are on the panel now are the same. They're interested in me, Cheryl, how Ted's getting on, and I'm the same. And that's how we've gotten on so well. As I said, me and Lee didn't start off on the greatest of situations. Me and Lee, actually, the first time me and Lee actually spoke to each other, we actually had an argument with each other.
Typical.
Yeah, of course it's typical of me and Lee. Of course it's fucking typical. But you know what, man?
It's not like one of them enemies to lovers fan fiction.
Ever since, the thing about me and Lee was we had that initial hoo-ha, but we got to know each other, and there's no, what, I could not see myself moving forward without having Lee in my life in some form. He is a great man. You just don't realize, man, that man has my back 24/7. He is the epitome of friendship. He's fucking loyal. He will defend me, but he will also call me out when I'm wrong. And he also is a friend that will, if he doesn't agree with me, he will fucking say he doesn't agree with me. I love Lee. He's like a brother, just like Daniel. I have met a lot of great people. PD is another one. There's so many great people that I've met through this journey, and I'm grateful for it. But Lee is everything that he's done. Listen, if I had all the money in the world, I would help him out any way I could. I love the bloke. I want the best for him because he's done everything for me and has had my back 24/7. If you want to know what a friend looks like or sounds like, Lee is that person. He's had me back. Chris has had me back as well, but Lee is always, since from day one. And Chris has been the same, but Lee, when Chris went off and had to, spend time away from social media, Lee was always there. He was always side by side, has never fucking once wavered against me. Even when I've done things, he's talked to me and we've had chats. He's not afraid to fucking tell me when he thinks I'm in the wrong.
I will continue to do it.
But that's the thing, yeah, exactly, and that's what I expect and demand because that's what friends do. You don't want friends to be always on your side. You want them to call you out when you're fucking in the wrong, or you need to be reeled back in and say, listen, no, maybe you've taken this the wrong way, or you're seeing this the wrong. Maybe you should, So, look, we're close knit. You don't realize how close knit we are. I haven't seen Lee personally or in the same room as him. But one day that will happen. We'll all meet, every single one of us. We'll all meet, we'll all get together, and we'll all have a fun, we'll all have a chat, we'll all fucking have a laugh, and it will happen.
Here, right? You will all
what?
You will all come here. You will.
Melina's paying for us to go on holiday.
Melina, can you actually, Melina, me and the wife were talking, and Lee and everybody else were talking. We're all in need of a holiday, and we were all thinking that Puerto Rico sounds like the destination. Can you sort us all out?
Paying for holidays for everyone. Woo!
Don't you work as a travel agent? Can you sort it out for us? Free tickets for all. We'll have the Tardis on live in Puerto Rico, and I'll make you the co-host because you bought the tickets.
It's was it last week, Lee? I was he got and I was just clocking out at work, and we were talking about the weather and all, and I was like, outside, it's like, oh my God, it's cold. It's really cold here. It's like, listen, and I, because we use Fahrenheit, you all use Celsius. So I said the coldest that it's been is 63.
No, Fahrenheit. That's like 18 degrees Celsius. 18 degrees Celsius, and they're cold. I'm like, what? Shut up! It's like -10. I don't know. Like, really? 18 degrees and you're freezing cold? Oh, my heart bleeds. Oh, really?
News and everything. We had a news report saying like Puerto Rico has never been this cold, and everybody's been talking about it, and you see people wearing jackets.
Blah 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 blah. Listen. I just need to address all this doom and gloom, right, about the weather and the temperatures and all this, right? It's simple as this, right? Greta and our cult are wrong, right? It's got to do with the sun, solar flares in the moon, right? But logic has gone out the window. Right, the climate is changing, but we're not responsible. Right, so the weather is going to fluctuate, and we're going to have mad spells of weather. But don't worry, folks, and don't panic. Right, we're not all going to die, and it's not the end of the world. Right, the climate changes; it's a natural progression of the earth. See, the thing about it is, there's more of us little fucking humans around now, so we're going to experience it. You see, all this fear-mongering shit is not going to do us any good. What we should be doing is taking care of the environment.
What we should be doing is saving
not worrying about the climate, but actually looking after the environment. They're chopping down trees in the Amazon. We should be protecting the Amazon. We should clean up the oceans. Things like that.
Actually, the older a tree gets, the older a tree gets. And you can look this up. The older a tree gets, like hundreds of years old, it actually starts to convert oxygen into carbon dioxide. So actually, it's good to get rid of them because they actually produce them. Even though, having said that as well, carbon dioxide is important to the ecosystem because we're actually carbon dioxide starved on this planet. We need more carbon dioxide because it feeds the plants that produces the oxygen. If you get rid of carbon dioxide, you have no plants and having enough food to produce oxygen. When we had huge amounts of carbon dioxide, we actually had huge plants producing oxygen, which produced gigantic species and an abundance on Earth, which gave us the Garden of Eden effectively on this planet. Just remember that, okay? Carbon dioxide is not your
I didn't
enemy.
mean for Lee to get into the big rant.
Carbon monoxide is your enemy.
But my point still actually stands, though. We should be cleaning up the oceans and cleaning up the earth.
Yes,
we don't.
Absolutely.
So as for the climate, we can't do anything about that.
Climate's fine. Climate's
it's
fine.
going to change.
Climate is fine.
Yeah, it's going to change whether we like it or not. We'll just have to adapt. As we do as humans, we will adapt. This fear-mongering that's going on is absolutely disgraceful, right? No, it's not funny because I'll tell you why, right? Remember, when 9/11 happened, right? Now, this, especially for Americans, was everyday life, right? They changed the alert from red to amber, back to red. It was constant, right? Fear-mongering, right? That there would be another attack and all of this, right? It was the same with COVID, right? Fear-mongering, right? It's the same with the climate stuff. They're fear-mongering. That's how they did get their message across. They tried to scare the shit out of us. The climate is going to change. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing for us. We will adapt, right? We'll adapt to the weather. And all of these weather forecasters in the media and all saying, well, it's the worst weather in 100 years. So what happened 100 years ago or happened 50 years ago? So it's not the worst weather that we've had. See, this is the thing, right? Look at the way they even report the weather now. They're using more red. They used to use oranges and light yellows. Do you remember? Now it's red and all of these danger colors. That word, because red clear
real Super Doctor has left us.
Oh, see you later, John.
So, real Super Doctor.
Good night. Happy New Year.
We love you.
Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you, pal. But seriously, it's all fear mongering. They use these sort of colors as well because we associate them with bad things. This is why they do it. The climate is going to change. We will adapt. No. We're going to be fine. We're not. It's not going to.
No.
Negativo.
No.
Am I in trouble now?
No.
I'm in trouble now.
Sí.
Yeah, Melina's gonna give you shit now. No, go on, Melina. No.
Yo no entiendo cómo carajo.
Listen, what did I tell you, Melina? If you're going to insult me, you insult me in English and not in a language that unfortunately I don't understand because I was lazy and I was lazy not to go and learn these languages. Well, I don't know what you mean, and I'm sorry.
Cabrón.
Si tú quieres venir para acá.
That means no, you're an absolute bastard.
No.
The clans?
Cabrón.
By the way, this stream is probably being limited about 15 hours ago. Does anybody want to watch the trailer? Doctor Who again?
Cabrón.
I don't know who
Melina,
I am.
carry on.
I don't know who I am anymore.
It's the one.
It's cold right now, by the way. I'm cold. I'm not joking.
Is it 25 degrees there, Melina? Is it 25 degrees?
Hang on, so her fault that she was born in Puerto Rico and you were born in a shithole like England?
I was born in Hanover in Germany, thank you. I was born in Germany.
Really?
That's even fucking worse. That's even fucking worse. A former fascist fucking country. That's even fucking worse.
Oh, is that how you treat all your Jewish German people? I see. Okay. I see. Fine.
Yeah, but remember, Lee, trans people were killed in the Holocaust now, weren't they?
Of course. Yeah, millions of them. Like, so many there's no records of that.
Man, listen, can we not get into this? I don't want to get into that, please. Just draw a line under that. Because I've got so much I could say, but I don't want to say because I'll be banned because I'm actually telling the truth. But you can't tell the truth anymore. But the bottom line is this, right? The Holocaust. Listen. The Holocaust was a horrible thing. It doesn't matter the gender, the race of the people that died. Over 6 million. Over 6 million. Over 6 million people died during the Holocaust.
6 million Jews.
Right. Sorry. Okay. It was 6 million Jews, and then there was other loads of other people that died as well because it was a war. Right. It's absolutely disgusting. Do you know what I hate today? No, do you know what I hate today? Right, this is what I hate today, right? And I used to do it myself, and I stopped doing it because I didn't realize how disrespectful it was. But the left do it a lot and use it a lot when they go around calling us all Nazis and stuff like that. Right? It's disrespectful
all the time.
It is disrespectful, and I learned it very quick. It is disrespectful because to call me or Lee or anybody else that for having a different opinion when you look at what actually those nasty people did, right? There is no comparison. You shouldn't even be using that word to fucking try because you don't like someone that has a different opinion. It's disrespectful to the people that died.
Exactly.
You know, I find that I even saw it today. I actually find it highly disgusting that people today, it's like the word queer, right? That is right. Lee will agree with me 100% here. As a gay man, he will agree with me 100% here. Right? That's a slur. Right? Queer is a slur. It was used when you were getting the shit bashed out of you.
Yeah, it means weird.
Right? It was, right? I even fucking witnessed it myself growing up, right? It was used to bash fucking when you were bashing fucking people that were attracted to the same sex. It absolutely fucking disgusting behavior. And now it's like they try to, what's the word I'm trying to use? So words that are offensive, they try to, what's the word, Lee, I'm trying to use when they flip it? They flip the word to make it.
When it becomes co-opted or.
They basically changed the meaning of the word. It's a slur. Lee will agree with me. It is a slur, and I find it highly fucking right. I'm not. Obviously, he's now married. Right, I'm a straight man, but I find it highly fucking disgusting when I see this youth today using that word freely. When I seen and witnessed, right, and Lee was obviously at the end of it, where it being bashed. There's no way. That's like trying to. How do I put this without getting myself into trouble? That's like trying to get the N word and trying to flip it.
That's what I've done.
And try make it a thing that's a normality. There's no place for that word in society.
Yeah.
Along with the word queer, there's no place for it in society. I find it highly disgusting. I really do. I don't know what's happened to our society. I don't know how we got to this place. But our generation, I suppose, is fucking responsible for it. But I don't know how. I really don't, because when I think about our generation's fucking, we had to fucking learn the hard way. We didn't get everything easy, and then what, we decided to be best friends with our kids, and this is the way they turned out. I mean, I just don't get. And Generation X has to take responsibility for this.
Yeah, we didn't want to be like our parents. That's what happened, and
that's what it was.
What happened?
That's what it was. But it's disgusting. Disgusting. You should see the stuff that Lee has to pour up with on Twitter.
Yes.
Every day since he's come back, it's disgusting, right? Here's the thing: they say homophobia is on the rise. It is, but it's not from the right.
No,
it's from the radical left.
The kind people.
I am so confused. Like, you know, like I'm so lost, because I thought that the purpose was to fight for the rights to get married, to fall in love with whoever you want. That love is free for everybody, but now it's to stop. The thing is, I don't understand is that the purpose for the gay rights movement was to stop bigotry. Thank you. And and to stop the hate, and to freedom to love. There we go. Freedom to love whoever.
But now that freedom, that choice has been taken away, because now you have to accept male vagina.
Yeah, but we were educated. We were educated about, and we understood it after we were educated. They're not being educated now, though. Like today's youth are acting like as if they have no rights. They have no, like, Lee's generation. They should be kissing. They should be kissing their feet, their toes. Because it's Lee's generation that had to put up with the bullshit so they can have the life that they have today.
My generation.
You know, people can freely come out nowadays. That wasn't always the case. Right, okay, there are some family units where that isn't the case, and it still happens today. I'm not denying that. But the majority now, if you're gay, bi, lesbian, it's not hard to come out as it would have been for Lee's generation and the shit they had to put up with. Right? So I don't get this victimhood mentality. They have it easier than any other generation out there. Right?
No. I've sent you a video in your DMs, right, on Twitter. I want you to play this video. It's so important that I can get this message across. This is exactly the problem that we are facing today. This is so important.
Is this video going to get me into trouble on YouTube, though? I just need to ask that, because, you know, I do support. Okay, I'll
listen. If you support the rights of homosexuality to exist, of
course I do.
This is important. Okay,
right then. Play it. But all I'm asking is, will this video get me into trouble?
No.
Right,
no.
But I do support you. Obviously, I'll play the video either way. But I'm just,
I just want this video to be seen by everybody to understand why I take the stand that I do. It's so important.
Right, actually, yes. I seen this video earlier, and yes, I can play it. Lee, I agree with you. When I seen this video, I was actually, and then when they played the music, which you played earlier on,
I put this on. I edited this together, but this is from a real person. This is a chaplain who is a chaplain of a University of Kent, is a trans chaplain. So a Christian chaplain advocating for the abolition, effectively, of homosexuality, stating that homosexuality does not exist.
Does not exist. It comes from the horse's mouth itself. He's right. I saw this clip today and I was like, so they're trying to erase.
It has to be seen to be believed. This is what I'm
lesbian,
fighting against.
right? And I see what he goes through
And
every
they
day on
gaslight you and
Twitter.
tell you that it's all in your head and that it's all nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
not
here
their,
we go.
not their beliefs. Not my. Their beliefs are real, and my absolute reality is non-existent. That's effectively
Right. Well,
what
let me play this for everybody. Hold on now. We don't want to keep it small because then nobody be able to see it. So I hope everybody can see that. I just want to make double check myself. Yes, so you can see that. So it's 28 seconds
Pay
long.
attention. Pay attention.
So yes. So Lee, you have to be quiet for everybody to pay attention though. You know? It's like you ain't, you know, I
mean,
just
look at
want to
the
make this
state of
point.
them.
They're still banging on about 66 winning the World Cup. Like, let people shh. Cuteness.
Fight the
Cuteness.
system.
That's Irish for be quiet. Cuteness. Quiet.
You know what's
I thought Irish be quiet with a smash over the head with a glass.
No. Listen. We've got a bad reputation, but let me just tell you something about Ireland. Right? We're not as bad as everybody makes us out to be, but we absolutely hate Americans. Right? Just want to make that clear. And English people.
Technically, were you once?
Now, you Americans love us, right? But we actually don't like you because you all claim to be Irish and you don't understand their history. And then you complain about, like, then use our heritage being appropriated, but you have no problem.
Don't lose your
Anyway,
subscribers before this video, okay? Like,
I'm only joking. I love you all. God, I'm waiting to go to America. But obviously,
video.
I'm gonna play the video. So angry punk and trans fight the
system.
System. Okay, that's a clever one. I will say, right? Why is it all these batshit crazy people have colored hair?
It's all that hair. It's all that hairdo. That hair dye. It's
Reformers.
Gender is on a spectrum.
Dale play.
Then homosexuality doesn't really exist.
Homosexuality doesn't really exist.
Wow. Now hold on, go back to that
though. That is on a spectrum. Then.
So hold on, has she never heard of the Roman Empire? I just want to make clear that in our history, there's been homosexual men throughout our history, and people can try and deny it all they want. It's actually a fact. It's actually
she's trying to call homosexuality autism. That's what she's trying to do.
But here you go again. This is from, and do you notice the color? So she's supposed to be.
Wait. Homosexual men during the 1930s were murdered en masse in German concentration camps. Okay, they died for their sexuality. And this person, who is a chaplain, a trans man, or trans woman, who is a man, is effectively stating that homosexuality does not exist. People died
in the 1940s, just to actually clarify though as well, in Ireland as well, because we're a very Catholic country. Obviously there was a lot of laws in place, but also to be homosexual in the 50s, you are chemically castrated, or basically you are sent to prison. So like every country has had a problem with criminalizing homosexuality and putting these people in prison for falling in love with someone. It's a natural.
They called it sodomy.
Listen,
sodomy
yes, they called it. But the thing about it is, it doesn't look. You cannot help. Look, the people don't understand. Falling in love is a chemical reaction.
Yeah.
Right. You can't help who you fall in love with. Mm-hmm. Right. That's the reality of like
But
we're human
no,
beings.
it doesn't exist because this
they're not.
chaplain of a Christian church who's trans says it doesn't exist because
but you see, the
everything's
thing
Can I
about
ask
it is,
this about this
they
chaplain?
could say that, but even as a straight person, I know myself.
Yeah, but no, straight people don't exist because sex is gender is on a spectrum. Sex doesn't exist, therefore heterosexuality and homosexuality do not exist. You see where this is going?
Just
play the video. Play the video.
So I want to hear her again because we didn't hear her right the first time. So here we go again.
Kind of like a bit.
Gender is on a spectrum. Then homosexuality doesn't really exist.
Homosexuality doesn't really exist.
By the way, were those British flags really replaced, or did you do some clever Photoshop with that?
No. What? I took a photo of Regent Street during the Jubilee, which had Union flags, and then a picture of Regent Street later on, which was replaced with the Progress flag. For
what's
Pride,
called the Progress flag now?
Is the Progress Pride flag? They've removed the rainbow flag, which was the LGB flag originally, and they've replaced it with one which has the trans chevron, the triangular bit at the top, which is superimposed over the top of it like a supremacist thing. So we are more important because we're over the top of the LGBT thing. For me, that is exactly how I see where this is. I feel that these ideologues, these ideological crazy people who are dictating that homosexuality doesn't exist, and by extension, heterosexuality doesn't exist. These people are basically telling gay people through this Christian chaplain here, supposed Christian chaplain, that only heterosexuality is allowed, because effectively if you have men turning into women, women turning into men, you are effectively correcting homosexuality. You are changing men into women, women into men, so that they can have heterosexual relationships. That's what's happening.
You know,
it's conversion therapy, like 101.
But you see, the thing about it is, it's fucked for you, right? And everybody in your situation. But for us people out there, straight people out there, it's difficult for us as well, because we're afraid to even fucking, you know, we might misgender someone, or we might fucking, you know,
we are your last line of defense. Your last line of defense. I'll tell you why we are your last line of defense. And this is why heterosexual people need to defend gay and lesbian people right now. We need your support in order to defend you from this cult, because we are the only people left who can stop this going forward. I'll tell you why. Because they need us within the so-called LGBTQ plus community to validate them. If half of us or most of us do not validate them and validate this ideology, they do not have the power that they want to use over everyone else. Because within the LGBTQ community, if the LGB says no, it's over. And that's very important. And that doesn't mean to say that trans people shouldn't be treated with absolute dignity, love, and respect, and support for all their needs, and to make sure that they are not assaulted or attacked or abused in any way, because I do not advocate for that. I have trans friends who I love dearly. I do not want to see anything come back on them. But at the same time, this ideology harms me as well. Because if this makes us all look bad, and if this is allowed to continue, there will be more and more attacks on LGBT people who are not on board with this, but are still going to be lumped in with this because the LGBTQ, and really it's the TQ plus radicals who are ruining this for everyone. We got gay marriage and we were happy with that. We had achieved what we wanted. And because of that, organizations like Stonewall and a bunch of other LGBTQ plus, whatever the fuck, organizations decided, oh, well, we need the money coming in. We've got everything for the LGBT community within the Western world, even though gay rights are not a thing in Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, etc., Palestine. It's not happening, right? We need to defend their rights, but we need money. They don't talk about LGBT people being thrown off of buildings in the Middle East. They're focusing on misgendering and pronouns, which is far more important, apparently, than the lives of people.
But it's not. It's not. What's more important? I just
want to say that it's not regular trans people or whatever. It's the
clique.
It's this word queer, right? Queer is nothing to do with homosexuality. Queer is a slur word. It's a word that I object to. I am not listened to. When I complain about it, I'm overridden. I'm stomped on. That word rings in my ears from the 20 years ago or so when I heard that word ringing in my ears as I was stamped on, punched, kicked, and spat on. That word rings in my ears. And the fact that these people use this word as a political movement, not a sexual identity, not a sexuality, not a sexual orientation. Queer is a political movement. Make no mistakes about it. And what that means is they don't care about LGBT people. They tell LGBT people that they are genital fetishists for refusing, like gay men are genital fetishists for not accepting female penis. Lesbians are told by the queer people that they are genital fetishists or genital or sexual racists for not accepting female penis.
Are we allowed to talk about this on YouTube?
Yes.
It's like you do get into trouble on Twitter about it, so I'm just wondering if we're allowed to talk about it on YouTube.
If we can't talk about this, then the world is wrong, because this needs to be heard. And people do talk about this on YouTube. I can send you lots of links.
Right, okay, but I'm just asking because I don't know, because I don't, you know.
This is important because it affects everybody. It affects absolutely everybody, because this leads to only one direction, and we all know what that direction is. And I'm just trying to say to you, you've got to start defending. You've got to start defending gays and lesbians who are voicing out against this, because it's so important. This is not an attack on trans people at all. There are a lot of trans people who are not on board with this at all either. It's the TQ plus in the terms of the political movement, which is a far leftist, postmodernist, neo-Marxist organization. It's intersectional Marxism, because they betrayed the working class because the working class voted for Brexit. So therefore, we need to get rid of them and replace them with the new underclass. And this is where it all comes from. So you've just got to say no. I don't want to be on my soapbox for too long, but I do believe that this is important for the year coming. 2023 is going to be a very important year for this. A lot of women, a lot of gay and lesbian people are speaking out. Don't be afraid to stand by us, because we are your last line of defense against this, and it's very important. And please don't attack regular trans or gay and lesbian people who are sitting on the fence or don't agree with it, whatever. But just remember, there are a bunch of people who are trying to speak for all of us that do not speak for us, and they're ruining our reputation. They're destroying our standing within the community generally. And it's very important to say no, and we have to stop it, because it is harming us.
Yeah.
We are being told that we are genital fetishists. As you've seen in the video, we're being told that we don't even exist anymore.
What is
It has to
it?
stop.
I'm sorry. I'm confused about the genital fetish thing that you're talking about. I don't know what it means.
We fetishize over genitalia, male genitalia.
Yeah. Apparently, homosexuality means that you're only obsessed with someone's genitalia like it's a sexual fetish, rather
Technically a
than
drag queen,
you fall in love with someone of the same sex because you're attracted to their energy, them. If you're a gay man, their masculinity or their femininity, if you're a lesbian, and whatever. It's been reduced down to such horrible slurs. The TQ plus elements within the LGBTQ plus community, which doesn't exist, tells us that if you are attracted to someone purely on the basis of same-sex attraction, you are transphobic.
Oh.
Let that sink in. So if you are attracted to someone of the same sex, not the same gender, because obviously you get a lot of people claiming to be gay men who have a vagina, and if you don't have sex with people with vaginas, you're not homosexual anymore. It's not right. Okay, this is the problem. So I'm just saying that this is something that is homophobic. We are told that we have a sexual preference. The same thing that people from the Westboro Baptist Church or the old homophobes of the 80s and 70s used to say, oh, you just haven't had the right vagina yet. You just haven't had the right woman yet. It's exactly the same mentality. We're being told if you don't like vagina, there's something wrong with you. That's what I'm saying, and the same for lesbians with the male genitalia. So I'm just saying, we are your last line of defense. If we buckle and we're not supported by heterosexual people, we can't do what we need to do to stop this from happening, and this will affect children above all else. So just remember that if you're a parent, if you have younger brothers and sisters who are growing up in this age, you need to speak up and stop that from happening. And by helping us to stop it, you are helping us, and we will help you. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah,
that's my high horse. I'm getting off my soapbox. I've said all I needed to say. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. And you know what? We're going to leave it there because you know what? We've been gone 6 hours. I think I've done the joke tonight. So exactly 6 hours and 55 seconds.
3.5 of you guys.
So yeah, we'll go around the panel, get everybody to do their shout outs, and then we'll feck off into the night. Happy New Year. Hope you our 2023 is just as miserable as your 2022. I'm only fucking messing. But look, at the end there, we'll have each other, so it'll be all right, even if it is shit in society and the world, and whatever happens, we'll be prepared for it anyway.
We've got each other.
We got each other.
Yeah.
So everybody do the chance shout outs before I completely collapse. So we'll start with PD because that's the fella I can see in front of me right now with the David Tennant thing.
Okay.
So we'll start with him.
Yeah, you can find me normally in the chat on Rabbi's channel when I'm not busy with university dissertations. So, look for me there.
Hell you love. Happy New Year. It's 3 hours into the new year. How you doing? Does it keep you awake?
Shut the fuck up, husband.
I did. Right, let's go to Melina next. Channel shout out or whatever, social medias, whatever you want to do.
Well, I have Twitter.
What, love? I've had loads.
You don't say.
Yeah, right. Just let Melina do our channel so I can wrap it up. Oh, your girlfriend is asking for you, by the way. Don't be encouraging that shit. Ted is getting jealous of you talking to his mammy. Anyway, 3 o'clock. Right, Happy New Year, Ted, to you as well, you little fucker. Anyway, Melina, do your social medias.
I have Twitter and Melina Vader, and you can also go find me on Instagram. Melina Vader, and I also my YouTube Melina Vader. So yeah, and if you don't see me a lot on social media, well, I'm trying not. Well, I'm not that into social media as much as I used to, but also because I work a lot. So, but you can reach me, and if I don't answer right away, I'm sorry. Again, I'm busy, but yeah, and I want to thank you guys because I'm alone here because my aunt is sick and I'm also sick,
Then you
and
keep shooting
so
people.
I'm by myself here, so I appreciate the company. So thank
Stop
you. Guys.
shooting people, Melina. Honestly,
Sorry, but
so violent. She's
Almost
shooting men.
feeling
She hates men.
Fantastic. Lee, as you've opened your fucking mouth, go ahead and do your social medias there, mate.
You can find me at the Twitter at the problem of the being. No, at the problem being, and you can find my alternative account of Ordred Audio Visual, which has all my VFX stuff. If you're interested in hearing what have you done for me lately and other stuff, obviously check out my channel, Problem Being, and Ordred Audio Visual on
Insta-twat.
That's the
And we got Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Last but not least, and thanks be to fucking God, I can wrap this up.
Hey.
Cinnamon.
Well, you can follow me on Twitter at Real B Beckett, and you can also follow my YouTube channel. I'll hopefully try and make a video tomorrow under the same name, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Fantastic. So Cinnamon will be starting the new year with a brand new video. You can catch us here, as always, on the Tardis Zone with Lee
and check
and
out
Chris and many other fucking people
check
that I
out Scottish
love.
Stavros. Check out
hold on. Excuse me. That's
Jack
my
Rabbit.
job. Hey.
Check out JWC reviews. Check out Peter Harrington. Check out XSM.
That was my
check
job.
out Ezra Goldstein.
That was my fucking job. I'm the host, not you. You're the co-host on Friday night. You're getting confused here,
Welcome
mate.
to the Problem
Anyway.
Being Zone. Yeah.
Anyway, right, listen.
Cinnamon
This channel would go downhill pretty quickly if Lee was in charge of it. Let's all be honest about that. Right, you all come here because of the charm of the Irishman. Anyway, you can catch me here. You can catch me here. I'm even laughing at me fucking self, man.
Shocking on my own vomit.
No, but all joking aside, you can catch me here in 2023 along with Lee and Chris and many other guests over the year. And I just once again want to thank you all for the support. Don't forget we have Noel Clark coming in January as well. Just in case any of you have forgotten, myself, Lee, and Noel will be doing Fast Girls, and we'll be listening to Noel Clark as he breaks down every set. You know, I love Noel Clark being on. He's brilliant, man. He's been. You know what? I have to be honest. I never thought it happened. You know me, guys. I've been bitching and moaning for the last few years, thinking that I'd never get anybody on this channel.
You're friends with the whole part,
and now
Yeah,
I
and
have
Mr.
no
Tardis can't
Clark
stand it. He
and I
can't
just-
stand that John Barrowman retweeted you or liked your tweet. Can't stand it, can he?
No. Well, anyway.
And can we just also say, go and check out Gobby Guy's stream with John the White.
Yes.
On Doctor Who. Fantastic. Go and check that out as well. Give lots of love to John.
Gobby and John are going to be doing a series of streams because for anybody that doesn't know, and trust me, I've already had a conversation with him, so he has given me permission to say this. So for anybody that doesn't know, John got some bad news and it's not good, and he's been given 6 months basically to live. So you know, I worked with John in the early days. We did have a little bit of a falling out, but as you know, that we've worked out issues since, and he's been on since, and obviously everything has progressed, and we obviously fight and defend Noel Clark together, as we always do. And he did that, obviously, that great research. He did the great research for Noel. But yeah, it's been, I have to be honest, I haven't really said much because, you know, I'm still kind of processing it because, you know, even though we did have a bit of a fall now, me and John were actually quite tight at the start. When I started off my journey, we exposed a lot of shit that was going on in the Doctor Who fandom. We also exposed a lot of accounts and people that were threatening YouTubers, that were doing bad reviews of the Whittaker era, and we did a lot of stuff. And you've seen how good he is with his research. When he did the Noel Clark and did that research after the Guardian article.
Brilliant.
So, you know, it for me, I just have to say, I even listening to him, he doesn't sound like he's changed. He's handled it. I don't think I could handle it the way he's handled it. He's very brave. I know he doesn't want their pity, and he won't. We won't. But you know, he's a good one, and it's always the good ones. He has a bad reputation. I have had a falling out with him because he, you know, I didn't agree with certain tactics that he used, but that's John, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, it's fucking it's fucking hard. It's devastating. It's another person that we know, and it's fucking horrible. It's horrible. He doesn't deserve. He's one of the good ones. You know, I'm not saying that anybody should go through what John's gone through, but fucking hell, man, he's a good one. You know, we need people like John, intelligent people that are going to help society, and it's fucking a shame. It's fucking a shame, but the way he's handling it is very brave, and I have to give it to him. I wouldn't be able to do what he's doing, and fair play to Gobby for giving him the platform to come on and express himself, because Gobby needs to be given some credit there as well, because I say it's hard for him because I know the two of them have gotten pretty close. So you know,
I've made a nice little channel trailer that you call it, a channel thing for Gobby Guy and for John. I've thrown it together as quickly as I can, but it's I like it. I think you'll like it too. So it wasn't ready for this week's stream, but next week hopefully it should be ready and it'll look pretty good, I hope.
Good. And I know it will, because you've done amazing work for this channel, so I know it will be. But again, we have to mention John as well. So our thoughts are with John, and you know, look out for those streams. Go and support them. You know, because as I said, I don't think I'd be able to handle it the way he's handling them personally. I think I'd go off into the wilderness myself. But it's very brave. And the fact that he's still willing to talk and share his experiences and his love for stuff is absolutely amazing. So go and support Gobby and his channel. Fair play to you, Lee. And we'll leave it there. But I just want to wish you a happy new year. Again, thank you for all the support throughout these last 5 years, but particularly this year. And we will see you for 2023, and don't forget, every Friday night, myself, Chris, and Lee are here for Friday night contact. And yeah, the Friday nights I really look forward to now, I have to be honest. But come and join us, because they're obviously, we're hitting our stride with them now, and I'm loving them. So we will get prepped for next week, folks. For Friday. Actually, we're probably in the new week. I don't even know what day it is today now. I can't even fucking tell.
Saturday.
I can't even see the fucking screen. Anyway, we'll see you on Friday anyway, but we'll see you before that. But me, Lee, and Chris will see you on Friday, and we'll look forward to it. So I'll leave it there before I brag on anymore. So again, Happy New Year, Happy 2023. Yes, bunch of mad fucking things. And I just want to say again, You know, I don't know why you tune into me, but I'm glad you do.
I can't believe I've just put up with 6 hours of you all.
Yeah, and I appreciate it.
You're a braver man than me.
There's still 12 people here. Whoever those 12 brave souls are that have stuck to 6 hours, I just want to
At
thank
least
you.
Cinnamon Toast current.
We got to bring
got a
on
word in
sometime.
edgeways.
And everybody else that's joined in. Well, that was your fault because you went on a bit of a rant. I'll be reprimanding you
No,
later
that's
on.
why I saw Cinnamon Toast Crunch was on. I was like, I'll let him breathe for a bit. I'll let him talk.
I'll be reprimanded when we go off air. When we go off air, Lee, I'll be reprimanding you when you're sober, right? You'll be your punishment.
Hey, at least I didn't sing this year. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah. Would you like to say final word to everybody, Sharon?
Well, your song sang. song sang.
And have you got anything for everybody before we go?
Happy New Year. Be safe. Be kind.
Happy New Year. Be safe and be kind.
Failing that, be a fucker.
My wife.
Come here, give me a hug. I didn't give you a hug at 12 midnight.
I can't see you, Dan.
Sorry.
I can't kiss me wife or hug me wife because Ted goes on a mad one. He's a jealous little fucker. So when you see all those
Melina,
cute videos of him,
Who am I? What?
Melina, Happy New Year in 1 hour and whatever it is.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you, Melina, as well, whenever it is and stuff. And I'm going to leave it there. So thank you for tuning in. 6 hour stream. I'm out of here. That's the longest stream we've fucking done. I'm out of here. I'm going to have another couple of beers and kill zombies now or something and have something to eat. Or I might just.
I've got half a bottle of. No, 3/4 of a bottle of JD to finish.
You had JD.
I'm either off to listen to Rabbi or probably listen to some Big Finish, one of the two.
That's it. Well,
You sound like you said Dick Finish then.
Right. See you later. We're going. We're definitely going. We're definitely going.
Big Finish for a second there.
I don't really want to. Right.
We love stories.
Say goodbye.
Stories.
Sorry, lads. These are kind of.
Okay, buddy.
Say good night. Say good night to everybody. Go on.
Happy New Year. Good night. Love
to
you all.
everybody.
Night, everyone. Happy New Year.
Good night, everyone.
See you soon. Stay safe.
Here's the channel trailer.
Shalom, Jackie.
Don't fuck anybody you'd regret.
Created by the man himself, Panasonic boy. Here we go. Let's roll the titles.